Welcome to a monster day on America's Day at the Races today. And while we're coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack, Samantha Perry and Andy Serling, we have a whole cast of characters spread around the country. We will be at Keeneland Racetrack for the first time in America's Day at the Races a little bit later today, covering the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley as well as the Lexington, the final actual points race for the Kentucky Derby. And you can see things are fast and firm at Keeneland. Gorgeous weather down there as well, but also we'll be at Oaklawn Park, as we also are as well, with the champion Nitrogen looking to come back from her loss last time out, as well as their big sprint, the Count Fleet. Packing them in at Keeneland as they always do. I'm sure there's a good crowd at Oaklawn as well, but I'm happy to be here at Aqueduct, our home base, with Samantha Perry, making your debut, not your debut on the desk. That was yesterday.
It was. Great. How are you?
Good. It's good to have you.
It's great to be here. It's so much fun, so much excitement, just looking at those beauty shots of all the people at the races. It feels good.
Yeah, no, it's nice to be here, and it's nice to have the good weather coming around, and we are very excited to be taking you to Keeneland for some big races today. And we had the Grade 1 Maker's Mark yesterday, an historic Maker's Mark, where trainer Chad Brown got his 3,000th win. The potential exists, especially after the big scratches of both Lush Lips and Destino D'Oro, two major players. Chad Brown could very well have the first and second choice. Maybe he'll get his 3,000th and first victory in a Grade 1 as well. And Sagesta is certainly a horse who can make her own trip, as she does have enough speed and will likely be sitting second or third behind Aussie Girl.
Yeah, Aussie Girl looks loose as she can be in here, but Sagesta, like you said, will not let her out of her sights. This was such a dominant victory, and jockey Flavian Pratt, who cinched up Chad Brown's 3,000th career victory yesterday, is back aboard here today, and this was just beautiful window dressing here.
Sagesta's one of these horses that had some trips and some excuses and finally came to hand. And now with the scratches, especially with her positional speed, she becomes the one to beat. The Grade 1 winner besides her in this field is Dynamic Pricing, who had a huge upset win last year in the Just a Game up in Saratoga. And while she's run well on courses with give, she made her return, a winning return last year at Aqueduct on a firm turf course with a very impressive victory as well. But unlike Sagesta, Sam, she does not have any early speed.
No, and that I feel like is why she doesn't have more wins, and just why she kind of has ridden on the coattails of Sagesta as maybe a Chad Brown B team, Andy, but this was still very impressive. I think maybe she would prefer a little bit more give in the ground, but nonetheless a very impressive mare.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing against her, and I'm going to say she's not a B team horse. Winning the Just a Game is a gigantic win for her, and she was third in the Diana. I just think from a pace standpoint, she's a bit compromised, especially because her chief rival from that barn has so much more tactical speed. It's not, however, the biggest race, or the only big race, I should say, we're bringing to you today. It is the only Grade 1, but the Lexington, I don't know this will necessarily have Kentucky Derby implications. That's pretty unlikely, but it could be another potential player or two from the Brad Cox barn with a Zoom, who had a very impressive win at Colonial Downs last time.
It was impressive, but who did he beat? And how much stock do you put in these Colonial races?
I think it's the perfect question. Yeah. This horse is obviously good, but it's a strange meet. They run for 3 days, and you don't really know. And obviously, he ran very well, considerably better than his debut. Who is the real Azum? I think we'll find out more today. And frankly, I think he faces a real rival in his stablemate, Confessional, who has Irad Ortiz, and it's bad to be Brad Cox and get both Flavian Pratt and Irad Ortiz to ride for you. They are the two horses to beat.
I agree. I actually kind of like Confessional a little bit better. At least he's faced winners, and
he is more experienced. And it's an interesting thing. One of our producers, Terrence Teague, was telling me earlier today, they have not run the Lexington all of the last 7 years because they didn't run in 2020 because they had that meet well after the trip. Well, actually, not really, but regardless, they didn't run it. The last 6 times they've run the Jenny Wiley and the Lexington together, Brad Cox has won the Lexington 4 times. There have been 4 times that Chad Brown has won the Jenny Wiley, that Brad Cox has also won the Lexington.
Wow.
And it could be the 5th time today. They both hold a very strong hand. But they are not the only races we are bringing you. As mentioned, we have the Count Fleet as well as the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, the other Grade 1 in today's show. A ton of action. Got a couple of New York bred stakes a little bit later today. The Mind Your Biscuits, as well as the 4-Star Crook. It's a dirt race. She was a very good turf horse. Won our Flower Bowl. Beat Sister Charlie, actually, in that. The Count Fleet and the Apple Blossom, highlighting the 11-race card at Oaklawn, and the Jenny Wiley and the Lexington at Keeneland, where they're running 11 races. We will be showing you races 8 through 11. Want to remind people, no better way to play the races than playing through NyraBets. If you're not a member, head on over to NyraBets.com. Use the promo code MATCH200, and we will match about $200 of your initial deposit. Play through Nyra. Play through NyraBets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Horses are coming onto the track for race number 1. It is a 4-horse field, and there is currently a 2-5 favorite. We will get to that horse soon, but let's talk about yesterday where history was made. And I wonder, Sam, if a trainer's ever had a big milestone win in a Grade 1 the way Chad Brown did on just the flawless ride by Flavien Prat, able to take advantage perhaps of some misfortune for others in this race.
Yeah, a lot of scratches really took all of the speed out of this race, and jockey Flavien Prat is the best of the best because of a ride like this. You take initiative. He did what a good turf jockey does, which is kind of slow it down mid-race, and then just like this. How are you going to beat a horse like this? I will say notable speech. Interesting.
He got caught because Tiz Dashing was on the outside. His own stablemate got in his way as well, a long shot horse. And Flavien Prat, in my opinion, took advantage of Irad Ortiz, who's very predictable. He is not an aggressive rider the way Flavien is. And even though Rhetorical could have been in front of him, Flavien was simply more aggressive and able to seize the bull by the horns. A horse coming off a layoff since he was disqualified early in the Saratoga meet last year in the Hall of Fame. He's now finished first in 8 of 9 starts. One of them was disqualification, though. But Zulu Kingdom, big win for him in that race, but notable speech, a bit unlucky. Yeah,
and we'll hear more from notable speech for sure as this season progresses, but I think you just can't take anything away from an old knocking horse like Zulu Kingdom, who's just impressive.
And for Chad Brown to get his 3,000th win in just about his 18th year, I think, of training, or 19th year of training. And he's already 3 Grade 1 wins ahead of his mentor and former boss, Bobby Frankel.
That's impressive.
He has those Grade 1 records in sight, and I won't be surprised when eventually he becomes the leading winner of Grade 1 races in this country. A big win for both Chad and Flavien, but a very big win for Chad. His 3,000th win. Congratulations to him and his team, which he could never have the success without the great team that he has behind him. Well, we'll find out if the old pro Castle Chaos can re-find that once good form as horses are hitting the track for the first race. Christopher Elliott riding the 1, Good Lord.
First off the claim, which the Ikai Cantermasi barn, that's not an easy barn to claim off of, but just an even 4th last time.
The number 2, Asleep at 8, goes out for Charlie Baker with Dylan Davis.
We can't relate to that. We're both night owls, Andy.
Sleep at 8 at night, sleep at 8 in the morning, perhaps. The number 4, Moment's Notice, a big price going out for Ilke Cantermachi and Jamie Rodriguez.
I think this is a sharp, the connection scratch what could have been a nice horse in Carmel Chip, and Moment's Notice, they leave in.
The 5, Castle Chaos. Can he re-find that good form, dropping down the 8-year-old for Rob Falcone?
Well, he's got to find something. He's not won since November 2023. And after that 3rd in the Grade 2 Cigar Mile, he stopped pretty badly down the lane. And after that, he hasn't done anything.
Well, I think if you go back to last April, a little over a year ago, he ran a race that would absolutely smoke this field. And to be honest with you, his last race coming back off of this 8-month layoff, I still think he ran well enough to win this race, and I think you're going to see Ricardo Santana be aggressive and try to put him in the front end. I have no problem with somebody that doesn't want to bet this horse at a short price and take somebody else, but I'm not that guy. I'm not trying to beat Castle Chaos. Are you?
I was with Carmel Chip, but with Carmel Chip out, it's very tough to make a case for the other rivals here. But Castle Chaos, do you like this 7 furlong distance for him?
I actually usually like less distance much more than more distance, and he did finish second Art Carter a few years ago at 7 furlongs. I don't believe if he loses this race, Sam, it'll be because of the distance.
Right. No, it might just be some horses, they just don't have the eye of the tiger anymore.
He's an 8-year-old.
He does, yeah. Well, we saw Payne win at 11 yesterday.
Yeah, I know, and I don't like our arbitrary rule here of not letting horses at 10 years old to run. I think those horses know how to protect themselves, and there's a reason that they've been racing that long. As far as Castle Chaos, if he doesn't get it done, Good Lord, I agree with the public, is clearly the second most likely winner.
Yeah, he's an interesting player here. 3 times this year he's been on the board out of 4 starts, so I think that that's a good sign for him. I'm curious what Chris Elliott is going to do with him. Is he going to be aggressive as well? Because he can break and he could go.
You think the one can go in here?
I think he could try. From the rail, you have to have some initiative.
I wouldn't say that the pace projector from Time from US, I believe, is the be-all and end-all, but I think it's important to look at it and at least get it together. And if you look at that, he is the slowest horse of these. But he does have the rail, and Christopher Elliott's an aggressive rider, so I think Christopher Elliott, to ride him out of the gate, I think that the Sleep at 8 is coming out of 6 furlong races is a bit faster. Same could be said for Moment's Notice. But I have to believe with a clean break, when you're riding a horse like this at 3 to 5, I don't think Ricardo Santana or Robbie Falcone are looking to take any chances. Just put him on the front end.
Yeah, you've got to get an old guy like this just some confidence. He does have front wraps today for the first time, which is kind of interesting. Some people put a lot of stock in that. It's kind of...
Who has front wraps?
Castle Chaos, pardon me.
He's had... No, I'm looking at blinkers. He does.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
It is very interesting. So
yeah, that's a negative.
It could be. I totally agree. And sometimes it can be a little bit of a trick, too, when you drop in for a tag.
If Rob Falcone is worried about losing this horse for $50,000, the 8-year-old, then he and I need to have a conversation. But that's an interesting point. I think you're right. Sometimes trainers might put them on to maybe try to scare people off from claiming them. Maybe that's the case. I don't really know. We'll see what happens as they're loading for the first. A couple left to load. Heavy favorite Castle Chaos. Chris Griffin has the call of the opener at the Big A.
Yes. Castle Chaos, last to load. All set. And they're off at Aqueduct. Slight bobble after the start there from Castle Chaos. Asleep at 8. Flashes early speed from in between horses, and Asleep at 8 is well off the rail, is up by 3/4 of a length. Castle Chaos is a stalking second with At the Rail, Good Lord, and the trailer, Moment's Notice. They work up the backstretch in the opener. Dylan Davis, Asleep at 8. They're clear, still up by 3/4 of a length, and no rush here from Ricardo Santana Jr. on Castle Chaos. Just watching the pace setter through a 23.63 opening quarter mile. Slipping through At the Rail, Christopher Elliott and Good Lord. They're the first to make a move. Just got shut off here at the rail as Castle Chaos is now ready to pounce. Castle Chaos to the outside of Asleep at 8, who gets the cue, wants to hold that advantage. These two nose and noses. They're well into the far turn now. All in is Moment's Notice, is trying to rush up here from third. Losing ground quickly was Good Lord. 47.47 for that half-mile time. Castle Chaos is in control. Has a quarter mile left to go. Still battling on there is Asleep at 8, who's now back to a clear second. The danger may be from the outside here, and Moment's Notice, who's trying to catch this leader, who's approaching a final furlong. It's still Castle Chaos. Moment's Notice is very game to the outside, and Asleep at 8 is not out of it either. Castle Chaos, only a 16th left to go. Moment's Notice is rushing up to the outside. Jamie Rodriguez, Castle Chaos found enough. Moment's Notice second, then came Asleep at 8. And Good Lord. 1 minute 24.78 seconds.
I don't know, Sam, if that's winning like a 1-2 shot should. And I thought Chris was crazy when he thought that the Moment's Notice was he said maybe making a menacing run. He was right. He made a very menacing run and came up a little short, but Castle Chaos gets the win.
Yep, it was probably not the way you want to see a 1-2 win, but hey, he got it done. I got to give credit to Moment's Notice. Like you said, he was kind of backing up a little bit, and then I don't know if it was more Castle Chaos slowing down or Moment's Notice accelerating.
I'm going to guess more the former, but a little bit of the latter, to be fair. And for your sake, Rob, I hope the front bandages did not scare anybody off from claiming this horse. He gets it done, but he was in the right spot. He found the right field, and that's what winning races is all about. Castle Chaos, Ricardo Santana, and Rob Falcone get the win in race number 1 at 1-2. Barely, but a win it is with the longest shot on the board, the 4 Moment's Notice, getting second in this race, race number 1. Not official, 7 furlongs in 124.78. A lot more to come on today's card. Of course, we have those 2 New York bred stakes we mentioned, Sam. The Mind Your Biscuits, who was really an amazing racehorse who could run at grade 1 level from 6 furlongs to 1 1/8 as he was second in our Whitney, and the 4-star Crook, a turf horse, but it's a dirt race. We'll be back with more action on America's Day at the Races in just a few moments. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime through NyraBets. Very soon we'll get those trees blooming in the backstretch and turf racing as we look at the turf course returning next Thursday, looking like a nice week of weather, expecting a full week of turf racing. 4 turf races scheduled for Thursday. Ricardo Santana leads a popular victory from Castle Chaos into the winner's circle.
Yeah, cool horse. And he's just, we were talking during the race, Andy, he just seems like one of those horses. He does just enough to get the victory. I wonder how competitive he is still.
Yeah, he's probably not winning a super competitive $50,000 claimer. He was running in the right spots.
Yep.
You know, it's so funny how often you'll see a trainer dropping a horse and you think, wow, that's a really strong drop. And the horse may win, but wins by a neck or a half length. And you think that horse was running exactly where they belong.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how you win races.
Right. The most successful trainers, one of the main reasons they're successful is they run their horses where they can win.
Yeah.
5-4, moments notice getting second. The longest shot on the board, combining for an exacta that was $8.18 for $1. Race number 2 coming up. Race number 2, 6 horses going 6 furlongs, $12,500. Non-winners of 3 lifetime, I believe. And right now the favorite is Enduring Spirit. I have not seen the doubles, so I don't know what the will pays, who will end up being favored by post time, but more on race number 2 as the show continues. But we do have those big stakes, and we mentioned both named after very popular New York breds, and I don't think you think of either one of them as New York breds because so much of their success came against open company. Mind Your Biscuits burst in the scene in the Amsterdam. The now is the Alan Jerkins, the King's Bishop, I believe. And he was just a very, very good horse, winning the Belmont Strip Championship in this particular race.
Yeah, he's a cool sprinter. He was a cool sprinter. And then he won the Dubai Golden Shaheen 2 times. 3 horses have done that. And actually, Dark Saffron this year was another, added the 3rd horse to that record.
No, he was tremendous. 18 times first or second, 25 starts. Finished second to the Divulge for the late, great Rick Violet in the Woodward, in the Whitney, as well, at 1 1/8 miles. So he wasn't just a sprinter. He was a horse that was effective at a very high level at all sorts of distances. Really an amazing horse. And here's the field for it. School Calls Folly has a challenger, though, in Illmatic, who was very impressive breaking his maiden. This race could feature a pretty quick pace, but School Calls Folly has been very impressive for trainer Rick Dutrow in his last couple of starts.
Yeah, this Gander victory was a very nice victory. The track that day, good, a little bit of moisture in it. What were your thoughts on the track?
I didn't.
Nothing.
You know, as long as tracks are harrowed,
Yes.
I don't think that often about the moisture in the track unless there's some very rare horse that just loves moisture. He's running fast tracks. I think of it more about seal tracks. That's just me as a handicapper. He's been impressive. I'm not sure. I know Beyer had this race as fast as the race before it, a little bit faster. I'm a little bit suspect of that because both the second and third finishers ran numbers in that race that I found a little bit hard to justify, but he is good.
He is very good. A minor inconvenience, that's Amelia Green's training.
Yes, who did not run well in the Wood, but that was a tough spot. Waymo is in again on Thursday, and his figure sticks out like a sore thumb, and it's interesting you see Michael Dubb's Silks there. And of course the next race we'll talk about as a race named for a horse that ran for trainer Michael Dubb in those Silks. You'll see them again when you see 4-star Crook. I think Illmatic is a very serious challenger, a horse who's just 1 for 1 in the dirt and has blazing speed.
Yeah, if you're betting, you don't want to take 2 horses at short prices. So Illmatic, I know, is stepping up and going to face winners for the first time, but I thought that was a big effort. Now you wonder as a handicapper and kind of as a horse person, do you react off of a big win like that?
Can he run back to that number? And it's always a question. A lot of maiden winners, impressive-looking maiden winners, do not run back to their number, and some of them do, and we'll find out. I'm going to take Illmatic in this race, but I think it's not going to be that easy because School Calls Folly is very good. As far as the running of the 4-star Crook, which for some reason is the Cupicoy's joy in my racing form. 4-star Crook, an exceptional turf horse who won our Flower Bowl at the expense, I believe, of Sister Charlie. She was a very, very good runner, and you see her in Michael Dubb Silks.
Yeah, just a nice horse here. Just cruised over that turf course. Very neat.
She was a really, really good horse.
Yeah.
It was just too good for the New York Bred Company in general, and she was able to be successful at a high level against open horses as well. And here's the field, and you've got a heavy favorite in Hot Currency at even money and a challenger off a maiden win in its debut in Greek Goddess. Hot Currency, I thought, ran extremely well last time, and she was one of the few horses that was successful on January 9th, 10th, and 11th, being down towards the inside, and she was very close to the rail, and the rail was not good those days.
Well, that's good to note, too, and especially with these 3-year-olds who are lightly raced, you want to see them fight back. You want to see them have this gameness to them, and when you have a horse roll up on your outside like this, you're kind of up against it. You get intimidated a little bit, and she fought on.
Listen, she's run 3 successive fast races. We haven't seen her now for a few months. Maybe Linda wanted to give her a break. I don't know the situation. And I think she has a serious rival in Greek Goddess. Yes. If you look at Greek Goddess debut, it's a little bit slower than her races, but her race itself was significantly better than it looks on paper, in my opinion. The first thing to show is that she breaks about 1.5 to 2 lengths slow in this race, and often debuters that do that will break much better in their second start. But she also did it in a time period where there was an extended period of gold rails. She never saw the inside. She was 4 wide the backstretch, 3 wide on the turn, and she kept on running, ran a reasonably fast race, blowing the brake, and I think the potential exists for this one, if she can build on her debut and be more professional, to be a very solid runner.
And she ran kind of green as well, because you see her, she was kind of waiting on this inside horse a little bit, and then she dug back in, which is cool to see. And usually fillies, especially when they don't have their way right at the break like we showed, they can throw in the towel, Andy. And the fact that she passed horses for a first-time starter, I love that.
And also, you know, a lot of times they make that long extended run after getting left to get to the front, and they're noticeably tired. And when you're doing it racing against the bias, it usually makes it even more pronounced, and she still was able to win. I think there's a chance that Greek Goddess is a considerably better horse than her 69 buyer suggests. We'll find all that out later in today's card, the 6th and 7th races, the Mind Your Biscuits, as well as the 4-star Crook. But a lot more to come on America's Day at the Races, as Nitrogen is going to look to get back on track. A rare blip in the radar for Nitrogen. Last time out, she'll be in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom a bit later today.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First Mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
Reimagined, Belmont Park, we can't wait. Live look there. Sunsplash Oaklawn, welcome everyone. America's Day at the Races on FS2, pristine Saturday afternoon in Hot Springs. On one of the biggest days of the season. Something for everyone, little rock climbing, bouncy house, and oh yeah, by the way, $1 million racing later on this evening. From the infield, welcome everyone. She's Megan Burgess. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Yeah, make no mistake, this is one of the biggest days of racing every season in Hot Springs, the Apple Blossom. And Megan, well, we've been focused on this event for days. For our viewers who are just tuning in, not quite as familiar, what makes the Apple Blossom so significant?
Well, it's the first Grade 1 event here in this distaff division for these older fillies and mares, as this is the very first time the Grade 1 Apple Blossom will be a Breeders' Cup win and you're in event, meaning they get a first-class paid ticket to the biggest race of the year, that championship day in the Breeders' Cup. But this is really a barometer test for these older fillies, as this is the first stop of really kind of determining who is going to rise to the top of the division. It's still early on in the year as we look towards November, but it's going to tell us a lot, especially with their champion Nitrogen coming off of a loss. Statement
race for her, and naturally a race of this magnitude. It is the America's Best Racing's race of the week. Take a look at the field. Drawn last Saturday. Looks like this, 9 deep, mile and a 16th. That big purse, so much on the line. Number 1 Nitrogen, 9 to 5 morning line favorite, and here she is, Megan. Nitrogen Racing Royalty, reigning champion, 3-year-old filly. But yeah, coming off of a loss, so essentially, what does this Apple Blossom opportunity mean for her?
Redemption. She faces the same 2 fillies that were in front of her last time out in the Grade 2 Azeri. Now, I will say this, and Andy Sterling has mentioned it earlier in the program, that it's the first time that she has regressed in her career, which is, at the same time, we want to give her grace. And we had not gotten as much rain on March the 7th for the entirety of the meet, the day of the Azeri, and it was a very tough track that day, of which Majestic Oops kind of skipped over. So it's redemption time for her, getting back to a fast track. And I will say this, she's been pointed to this effort to the Grade 1 Apple Blossom since the day she arrived at Oaklawn, since November. This has always been the game plan. Last year we saw her start on the turf. This year it's all dirt. Of course, eventual champion honors with her versatile campaign last year, so she does have something to answer for though today.
Saw the resume of a champion. Will Nitrogen add an Apple Blossom victory? We'll find out in a little over 5 hours as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Majestic Oops, who defeated Nitrogen, trained by Dan Ward, where we find Maggie.
Lafitte, sometimes patience is key in this game. For trainer Dan Ward, he has had a lot of it, with a career that started back in 1976 working as an assistant for trainer Bobby Frankel, and then on to fellow Hall of Famer Jerry Hollendorfer. He has worked in developing several Grade 1 winners, but when it comes to being in his own name, he's searching for his first one. That could come today with the small but mighty filly right behind me, Majestic Oops. She's getting her Z's in before the Grade 1 dance, which could push her to millionaire status. And it just goes to show that having patience with a horse and patience with yourself always pays off. Let's see what Majestic Oops can do today in that Apple Blossom. Lafitte?
Maggie, she knows how to take down a champion. Majestic Oops, Megan, what's it going to take for her to do it again?
She's the coolest little mare. She's teeny tiny, she's 15'2", and you look at her and you think sprinter, but man, has she shown her versatility through it all. She was, back in the day, you could have picked her up for $12,500.
Incredible.
Now earnings near $1 million, and I find that she's got a weapon just like Nitrogen does, Lafitte. Tactical speed, and she can create her own trip. Now, Nitrogen's best day, Majestic Oops is still going to have to answer for, because I do not believe that that is the Nitrogen that she beat last time out in the Azeri.
Jockey took a tumble yesterday, Francisco Arrieta, but he's good to go. He's healthy, and now trying to win a first ever career Grade 1 victory in the Apple Blossom. Another contender taking a shot at the champ, Regaled, who finished in front of Nitrogen in the Azeri, uncorking this furious run late.
She's always shows up with the run. Now, has she been up to that upper echelon standard? Not quite yet. This is the big telltale for her. And I think she's got every opportunity, Lafitte. She's got plenty of pace to run out today.
third at 30-1 in last fall's Breeders' Cup Distaff, like proving that she can compete at this level.
She can, and many could argue, though, that she might have run better than Nitrogen that day, but she also got a very sharp pace to close into, so we'll see how it fares today. She was running on incredibly well last time out in the Azaria. She returns back here to the same track, this time gets a fast one, and she's also one to me that also favored that wet going. So we'll see how the tables turn, if they do, on this fast, sunny day here in Hot Springs.
58th, running in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, race 10, post time around 6:45 Eastern on FS1. As we go back to New York, Andy and Sam with the pick 4 looming, early pick 4 at Aqueduct. Guys.
I'm a little hurt, Lafitte. You and I had a date for the Apple Blossom a few years ago, and now here I am at Aqueduct at home, where it's
one and done.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I agree. You told them I'm never going back to Oaklawn if I got to work with Sterling again. Admit it. Do it on national TV. Come on. Anyway, we got some racing here, so get out of here. We got our second race coming up today, Sam, and we have a slightly bigger field. I like the number 6, Enduring Spirit. I never expected this horse to be a short price. They are on the track. I'm sorry, I was looking at the actual feed of this race. Did you have an opinion in this race?
I liked Epitaph. I know I heard you and Todd Shrub early on Talking Horses, kind of knocking Todd about picking a Wayne Potts horse.
I wasn't knocking him. I was just pointing out that he's a little bit cold in New York.
Yes, very cold. But I think this horse, now with a little time off, blinkers on. Now, I'm not a fan of that on the rail because horses sometimes will break slow. Not all the time. Yesterday, that did not happen with the other horse that put blinkers on the rail, but maybe a bigger effort today.
And their Epitaph went by with Edgar Zayas. Happy to have him riding here. The 2 Panagiotis went by as well. Cam Duke is the speed. I think he's a little dangerous to wire this field.
That's his best shot. That's the only shot he has of winning this race, in my opinion.
The number 4, the long shot, Because the Night.
I can't make a case for this horse, Andy.
Yeah, Delilah Rivera, the hot riding apprentice, has the mount. The 5, Focusin' for Rick Dutrow, taking a big drop here, not taking any money.
No, which is a little interesting because this is a big drop in class to the 12.5 level, but now second off a layoff should be tighter here.
Drop down as well. Kendrick Carmouche riding Enduring Spirit for Michelle Giangulio.
Well, Kendrick Carmouche is so good at getting horses out of the gate and on the lead, but this is a horse that he himself can't even drag to the lead.
No, this is not a speed horse.
No.
I think the speed is Cam Duke. Can the 1 or the 5 potentially put some pressure on him? And I think Cam Duke is a threat to wire the field in this race. He's not a reliable horse, but he is a horse that he's reliable to be in front. He's just not early. He's just not reliable to be in front late.
Yeah, it's been some time since he has won a race, but luckily for him, it was right here.
We'll take a look at Cam Duke. Last time finishing 4th with Panagiotis finishing 3rd. And the only reason I picked this race to show was, A, there wasn't much to show, and B, I think it's important to note that despite him losing and putting together a lot of losses in a row, he is the controlling speed for Jimmy Ryerson.
He is, and we talked about horses that when you're marred on the rail like that, you've got some intimidation from the outside, some horses just kind of pack running up against you. You can kind of spit the bit there, and that's what he did. The Panagiotis had to check a little bit, but it wasn't a difference in winning or losing the race.
We'll take a look at Focusin' winning a race at Churchill Downs back in early November, and if Focusin' could run back to that race, it's a pretty likely winner, if not a strong contender, but he drops off a bad effort at Laurel after he'd been out for about 4 months for Rick Dutrow, drops to a bottom level here, and I'm a little surprised that he is 7-2 right now and a clear-cut second choice looking at the doubles.
That's a bad thing. Right?
I think it's a negative. I mean,
yes.
He was favored on the morning line, and he just did what my friend Harvey Pack referred to as back flashing. He went from 9-2 to 7-2, and now he went back up to 4-1.
Yeah.
He's what we call dead on the board, for better or worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you look at his comeback race at Laurel, that group, not the strongest group, but the second place finisher did come back to win, and he just chased on the rail. They bet him that day, and the fact that they're staying away from him here, I kind of wonder, the further away you get from his connections at Gulfstream, Saffie Joseph, etc., you wonder where his form is going to end up.
He's been in some sharp barns in the past, but he's in a sharp barn now, and I do think he's an overlay in here, whether it's one of these things they're staying away for a reason or he's just an overlay. And while I did like Enduring Spirit, who I thought ran well enough against a tougher field last time, he was the second choice of the line, and I did not expect him to be this short. And to me, 4-5 is too short. I would rather bet Cam Duke at 5-1 to take a shot to wire the field than bet this horse at 4-5.
Yes, and Chris Elliott, he's a jockey that can be very aggressive with horses. He does his homework. He reads the form. This horse looks like on paper a need the lead type. He gets his confidence up on the front end. Chris Elliott has been aboard him a handful of times. You just have to hope he breaks well and just take a deep breath and hang on.
Christopher Elliott is one of these riders that came here and coming from out of town, and you know, you don't really know. A lot of times they try it and they're just not good enough and they can't get the mounts, and obviously is a very good agent in Jose Santos Jr. But he really impressed a lot. He really has a rider who you've seen get better and better. He's not afraid to be aggressive, but he's not a rider that has to have the lead to win. But as you suggested, and I agree with you, when he's riding a speed like Cam Duke, there is next to no chance that he's going to fool around. The only way this horse is not going to be in front is if he doesn't get out of the gate. Otherwise, Christopher is not looking to take speed away from horses. He is not afraid to go to the lead. And I think 6-1 is a fairly generous price on this horse. We'll see what happens. And it's an interesting race, and especially if you think the 5 is dead in the board and you're somebody that believes in that, you think he's not going to run, it makes it an easier spot for him.
Yeah, it really does. And Chris Elliott, just on him one more time, fantastic that he gets to keep the mount on right to party for the Kentucky Derby.
So far.
So far.
So far. We'll head upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call of the second race.
Enduring Spirit. Last to load. Kendrick Carmouche aboard. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside here. A hard scent Epitaph wants to be on the front end, and challenging right there is Focusin, who's now back to second. Epitaph and Edgard Zayas wanted to be up top, and now they are up by a neck. Chasing to the outside is Focusin. Right there in third is Panagotis. Out wider, Pink Silks. That's going to be Enduring Spirit in fourth, is just in front of Cam Duke. The trailer at the back end of the field is Because the Night. They work into the far turn. 23.16 for that opening quarter mile. Epitaph moving right along is up by a length. Focusin ready to challenge to the outside from second. Nowhere to go yet at the rail. A patiently ridden Panagotis and Jamie Rodriguez in third. Out wider there is Enduring Spirit. Cam Duke, Christopher Elliott, nowhere to run right now, is in behind the leading 4 Because the Night continues to trail. They approach a quarter mile left to go. Epitaph gets the cue and tries to sprint away. Center of the racetrack, Focusin continues to give chase. Also right there, Enduring Spirit and the Pink Silks, and now about to split. Here comes Panagotis ready to challenge. They're swarming this leader as Focusin has now taken the lead. It's Focusin, but here comes the challenge from Enduring Spirit. Panagotis still running on his Epitaph. Focusin, Luis Rivera Jr., they find enough, and Focusin gets the victory. Tight photo there for second. To the outside, Enduring Spirit with the oncoming Panagotis and Epitaph in 1 minute 12.20 seconds.
Well, Sam, they didn't know, because whoever they are, they weren't betting on the number 5 in this race. Focusin, the morning line favorite, pays a generous 7-2. Has a good trip, but so did Enduring Spirit, and he was simply the best horse.
Yeah, this was a nice way to dig in for Focusin here, because Enduring Spirit, the 6 on the outside, looked like he had every right to just cruise right on by, and you should at that point, but Focusin just a little bit better. Sorry for they, who didn't get the price on.
They did not get it done. There's somebody that's happy when they don't like your horse. You got 7-2 on a horse that should have been a shorter price. The race was changed when Cam Duke didn't break, and he actually ran reasonably well considering he was taken out of his game. Let's head back to Lafitte and Meg in Hot Springs.
Exciting finish in that second race. Aqueduct here at Oaklawn, first of 12 on this Apple Blossom Saturday. $40,000 claimers. Let's meet the field. Lottery win. Asmussen's own Train and Ride.
First time gelding inside there with some speed. Should control according to the pace projector.
Big Tech, more. Asmussen's outsider, 9-1. Then the favorite, Rowdy Riot. Rafael Bejarano, 3 wins yesterday.
Drops in class. Always seems to put forth a consistent run on the dirt.
Middy's gritty. Long time since that impressive debut win.
Was in against Way Too Tough last time out and took some dubious money, but I find he has found the fronts here.
Leading rider, Ramon Vasquez and Militant.
Cuts back for the first time.
Gunfire, 6-1.
Should show some speed for the Jinx Fires barn as he winds down his tenured training career.
And Scottish Storm on the outside, longest shot on the tote board.
Yeah, cuts back in distance now and then back up in class off a dismal performance when in for 12-5. I certainly have my question marks about him.
Ready to get this party started. First race, Apple Blossom Saturday. These $40,000 claimers. A minute out, we check in with Maggie Trackside, starting with Lottery Win. Maggie, what's the gelding showing you?
Lafitte, where you been? Party's already started out here on the Oaklawn apron for this Apple Blossom Day. And as always, the Oaklawn fans are out in droves to see the Grade 1 later on in the card, Nitrogen versus Majestic Oops. It is a warm and glorious sunshiny day, and I'm an idiot because I wore black pleather. So I'm sweating. But let's take a look at the horses who maybe a little bit warm out on the racetrack too, but that's a good thing on a day like this. Steve Asmussen will send out a duo from the rail as Lottery Win. He is the older of the two. He does seem as though, at least on the surface of things, that a wet track might be preferable. Now, you know, I think there's kind of three groups of horses when it comes to wet tracks. Horses who just utterly excel on wet tracks and prefer it over the fast going. Then there are horses who probably handle it better than some. And then there are horses who just can't handle it. And I feel like he might be in the middle group, which is kind of the majority of horses. So I'm willing to take the view that he is okay on this fast going because he looks fantastic here for Steve as he is now third off of a layoff. Does come in here as a listed new gelding. He has faced some decent horses, I think, despite competing at this same level in his last two where he was protected. He just looks great, really fit, sharp, but maintaining, you know, keeping a lid on it per se. I do think his stablemate, who is younger, might be a little bit up against it, but he is 9-1. I love the turn back for this horse as he is second off the claim here for Steve. Now, he has had a heavy workload here in 2026, making already his sixth start of the year. It shows a little bit. He is really, really tucked up and defined, but I do think that this cutback is going to be better for him, especially being a son of accomplished sprinter Practical Joke. Then a total wild card, number 5, Militant, comes off the trainer change private purchase for Boyd Castor. Such a good looking horse. I mean, in my notes going back to 2024, I had written how much of a lovely appearance this guy made when starting for Brad Cox. I think that first race back off the really long layoff in May of 25 was actually better than it looks. He is incredibly sharp coming in here, and considering it's about an 11-month layoff, he looks very fit. I'm wondering what he does here, Lafitte, at a generous 8-1.
He's 8-1. Megan, your top selection, 9-1, Big Tech.
I'm going with a little bit of a long shot here in Big Tech. I think the cutback is just what he needs, and from my notes, I find he'll excel at, though he will have to tangle with some speed on the front end.
Matt Dinneman, the voice of Oaklawn, with the call. Race 1 on this Apple Blossom Day. It's post time.
Side post. 12 races today on Apple Blossom Day. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running on Apple Blossom Day 2026. Middy's Gritty gets the first call of the afternoon, was away swiftly, is on top early on. Lottery Win not far behind, moving forward down on the inside to be part of the pace. Gunfire is 3 wide with that pair. Length and a half to Big Tech, settles off the pace today, running in 4th on the rail. Rowdy Riot is between horses. Militant is 3 deep, gap of 2 to Scottish Storm at the back with a half mile to go. Middy's Gritty is a nose in front now. Lottery Win holds the rail spot. These two together as they approach the 4-turn run. They open up a length and 3/4 on Gunfire, who's now being sent along from the 3rd position. Big Tech moving to his inside. Rowdy Riot is next in the group. He's pumped the barn hard, rounding the far turn. 4 behind with Militant and a big space back to Scottish Storm as they hit the quarter pole. It's still Middy's Gritty with a narrow lead, but Lottery Win's going well on his inside. Lottery Win off the turn with Middy's Gritty, still going at it 1-2 with 3/16 to go, and they've opened up 3 lengths on Gunfire. Rowdy Riot still in 4th with a furlong to go. Lottery Win inside, nose in front. Middy's Gritty still right there. Lottery Win with the upper hand now. Middy's Gritty coming back. Middy's Gritty, Lottery Win to the line. It's a photo finish. Very tight between those two. Middy's Gritty and David Cabrera. Lottery Win, Eric Asmussen hit the line together. Gunfire 3rd, Rowdy Riot 4th. Photo to start off the day.
Slugfest to the wire. Neither giving an inch. Lottery win inside. Middies gritty outside, hitting the wire together.
Honestly, Lafitte, it looks as if though the inside runner, actually that's too close for me to call. But, you know, you got to give it to Lottery Win, who is up on that pace throughout on the inside. He did a lot of hard work, but the number 4 Middies Gritty was honestly questionable last time out. Was gelded for the first time, ran to it last time out, and just did not fare against a much tougher group. And he definitely found the right spot. Now here for Chris Hartman.
We have a winner, Middies Gritty. Nosing out Lottery Win here in this first race, Oak Lawn Park. Perfect example where you have claiming horses. These aren't stakes types of runners, but claiming runners here, Megan, like all for sale, but showing their class, their heart, and determination. This
is the bread and butter of our game. This is what makes me excited to get up and handicap races, is when you're trying to figure out those points in form, and you might not get it right all the time, but it's really fun when you do. And they just really, they show up, they're consistent, they're sturdy, they keep themselves protected so well, and it makes me happy to see them run. And I honestly love going through the Oak Lawn Park cards, because any jurisdiction, it's a melting pot of horses.
And for Middies Gritty, he had that impressive debut a while back. Some disappointments along the way, an extended losing streak, and getting back to the winner's circle today. That one has to feel good.
Absolutely.
Albeit for Chris Hartman, just a second start for Hartman.
Right. We'll see if he's claimed here for $40,000, which seems like a pretty logical price for this horse. I'm sure he probably was claimed. He feels like a popular claim.
We'll keep you posted. Middies Gritty. Lottery Win does everything but win. 4-1, 6-3, race 1, Oak Lawn, as we are just getting started on this Apple Blossom Saturday in Hot Springs. Still to come, the trainer who engineered the upset of a champion, Dan Ward, hoping to win the Apple Blossom with Majestic Oops 44 years after his first trip to Oak Lawn. Plus, Oak Lawn's marquee event for sprinters, Booth, back to defend his title. Tejano Twist, a 4th whack at this thing. Roll on Big Joe, the razor-sharp favorite in the Cowfleet Stakes. So who's fastest? And later, from Keeneland Racecourse in Lexington, Kentucky, we're on site for the 50th and final Kentucky Derby qualifying race, the Lexington. Those stories and much more on this landmark edition of America's Day at the Races.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And Sam, I don't know if you've ever been to Claiborne, but every time we show these beauty shots from Claiborne, I just wish I could go visit.
I wish I could be a horse there. I would have a great life out there, take naps.
So you wouldn't be a lobster?
No.
You've seen that movie, I
Yes. I'd be a horse.
Lobsters live a long, long time.
They do.
Race number 2, trainer Rick Dutrow and Louis Rivera Jr. getting the victory aboard Focus In. The morning line favorite pays a generous $9, so they did not know. And I kind of interested in looking at this rundown of the finish as the number 2, Pangiotis, was able to just get by the favorite in the late stages for second money in that race. Make your own determinations, but it was Louis Rivera getting the job done for Rick Dutrow on the second choice in race number 2, who paid 9 and some amount of change, 36. I love the breakage.
The breakage. You know, you want that extra 6 cents.
You want whatever it is. Listen, let me tell you something.
Yeah, you do.
As a bettor, I think no matter what you bet, whatever your amount of betting is, I believe that the breakage by the end of the year, it allows you to have one extra bad day.
So true.
You know, the money will add up in your account. Most people bet for the accounts these days. You don't see it coming in, but you'll get the dribs and drabs coming in that'll allow you to have another lousy day that you couldn't have had without it. I am a very big advocate of breakage and thrilled that we were able to finally get it in New York. Race number 3 coming up. The favorite is the 2 Magni over the number 5 Taprit's Temper. I'm leaving for now. You are going to hang around for another race. Todd Schrupp will be stopping into my spot. You'll actually have a professional host up here to join Lafitte Pinkai and Greg Wolf. 2 other professional hosts. I'll be back on to be the analyst a little bit later today, and then you'll be heading the paddock as well. A lot more to come on a long day, but a great day on America's Day at the Races.
Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
She's so spicy, she won it by 4 lengths on the wire. Side by side and stride for stride. Who's it gonna be? My Soldier Citizen Bull. Bear has it close to home from Brussels. Bear's the Breeders' Cup winner.
And Skippy's got it won. It's an upset in Pegasus 10.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
In case you missed it, it's on. Next Saturday, Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty, Preakness winner Journalism, Round 3 in the Oaklawn Handicap. It's happened once in 34 years. 1-2 finishers in the Kentucky Derby meeting as 4-year-olds, and you'll see it right here. Sovereignty, journalism, Oaklawn Handicap next Saturday on America's Day at the Races. It's going to be electric. Megan, I got a text from you yesterday. It said one word, journalism. I could feel like the enthusiasm radiating through the phone.
I was in the paddock. I said, oh my goodness, because I saw a clip shared. They were sending their grade 1 winner journalism to face his familiar foe in Sovereignty. And how do you not get excited? You think about the great rivalries in this sport, Affirmed, Alyadar. It's giving the same kind of energy, and I can't wait to see these boys yet again. We got to follow them last summer in Saratoga. I'm very familiar with them, and I can't wait to see how they've grown up a bit as 4-year-olds. And they're both coming off of layoffs, so who's going to be the fresher face? We shall see. But boy, are we excited to bring this to you. We're going to have coverage here all week showcasing them as they get off the trailer to when they enter the starting gate.
So fired up, so good for the sport and certainly the fans. That's taking place next Saturday. We'll push it aside for the moment because it's time for Name That Apple Blossom winner here, Megan. Richie didn't do so well with this, all right? So here we go. First clue. Not much of one. She won 8 of 18 starts. That's all we start with.
Okay. All right.
You don't have it yet?
All righty. 3.4.
Earnings.
Okay. I promise I'm not looking this up.
First grade 1 win, the Apple Blossom. Delivered Songbird's final loss in the personal instant.
Okay.
Breeders' Cup Distaff champion, older mare the same year. That's all we're giving you.
That's all we're giving you? Where isn't this? Hold on. I'm really embarrassed. Embarrassed. Delivered Songbird's final loss.
Smile like the Cheshire Cat or Richie. He has company.
He does have company because I'm really bad at this too. There we go. It's
Forever Unbridled.
As I look at this, and I think Johnny Velasquez on the out of this segment is the clue.
If it was named that Apple Blossom winning jockey, you'd be doing awesome.
I would be doing awesome because that did register, but Forever Unbridled, you just go through the list as we take a look at her personal instant. You go through the list, Midnight Bijou, Latruska, which I thought was going to be who we showcased, that incredible race with Latruska and Monomoy Girl fighting it out. But what a mare she was, and pretty incredible. The history of the Apple Blossom and the Zenyatta. I mean, it's pretty remarkable, the race mares that have come through Oaklawn.
Chuck Fipke's Forever Unbridled, trained by Dallas Stewart, parlaying that Breeders' Cup Distaff win and a championship. And yeah, just to lend perspective to what this race represents, winning on this Apple stage, what it means in that moment and for the future.
It's historic. It's incredibly, it can't be overstated, the stature of this race. We think about the Personal Ensign, we think about the Alabama for 3-year-olds. This is one of the preeminent races on the calendar, and champions are made here. Champions are made in this race, and I find that, to me, I've got a sneaky feeling that we will have potentially a champion, a Breeders' Cup Distaff champion, emerge from this very group.
We get another shot later, kinda. We'll ask you to pick an Apple Blossom winner, hoping you do better than name that Apple Blossom winner. As far as some of the main contenders that we've already touched on, what about some of the others, like 5G with aforementioned Johnny V? Megan, 5G, who's on this pattern of winning every other race that really doesn't bode well for her chances today, should that pattern hold true.
Not typically, but I will say this. She's been training really, really well, and I've enjoyed what I've seen from her. She's got a little bit of consistency there. I mean, 4 for 8 lifetime, and she's definitely a face that it really intrigues me, especially coming off of a little bit of this is the 3rd start for her off of the layoff. She was kind of a no-show 2 back where she was almost in climbing mode. I've never found her to be particularly a sprinter. So she was actually my pick before she did scratch out of the Kentucky Oaks. So I've always been really high on this horse, and I think that she's coming into the right form, but I'll say it again, and you'll hear me say it throughout the program. It's going to take a big step up from any of these fillies to beat Nitrogen on her A-game.
Later on this evening, Grade 1 Apple Blossom, 58th running, Breeders' Cup implications, one of the most important races every season here at Oaklawn Park. Jockey John Velasquez, who has won it twice, trying for the third aboard 5G. He has, in fact, done it all. Can he capture a third Apple Blossom? Find out this evening, 58th Apple Blossom on Fox Sports 1. One, two, three, four, five, four, three, two, one.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Downtown New York City, as unique of a destination as anywhere in the world. America's Day at the Races takes you all over the country today. We have significant coverage at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and we're going to make history for this program. We'll be bringing you live racing action from historic Keeneland Racecourse in Lexington, Kentucky. But our home base is right here in New York, and welcome back to Aqueduct. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with Samantha Perry. Have you had time on this trip? Because you're normally in South Florida. To go and see some of the sites?
I have not, but that's okay because it's a little bit chilly for my taste, to be honest, Todd. But
these Florida people.
I know my blood has gone so thin now, so I just I'm okay with just enjoying it from afar on the beauty shots.
Well, and we're glad that you stayed out here at Aqueduct because you're picking some winners. A $9 winner in the previous race. 2 races done on this 8-race card. We've had a little bit of everything. A post-time favorite race 1, the $9 winner in the previous race. Bit of an overlay there in some respects. As we look ahead to race number 3 to go 6.5 furlongs here on the main track, Never Won 2 Lifetime Claiming Company. As far as where the money is going, Samantha, it is to the 2 Magni. That's not really a surprise. 6 to 5 in the morning line, just a quarter of a click up right now in the odds at 7 to 5. But we start the post parade with the 1. Monte Avi.
I like that this horse is coming off of a victory. I know it took some time to finally break that maiden, but I like when a horse has confidence coming in.
Here's our favorite Magni, now drifting up a little bit to 3 to 2.
That could be a tall tale sign there.
and the 3 is Dat Dares Right. What do you make of a mare, a female racehorse, taking on the boys here?
Well, it's not a great thing sometimes, but sometimes women can develop and mature a bit quicker. So for a younger horse, I like it, but for an older, not as much.
Majestic Arc, speaking of old, he's 7 years old and he's still looking for the second win of his career. The 5 is Taprit's Temper, also not a great record, 1 for 24. And then finally the 6, Essentially Fast.
He's not that fast, though, unfortunately. I feel like when you give the name, a horse a name to do something, they do the opposite.
Yeah, and then I wonder why sometimes you name a horse slow, but if you believe in that theory, then they end up being fast.
Right?
There's a look at the horse that everyone expects to be fastest in here, 7-5 favorite Magnite. Let's go back to March 27th, race number 8 at Aqueduct. This horse was claimed out of this race, but what about the performance itself? Third beaten 3 lengths, going 7 furlongs in here. Is this a good enough effort, if repeated, to beat today's field?
He'll still have to step it up a bit. That was such a runaway winner that day, and he tracked on nicely. Some horses get their confidence beat up when there's just such a runaway winner like that, but he was battling back pretty gamely. He lost the battle and the war there for that second place finish, though.
But if you look back all the way to 4th, so he was 3rd in that race. By 7 3/4 lengths. So yeah, there were 2 horses that were clearly better that day, but in a field of 9, this horse was 3rd by a large margin here. So it sounds to me like you're a little skeptical of this 6-5 favorite. Where are you looking?
I'm gonna try Wayne Potts one more time here. I love the gelding angle.
Yeah, and Wayne Potts in the previous race had the pace setter. Looked like that horse may upset at 9-1.
Yeah.
And this is something that I know Andy Serling has cheekily made fun of, that you like to look for that angle on the ultimate equipment change.
Yeah.
First time gelding.
Well, it's not something that works all the time. Sometimes you're just trying something different. The last win was November of 2024 for this now gelding here, but we get on a dry track. Maybe the gelding will change him around some.
The 5, Taprit's Temper, currently up on the board as our second choice at 5-2. The third choice is the 4, Majestic Arc. I was mentioning his age. It's unusual to be 7 years old and you're still looking for the second win of your career. Is that a huge concern in this spot today, the 1 for 29, and the fact that this one's getting long in the tooth?
Yeah, no kidding, right? Yeah, this horse here, the wins just don't stack up here. A couple underneath finishes as well, but you've got to run these horses somewhere, and this is the spot that came up. I think it's a pretty big jump, though, from the 12-5 to the 20 non-2.
So then we have, overall with this field, you've got the 1 for 29 of Majestic Arc. You got the 1 for 24 on a horse that both you and I actually think could win, Taprit's Temper. I don't normally like to play 1 for 24. But even Magni, the 6-5 morning line favorite, is even money, is 1 for 16. Should we give some credit to a horse who's actually coming off a win? I know it took a while for the one Monte Avi to get the win, 11 tries, but the fact that this horse is a recent winner, would you give the one a look at the price of 11-1?
Absolutely. The third place finisher, So Spirited, came back to win yesterday, so if that...
Update to the catalog page.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. Flatters him a little bit, but... horses that run for a lower level claiming tag, Todd, I feel like once they get that confidence and they get that win under their belt, they get a little taste of victory, maybe they just continue to step up again. And honestly, I don't think you need to step up that much in order to beat a field like this. You go from the rail. This horse does not have a lot of early speed at all, but if he can just stay in the mix, he won at this 6.5 distance last time, that's a good sign. And all these other horses, they haven't seen a win in some time.
We showed you the prices from race number 1 at Oaklawn Park. So we have full team coverage in Hot Springs, Arkansas, with the big races still looming down there. The Count Fleet and the Grade 1 Apple Blossom featuring Nitrogen. And then history made for this program, we will bring you live racing coverage from Keeneland Racecourse in Lexington, Kentucky, where today they have the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley and officially the final Kentucky Derby prep race with the Lexington. But we're in the midst of our card here at Aqueduct, race number 3. The field is approaching the starting gate. This is the start of the pick 6. That was the big pool yesterday. We had 2 days where they didn't solve the pick 6. And then, of course, on the third day with the big pool, everybody seemed to solve it yesterday. And it looks very similar as you look through the rest of the card.
Yes.
It could be a very predictable pick 6. Samantha, as they're about to move into line, remind us who you like here in the third at Aqueduct.
Let's try the one with a recency edge here.
11-1. I like it. You're not scared.
No.
Our favorite is the 2, Magni, at 4-5. Odds-on favorite. Second choice is the 5, Taprit's Temper, at 5-2. And then the 7-year-old, still looking for that second win of his career. The 4, Majestic Arc, is 9-2. The field is loading quickly, live from Aqueduct here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's the 3rd at Aqueduct. Chris Griffin with the last of the load and then the call.
Taprit's Temper. Essentially fast. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Taprit's Temper, the early trailer. Right to the front, it's Majestic Arc. Has company to the inside. Here comes Monte Avi, and there's the gray. Dat Dare's right is a close-up 3rd. Just behind them, Essentially Fast is trying to move forward, is taken 4th. It's just ahead in front of Magni, and slow-starting Taprit's Temper is now wide. And the trailer, as they work up the backstretch, they're chasing Katie Davis and Majestic Arc. They're going to control the tempo early. Monte Avi and Jamie Rodriguez on the move. They're here 2 wide, coming after the leader. Dat Dare's right, still patiently ridden from 3rd. Just behind them, tight hold on Magni. Nowhere to go yet, and here comes a run from Taprit's Temper. The trailer, Essentially Fast. Majestic Arc is trying to skip away. It's Majestic Arc who's up by 2. All in. Monte Avi is trying to hold second, but here comes company on either side. 3 wide, it's going to be Taprit's Temper, green cap. Magni, nowhere to go yet. Ricardo Santana Jr. waiting to give Magni the cue. They reach the top of the stretch. Majestic Arc has led throughout. Ready to pounce is Taprit's Temper. Now Magni is cut loose down at the rail, trying to catch the top duo. Approaching a final furlong, and Magni's got the momentum. Taprit's Temper is putting on a fight, is now a clear second. Majestic Arc back to 3rd. Magni has a 16th left to go, is now up by a length and a half and widening this margin. Give it to Magni to win it. Magni over Taprit's Temper in a photo there with Majestic Arc and Monte Avi in 1:18.59 seconds.
As was sometimes heard on the circuit, Ricardo Santana Jr. And look, he takes advantage of what ends up being a pretty good trip here on the rail. But let's start with a bad tripper. Let's go back to the start. The 5, Taprit's Temper, first time gelding, and it looked like a first time starter situation here. Broke horribly.
Yeah, this is I don't want to say it there off you lose, but this was not a great situation to be in, and then had to sort of rush up here, Todd. It's not ideal.
And then would get into contention, turning for home. As a matter of fact, turning for home, it looked like Taprit's Temper might have the advantage, but you had to figure the horse was going to flatten out after having to rush up. Meanwhile, on the inside, taking advantage is our favorite, Magni.
Well, what a great ride by Ricardo Santana. That no point did he ever panic. I've got the best horse here. Let's wait for the rail to open up and just slide right on through.
And the favorite goes on to a clear victory here. Was 4-5 moving into line, was 4-5 at post time. A photo for second that has been decided after that tough luck trip. Taprit's Temper ends up second. So 2-5-4-1 here in race number 3 at Aqueduct. 4-5 over 5-2 over 5-1 over 11-1. Was it something I said? I literally just said hello to you, and now I've got to say goodbye?
I know. Goodbye. I'm done with you. I'm just kidding.
Are you going to go down in the paddock and help us out?
I am. I'm going to be down in the paddock for these 2 stakes races, the New York bred. So very excited. This Okie bred is going to report on some New York breds.
You know what they say about Oklahoma? It's on the license plate. It's okay, but you're not okay. You're great. Fantastic. Way to go, Okie bred. All right, Samantha transitions down to the paddock, and we transition to Hot Springs, Arkansas, anchoring our coverage on a huge day at Oaklawn Park. It's Lafitte Pinkai.
It is a moving target, Ton. Lots of moving parts on this stellar Saturday of thoroughbred racing. And here, we'll meet the field for race 2 at Oaklawn. Looking at Tis Charming, Asmussen's nosed out in the opener with lottery win.
I like this horse. He does come from off of it with a little bit of speed scratch out of this race, but he's a looker.
Curlin's in charge, second half of the entry. 2 for 1 you're getting, 3-1.
Yeah, he's the lesser of the 2 and the one that's a little bit below his stablemate there in the
Bolt
1.
at midnight. Quick gelding doesn't always break sharp.
You're exactly right there, but does have speed when he does break.
Booming, Indiana bred.
Just hasn't really fared. Can't really make a strong case with him in this spot.
Camp Daddy, 6th start at the meet.
Boy, is he looking for his first Oaklawn victory from 6 starts, but he always seems to be right there.
Ringside, Ramon Vasquez takes over.
And one that has been well beaten by similar faces that he embarks upon again.
Parkway, been a struggle at Oaklawn.
It's been a struggle at Oaklawn, but he's got some Remington Park form if he can translate it. But he's 0 for 6 here in Hot Springs so far.
$10,000 claiming crew kicks off the early pick 4, one of many competitive races today. Oaklawn Park. Post time 4 minutes as we circle back to trainer Chris Hartman, who has Bolt at midnight here, and later he'll unleash his star 7-year-old sprinter Tejano Twist in the Count Fleet. Inhaled him, Megan, in the Whitmore.
His most visually impressive performance to me to date, and you're exactly right, he did inhale that field. And he's coming back, though, to a group in this Count Fleet that has plenty of pace for him to run at, as he is the typical closing sprinter, and he has rewarded the Hartman family. His stepdaughter Jackie actually co-owns this horse. It's a family affair. His wife Hillary gets on this horse in the morning, so this is their guy, and he is searching for his first elusive Count Fleet victory, as he's been chasing it for a couple of years now.
Fourth whack at it this afternoon as you look at the field. Roll on Big Joe coming in white hot, the favorite, and the defending champ Booth, Eric Asmussen, riding for father Steve. This was the scene a season ago. Asmussen brothers in the Heilig Broke white. Eric on Booth in front. Keith on Rivet closing. 1-2 finish for the brothers in the Count Fleet.
The brothers Asmussen, as Booth was really desperate for the wire here, and he gets a lot of pace on deck in this Count Fleet. I will say this, he does not have the foundation of races that he had last year. He had some really big performances on the back of this Count Fleet victory. He's coming in fresher. Perhaps that could be the key for him, but to me, the pace puzzle looks a little daunting for him early.
But it's an Asmussen, it's Steve Asmussen. That was his 7th win in the Count Fleet and 4th overall. Booth with Eric 7-2 trying to defend his title. And here is Eric Asmussen on Tis Charming, that tough defeat in the opener, riding for dad. And look, this season, father and sons working together, Megan, their sheer volume and lots of family photos in the winner's circle together.
Every day I see them take a photo since I've been here in December. It seems as an incredible record, 40% in the money, 43 wins. Eric is such a fun character. He's got this swagger about him. He's so confident. He's been aggressive on track, just as if he is in real life, but he's also incredibly humble, and he really loves this game. He's been in it since the day he's been born, and he's been making the right moves. I've really seen improvement in him this meet.
Who said going into business with family was a bad idea?
Not from those stats. They've been really doing well together, as Eric will be on Tis Charming in this spot. I'm hoping that he's a little bit more aggressive and engaged, though, in this spot, because he's going to have to be from that inside post.
It's not just a fun story to follow, because, yeah, it's father and sons working together, but they've been, the success they've enjoyed together is well, and it just, to follow this particular story every season here at Oaklawn has become a highlight.
It has, and the pride to see Steve watch his sons do this. And as a father to watch his sons do this, and it's not an easy thing to watch your sons do. Ride racehorses.
And you're absolutely. Tis Charming, who you're going with. You like the entry here.
I do. I understand he might be against the flow of the race with some of the speed coming out, but I find there will still be a good amount signed on. Camp Daddy should control. Bolt of Midnight will be there not directly to, but on the outside of the one Tis Charming. Now, last time out, I will say he's been kind of trying to break through the non-2 winners, but this is the perfect spot for him, and he is a closer, but I find that he's the one that I want in this spot, and Eric has been getting his horses more aggressive. He's been getting his horses and reading the race. That's the key. He's so acute and now being able to see things happen in real time. So that's what's really impressed me the most about Eric and what I trust in as far as handicapping this particular race.
And then Bolt of Midnight, who is the favorite. Yeah, he's quick on paper, the one to beat. I get it, but watch him at the start, sometimes his own worst enemy, getting out of the blocks clean.
He is, and while I haven't been in the paddock for this race, I have in his last couple, and he can get really worked up. He's a big, leggy individual. He's certainly a router, and he's incredibly consistent 2 for 5 here at Oaklawn Park with a 2nd place finish. Now, he can really be his own worst enemy, and if he doesn't break with speed, he often kisses his chances goodbye.
Your thoughts on Camp Daddy, number 4, well supported on 8 at 8-5.
He's so consistent. I mean, he hasn't really run a bad race except for the very beginning of last year's Oaklawn meeting. So the problem is he doesn't typically win those races, right? He's always the bridesmaid, never the bride. So will today be the day? He's got tactical speed, though. He should be right there with the legs of Bolt at Midnight, who I do find will potentially be sent probably a little bit more than the 4, as Camp Daddy's got all the tactical speed. He's coming into, though, I find an excuse that he probably should have won last time out. I mean, he was beaten by a 35-1 cobblestone bridge that day. He got a gorgeous trip on a slow pace where he was closer to things than that long shot winner. So I didn't really find him a huge excuse last time out, though it perhaps is an easier group this time around.
For our viewers watching the races early on a day like this, as a handicapper, how are you preparing, looking at the remainder of the program in terms of how the track is playing, tendencies, that sort of thing?
I'm just paying attention to the inside, but at the same time, I will say about Oaklawn Park, it has been an incredibly fair meet overall. And my biggest point that I've learned from many in this business is don't go looking for a bias unless it jumps out at you.
Let's see if Bolt at Midnight jumps out of the gate clean. He is the favorite. It's post time. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 2 Oaklawn live on FS2.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Smooth beginning from Camp Daddy, who's on the lead at once. Bolt at Midnight away a little bit slowly. He's going to have to use some energy to get up to the front where he likes to be, and there he goes to the front. Camp Daddy will take a hold, so it's going to be Bolt at Midnight to set the pace here from Camp Daddy's second, and Parkway, who's 3 deep in a stalking position third. Ringside back and forth on the rail, followed up by Curlin's in charge. 2 back to Booming at the rear with Tiz Charming. As they approach the backstretch, Bolt at Midnight has company. Camp Daddy finds himself between horses. Parkway 3 wide as they approach the backstretch run, and they're moving right along here in this second quarter mile. They've scampered 5 ahead of Ringside, who's running in third. Curlin's in charge to the outside. Gap of 2, Tiz Charming and Booming as they head down the backstretch here. Bolt at Midnight's going to have to work hard if he wants to win it here. Camp Daddy still alongside, and Parkway on restraint, but he's right there a half length back, 3 deep with a half mile to go. 2.5 for 3 more. Ringside pushed upon a little bit here. Curlin's in charge, patiently ridden. Outside of him going into the turn, then comes Booming and Tiz Charming under a ride at the back. Around the far turn they go. Parkway, Camp Daddy, Bolt at Midnight, all 3 across the track. They've been that way the whole way around, and here they come to the quarter pole that way. Camp Daddy nose in front. Bolt at Midnight, he's all in second, and Parkway is third. 3 wide as they come off the turn. Camp Daddy with the lead now. Parkway trying to stick around, is still right there. Bolt at Midnight, third to the inside. 1 furlong to go. Camp Daddy on top. Parkway outside, still trying to get there. Bolt at Midnight coming back from the inside. Bolt at Midnight, Camp Daddy and Parkway. Tiz Charming trying to come on late 16th to go. Bolt at Midnight, Camp Daddy. These two nose and nose, and Camp Daddy's going to see it out. Camp Daddy gets it over Bolt at Midnight, then Parkway, and Curlin's in charge, who was 4th.
Another slugfest to the wire. And this time it's Camp Daddy. Christian Torres, 3 wins yesterday, strikes here on the 7-year-old gelding.
Well, through 2 races, you want to be in front. This was not an overtly fast pace whatsoever, but it was a contentious one. We saw the 2, the 4, and the 7 lock horns all the way around the racetrack, and then Camp Daddy is just craning for the wire. Bolt at Midnight, albeit was on that contentious pace, but didn't have a whole lot of excuses. But Camp Daddy didn't break again, but still kind of rushed up for speed and probably used a little bit more than what you would have wanted to at the start. But Camp Daddy, no longer the bridesmaid, finally seals the deal.
Was able to dig a little bit deeper, repel the charge. Bolt at Midnight to his inside, and a 4-2-7-1 unofficial order of finish in the second race. Oaklawn Park, 2 down, 10 to go. So much coming your way on this landmark day for us here on America's Day at the races for the very first time at Keeneland, our maiden voyage in Lexington, cradle of the breeding industry, not to mention home to some of the best racing anywhere. We'll say hello to our crew standing by on site next on America's Day at the Races.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose. An impressive winner of the best pal. Miramonti's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one. This time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff.
Going on to take the distaff.
Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand-new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Incredible to be saying these words once again, and for the first time on America's Day at the Races. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse and to the horse capital of the world here in Lexington, Kentucky. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf, and I speak for everyone here on America's Day at the Races when I say we are honored to be here at one of the iconic venues, not only in horse racing, but in all of sports. And we have it all for you this afternoon. The blue skies have opened up. We're going to be playing to a packed house. And of course, as usual with Keeneland, the racing is exceptional. Here's what we have ahead for you later this afternoon when we swap over to our coverage on Fox Sports 1, the final Grade 1 of this spring meet. One of the really important races in the female turf division, the Jenny Wiley, and the official final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby, the Grade 3 Lexington, a race that Brad Cox has won 4 times in the past. He'll have likely the top 2 choices to come in that race again as he seeks a 5th later on this afternoon. With me, one of the top trainers of all time, Tom Amos, one of the great handicappers I've met in my lifetime, former champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. You've had some big wins here, Tom, over your career. From a trainer's standpoint, what's it like to enter and to win here at Keeneland?
Well, Keeneland is just different, and that's true for every owner that races here, jockey that races here, especially the trainers. When you walk in the facility, you know you're walking into the cathedral of racing. It's an international landmark in racing, and to win here and to step into that winner's circle is a special, special feeling you will never forget.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of like Saratoga, right? I mean, every card, every day is always a bettable, fun experience, and I just absolutely love being here. The energy when you walk into this place, you can absolutely feel the history that's behind us.
Very special. We have a great spot as well behind one of the most beautiful paddocks anywhere in the world, which has been remodeled as well. So many great restaurant venues behind us as well. We'll talk more about that later in the program. But this racetrack, it is about the special racing. It is about the atmosphere. And we're going to get to Acacia a little bit later on as well with more on that. But certainly some huge racing ahead. Final Grade 1 of the meet, and the Jenny Wiley. Chad Brown absolutely has dominated this race. Good chance, likely he could again now, because we have a massive scratch in this race. Lush Lips coming out. It was the morning line favorite for Brendan Walsh. We found out that news earlier today.
We did indeed. And, you know, it was a very even race, even with Lush Lips in there. But going to the outside horse, Jonathan, Segesta, and looking at her last race last November, she's coming off a layoff, 4 of the 9 horses in here are coming off layoffs, but this is the beginning of turf racing. This is opening weekend, so to say. And don't forget, the Breeders' Cup Turf is right here at the end of the season, at the beginning of November.
Yeah, the one thing I really like about Suggestion is she ran well here. She actually broke her maiden here. She ran well here last fall in the First Lady, which is like the fall version of the Ginny Wiley. I think she's sitting on a big opportunity, even from that outside post.
And obviously, you talk about the layoff, Tom. There's no one better at bringing someone off the bench than Chad Brown.
He's the best. He's the best trainer at bringing horses off the layoff, as you said, Greg. When you watch her go to the lead here, she literally went to the lead without being asked. Now she's being asked to accelerate, and when you can see with your naked eye a horse drawing off from a group and showing a different speed, that's the sign of a very, very good horse.
Even money favorites. She will likely inherit favoritism now with Lush Lips coming out. You see that record for wins, including, as JK mentioned, winning here at Keeneland to break her maiden. And that First Lady, she ran too good to lose that day, that grade 1.
She ran really well that day, and like you mentioned, Chad's had a lot of success here. Chad's had a lot of success everywhere when it comes to grass racing, but I think Suggestia is looking to kind of take that step forward. The female division, with some of the horses kind of graduating out of that over the last couple of years, is a little bit wide open. That's why I think this race is so competitive.
They'll have dynamic pricing as well. Grade 1 winner in her own right, so a pretty potent 1-2 punch for one of the most potent barns in the country.
Yeah, and they both have different styles. One is tactical and Suggestia, which I think is important here. I don't see a lot of pace in this race. The 9-horse Aussie Girl seems to be the lone speed, but I think you've got to be tactical against that horse. Again, it gives our outside horse, Suggestia, the real chance to jump on her early.
Final grade 1 of the spring meet here at Keeneland still to come in our coverage when we jump over to Fox Sports 1. We'll be playing once again to a packed house on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon in Lexington. We'll see you later from Keeneland Racecourse. Stay tuned.
A spectacular Saturday here on America's Day at the Races, right on Fox Sports 2. And if you're playing the action, you should have your Naira Bets account, and they're offering a great promotion right now, the $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Welcome back to our set at Aqueduct. I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with Paul Verderosa, and we've met each other a few times away from this set over the years.
We have, and I have to tell you, not to give you your flowers, everybody's giving you all the credit in the world this week, and rightly so.
No, actually, go ahead.
All right, I will for sure. All right. So would you accept gifts? But no, actually, long before I was even a thought in this industry and just a fan and a gambler, you know, seeing you at Belmont Park all of the time, you were more than friendly, amicable. We took quite a number of pictures together on your old set.
Andy Serling, you have the rest of the day off.
Oh, okay. But no, I really do. This is great. I really looking forward to working with you. It's great having you here this week. The response has been great. As
well,
it should be.
aside from lifting people up as you do throughout life, and you did just here, you're a very good handicapper.
Thank you.
We're coming up on a race, and look, for me, when I go to the racetrack, I'd rather find a vulnerable favorite than necessarily a horse that I really, really, really like.
Yeah.
And I think we both agree we might have a vulnerable favorite coming up in the next race. Let's meet our field here for race number 4 at Aqueduct. It's a maiden claiming event. They're going to go a mile. We're going to start with 2 horses from trainer Todd Pletcher's barn, very different in a lot of respects. Chess Match debuted at Gulfstream Park, Maiden Special Weight Company, and here in the second start, they're offering for Maiden 40.
Yeah, Windstar Homebred that they're giving away for 40, but he did have a tough trip in that start, so he's taking money here. We'll see what we get.
The other Pletcher is Excel, who was also at Gulfstream Park, but both career starts were on the turf. They now take a drop in class, but also move to the main track. What do you expect?
A little dirt pedigree there. The sprinter, the dam, was for the late, great Christophe Clement.
Crowbar Artist going through. Here's the 4, Go Dharma. Is there anything here for this 17-1 shot?
He's going to have to start to pick things up a little bit today if he wants to be involved. It's not in there early either.
Scratch the 5, Ruby's Trouble. And then here was, well, when we were talking about favorite at the time, Restless Renegade was the favorite. It's now the 1. But you're skeptical of this horse, right?
I am. I do not think distance is this horse's friend. You know, I saw this horse in the paddock on his debut here in New York, and it's just a heavier, bigger body type horse, and I just kind of felt like a mile was not going to be his friend. Now, to be fair, he did get dogged up front early in that race, but, man, he just kind of gave way late. So it's tough when you look at this horse because first, Kenny McPeek had the horse. It's hard to claim off of Kenny McPeek.
Yes.
Tom Amos had the horse.
Even harder to claim off Tom Amos?
Yeah, and the horse didn't run well for Tom either. You can make an excuse maybe with the wet track that day, but he did show speed anyway in that start. Linda kind of shelved the horse for a while, you know, and normally when Linda brings these horses here, she knows what she has. She runs them where they belong, and I don't know. I just think the mile's a little too long for this horse, and this horse just kind of gave way late.
Okay, so let's talk about that race a little bit more. We're going to look at May 13th, race number 1 here at Aqueduct, and the track was listed as good. Pretty good time by the winner, but Restless Renegade, after dueling on the lead, ultimately finishes 3rd, beaten 5 lengths. So you're saying it wasn't necessarily this horse was being challenged on the lead. You think it's part of that and the fact the horse had to go a mile. You think this is where the distance is a problem?
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other in that spot, you know. And the pace, okay, to the quarter was fine. They kind of backed down a little bit to 47 to the half. But I just feel like at the end of the day, this horse was in a position where it came back a little bit off the layoff, was fresh, showed speed, which was done before. But I just don't.
But your theory's really going to be tested. And again, I agree with you. But this horse has a clear lead unless one of those Pletchers jumps up and does something that we don't expect. And like we said with Excel, you know, the horse is going to the dirt for the first time, the drop in class on the 1. But if you just look at what everyone's done on paper, doesn't the 6 have a clear lead?
I would think as long as this horse breaks, this horse should be in front. Although with blinkers going on, the 2 Excel in here, I wonder if this is more of a way to get this horse more sharp. Not so much more for focus, but more for sharpness, because this horse has been forward in 2 starts early on and has had a good enough trip after getting knocked around early on last time out. Just did not finish the race and backed up quickly in there. So maybe getting to the dirt, dam side, sprinter, you know, did okay on the dirt, but maybe blinkers will help this horse with an inside draw. Maybe this horse can get forward and maybe get in range of the 6 early.
As we mentioned, Excel, one of 2 horses for trainer Todd Pletcher. That's the other horse we're looking at here. And when you look at the riders on both these horses, Edgar Zayas is on Chess Match. He's known as a tremendous gate rider. We watched him with a Wayne Potts horse a couple of races ago get out to the lead in a race where maybe that wasn't the best speed horse, but that's how good he is. So that's where I look at it. Kendrick Carmouche on Excel. Edgar Zayas on the 1. I think both those riders are going to be hustling out of the gate.
Yeah, and you have to believe, too, in Chess Match's case, I wonder, too, if the cutback's going to help. I don't know about the inside post for this horse. Last time out, this horse was really wide going into the first turn. And it kind of seemed like, while wide on the backstretch, David Egan really got into this horse early on and was asking early when they got around the half. And it just seemed like that this horse just had nothing and kind of backed up. Now, to be fair, Todd's dropping the horse. I'm sure he's not worried about if he loses the horse.
Right.
So Winstar Homebred in this case took some money in the start, not a bunch.
Which Fletcher always willed out at Gulfstream.
Willed, you know. I mean, you look at that race, Easterly came back, didn't run all that good in the Louisiana Derby, but beyond that, there wasn't much going on there. I mean, I guess they're going to take a shot that second time the drop in class is going to help this horse, especially when you've probably seen enough of the 6 at this point to know that.
Well, that's where I got the mixed feelings on this particular Todd Pletcher horse, is because a handicapper I really respect said one of the great plays against is a horse who in their debut gets bet, has an excuse, and then drops in class. And his view was, if you had an excuse in your debut, then why are you dropping in class? And they're always going to be a shorter price. They're going to get played because of the drop. They're going to get played because of the trouble. Now, the trouble you're talking about being wide is something Andy Serling brought up earlier today. But then you juxtapose it with, he didn't run all that well all the way around, and this is not a horse that either operation necessarily needs. They can be more aggressive. I don't know, I just went back and forth. In the end, the even money, I guess, was the biggest problem for me.
Yeah, I think so in this case, too. You're going to have to take a short price on a horse who didn't do much running when asked.
Paul, I got to ask you, because the more we talk about it, do you like anybody in here?
You know, weirdly enough, Crowbar Artist at 9-1 has a little bit of a look. And I think David Aragona also liked this horse a little bit, too.
Sharp. He's so sharp.
This horse just kind of dropped back and was 3-4 wide last time out. But when you look at the race, the winner was a well-meant dropper for Amelia Green in that spot in the debut. The winner of that race won 2 races in a row. First Blessing kind of won back as well, I believe. And then you've got the horses that they all ran 1, 2, 3 around the track in that start. He's going to lay back, and he's kind of got like this plodding one kind of run style. But if you don't trust Restless Renegade going a mile,
and I don't.
You don't think Chess Match is that good.
Interesting.
And if Excel doesn't take to the dirt,
okay,
the only other horse left is Crowbar, because I just don't believe in Go Dharma, who has no speed early and has been beaten double digits. So it's a horse to look at least at 9-1 in a field with some uncertainties.
Well, there's a reason why we have the axiom in horse racing, small field, big price, because it happens quite often, and you'd be in that category if Crowbar Artist can win at 9-1. As they move into line, checking the odds, our even money favorite is the 1 Chess Match. Second choice to the outside, the 6 Restless Renegade at 8-5, and third choice is the 2, currently up on the board at 4-1. It's Excel. What you're watching for here, that last horse about to load, the 6 Restless Renegade. Will he get to the lead? We expect he will, but will he see out the distance of a mile? We're about to find out live from Aqueduct, race number 4 here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off. Squeeze at the start was Crowbar Artist is the trailer. Speed from Restless Renegade from the outside draw is going to have an easy lead right now as a neck in front. Mild pressure to the inside from Chess Match, and quickly moving to the outside, that's Excel. Excel's going to be a stalking second. Go Dharma. Manny Franco took a look over his left shoulder and sees nobody down there, so he gets close to the rail with Restless Renegade. Once again, still up by a head. There to the outside is Excel. As the leader tries to get away, still on the far outside, that's Go Dharma. Just behind them, Crowbar Artist is now caught up with the rest of the field. Chess Match, they're the 2 trailers. 24-4 for that opening quarter mile. And Restless Renegade is in front, is up by a length and a half. Excel starts to move forward here, has now got some momentum for Kendra Carmouche, is cutting into the margin. They work into the far turn, 48.57 for an easy half-mile time, and the sprint is on for home. It's Restless Renegade to the inside, and the oncoming strides of Excel. All in, Go Dharma. Not going on is Chess Match. Chess Match has just dropped way out of it, and from the back, Crowbar Artist. The leader is Restless Renegade. Excel continues to challenge as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Restless Renegade digging into the inside. Excel with every chance to push on by, and they are well in front of the rest. And now Excel asserts and puts a neck in front. Restless Renegade is back to second. A furlong left to go, still between these two, but it looks like it's almost down to just one. Excel, Kendra Carmouche, they're going to dominate here in today's 4th. It's all Excel. Easily. Restless Renegade second, then Go Dharma finishes third at 1 minute 38.63 seconds.
If you were watching Talking Horses earlier today, guess who's got a free dinner from Andy Serling? That would be me. It was just best finish between the two Pletchers, but look, the other Pletcher not a factor. Excel, first of all, you could tell early was taking to the dirt, Paul.
Yeah, and heads-up ride, too, by Kendrick Carmouche here. Went after Restless Renegade early,
Yep.
realized that Restless Renegade was going to go on, and then just took back and said, you know what? Go have it, Manny Franco. I'm going to come after you later, and came after this horse in earnest going into the turn and just put this horse away in the stretch. And again, you know, from a standpoint of time, Restless Renegade, other than the little bit of pressure early which he shook off, had okay splits to try and get through this mile and just couldn't do it late and see it through.
One day they will write books about why Excel for trainer Todd Pletcher in a field of 5 went off at 4-1 at Aqueduct on a Saturday. Posted on the board. 2-6-4-1. 4-1 over 3-2. How about the longest shot finishing third here? The 4 Go Dharma at 36-1. And finishing fourth is the 1 at even money chess match, but far back. All right, we're awaiting prices for the 4th at Aqueduct. Paul and I will remain here and be vigilant, watch the tote board for you. And however, we've got great racing action around the country. And taking over in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and hot, as she mentioned, with that outfit earlier today, temperature-wise, still looks fantastic. Maggie Wolfendale, and we get to say hello to Richard Migliari. Hello, you guys.
Hey, Todd, great stuff out there. Good luck getting that dinner from Andy. But, Richie, we got the fan working. I feel like Beyonce out here.
Yeah, well, listen, we do have a good breeze going on, at least here in the infield.
Yeah.
But in the sun, I don't know about your dress with that. I think you're going to be pretty warm all day. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be cool. I'll be on the desk.
Oh, yeah. Look at me. I'm Richie. Anyway, we still have racing action for you. Of course, it's Apple Blossom Day here at Oaklawn Park, and race 3 is on the track. Richie is a starter allowance going the 6 furlongs, and we do see even money on the outside with number 7. That is Papa Echo. He looks to be the speed of the speed, and here is coming off some fast efforts for Lindsey Schultz.
Yeah, and facing Top Flight Company as well, right? You know, Master Mule ran a bang-up second yesterday to him, so he followed it up, and he does look like the clear speed.
He rounds out the field. Number 1, Culpa went by. That's number 2, Heavenly Conveyance. Here's first off the claim, Trouble Ahead.
Yes, has the right style. Feels like he needs to get a little bit faster, but should be sitting just off the pace.
I'm sure a lot of people blame this. Bourbon's fault.
Yeah.
Bad the night before.
Oh, for sure. And another one coming off a big win, but against a much easier group.
Armando Hernandez sends out Handsome Herb second off the claim.
I like this horse. I don't know that he's good enough to upset Papa Echo, but he's the horse I'm definitely going to be using with Papa Echo.
And Lindsey Schultz, 10 Strike Racing and 4 Corners Racing, they look to break through with Papa Echo. They've been right there. He has been the beaten favorite, though, in his last 2, but has delivered in the past.
Yeah, and I just think the company he's been keeping, the outside post, his natural speed, everything kind of lines up for him, doesn't it, Maggie? Even, albeit at a short price.
Yeah, exactly. And we heard Meg talking about speed, just holding on today. It could be his greatest weapon. But let's talk about a horse who has absolutely no speed, Meg, and that's number 1, Culpa. His biggest Achilles heel, I feel like, is getting out of the gate, which just puts him behind the 8 ball. You think of Safi Joseph, you often think of speed.
Yep.
And Culpa just doesn't have it.
No, he doesn't. Now, some people see the rail and go, well, that's a terrible draw for this horse. I see it a little bit different. For a horse that doesn't break sharp, if you're between 2 horses, inevitably you get pinched back. Horses are like water. They flow to empty space. If you're not heads up with them leaving there, the tendency is for them to flow into your lane. At least Culpa has room on his inside to work with. There's not a horse inside of him. There is some empty space before the rail. So even if he doesn't get off cleanly, he's not going to get immediately squeezed back.
Well, a horse that has maybe a little bit more speed than he does, but she's coming off the back of a win for Safi Joseph, is number 8 in today's Apple Blossom, Claret Beret. She is adept at this distance of 1 1/16, going 2 for 3 lifetime, and she does come out of a race in which we saw a next time out winner in Pneumonia. I think she's very interesting in this spot. Meg, she has flirted with being very good She's yet to show it, but I think she's on the cusp of maybe potentially getting there now as a 5-year-old mare.
I would agree with you. I think she's well placed. She's coming off that big win in the Royal Delta. I have a question. Do you think there's another Safi Joseph runner in here, Dazzling Move? Do you think that she's in here to ensure a fast pace?
That's kind of reading between the lines and the write-up for the DRF. That's kind of what Safi Joseph hinted at. He said, Dazzling Move, she has the speed. She is our speed horse,
right? And
she could potentially be, setting things up for Claret Bure to have that target to run at.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, and I said, there already looks like there's enough speed sign on, and then you put a horse in there that essentially is in there to be a pacemaker. And, on a kind of psychological level, it also could help her cause Dazzling Move because other people might be less wanting to get engaged, right?
The problem is, I think 5G is just the fastest filly or mare in here. She kind of, she battled in the front end last time out in that allowance race, second off the layoff, and she just put him away. She kicked on nicely, and she's a very high energy type of filly, so I don't think they're going to take things away from her, especially with the master, who is often very good on the front end, Johnny V in that.
Yeah, Johnny Velasquez is a rider that consistently gets his position going forward. He doesn't concern himself so much with what other guys want to do. He basically says, this is what I'm doing. You figure it out.
Do you feel that sometimes because, like I said, he is the, venerable journeyman in the room, so many riders respect him, do they just kind of concede things to him at times?
I don't think they consciously do that, but I think when you're dealing with somebody of his stature, somebody, a Hall of Famer at his level, I think it does have to factor in. And boy, we do have a big enthusiastic crowd again today.
Meg, I was in the middle of it. The energy, per usual here at Oaklawn, is tangible. People come out here in droves. They're excited about their racing. It's such a wonderful facility because obviously the racing is the marquee event, but there's also other things. There's a casino, there's a hotel, there's restaurants. It's a one-stop shop for just a wonderful day out.
Well, really, you could come into Oaklawn Park on a Friday, park your car, and never need to go in your car again. You've got everything on the grounds that you could want as far as entertainment and food, like you said.
The horses are making their way to the 6 furlong start here. Getting back to Culp, I did see Micah Husbands, who kind of, obviously a native Barbadian himself, much like trainer Safi Joseph. He seems like the go-to rider to kind of travel and be that barn rider, if you will, for the stable.
It's a great way to get yourself in the batting order, in the rotation with a trainer. You go, listen, I know you ride this guy, and this guy, but I'll go anywhere to ride for you. And then you win on a few of them, and now suddenly you're batting 6th in the lineup, then 5th, and work your way up the batting order.
You went with Handsome Herb, yes?
I'm taking a little shot with Handsome Herb. I know he's going to have his hands full with the 7 Papa Echo.
All right, David Cohen aboard for Armando Hernandez, and we head up to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load and call here, race number 3 from Oaklawn.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Papa Echo popped out of the gate very swiftly, is up on the pace, having to steady there early. Trouble ahead. Papa Echo with the lead. Now he's being swarmed on both sides. Bourbon's Fault, Heavenly Conveyance was with those front runners. Takes back to 3rd here. Handsome Herb alongside now. Trouble ahead. Shuffled to the back with Culpa as they head down the back stretch. Papa Echo on the lead. 3 parts of a length ahead. Bourbon's Fault right there to press. And Handsome Herb making an early bid. 3 wide approaching the forward turn run and come and challenge the pace setters into the turn. Culpa settles on the rail 4th. He's 4 off the pace now, pumped upon with Heavenly Conveyance and Trouble ahead, who's dropped to the back. Around the forward turn they go. Papa Echo still in the lead a half length here. Bourbon's Fault under some pressure 2nd. Handsome Herb 3rd. 2 off the pace, losing position as they hit the quarter pole. Papa Echo still up top, trying to put away Bourbon's Fault. Puts a length and a quarter on him. Bourbon's Fault still chasing hard, coming at him now. Papa Echo, Bourbon's Fault has asked for his best. Bourbon's Fault goes by Papa Echo with a furlong to go. He's on the lead clearly now. He's going to have to deal with Heavenly Conveyance at a price. 16th to go. Bourbon's Fault, Heavenly Conveyance, 23-1, trying to spring the upset. It's a driving finish that goes to Bourbon's Fault. Bourbon's Fault holds off Heavenly Conveyance. Then came Handsome Herb, Trouble ahead, and then Papa Echo at 4-5 ran 5th.
Bourbon's Fault, he won the battle, but he also won the war here, Meg, as he attended the pace and he was able to hold off the late charge of long shot Heavenly Conveyance.
Yeah, he put all the pressure on Papazecco, who was, broke alertly, had everything he could want his own way. And your winner, Bourbon's Fault, did all the dirty work, put him away, and then here comes the longest shot on the board, the 2 Heavenly Conveyance. He comes calling, and well, what a game performance under Ramon Vasquez. Digs in and fights on the 6-horse Handsome Herb. A good third, trying to get out the entirety of the turn. Just third best. I guess the disappointment, though, has to be Papa Echo.
Yeah, he bounced out of there. He kind of invited horses to take him on, though, I thought, with such a good break.
I agree. He broke so fast. I think I would have put them in more chase mode than allowing him to get right back on top of me.
Well, we have a special replay to bring you today at Aintree across the pond. It was the world's greatest steeplechase, the Grand National. We'll have it in its entirety here on America's Day at the Races.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass, a 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The classic sire.
Next Saturday on America's Day at the Races, Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning Horse of the Year, Sovereignty, makes his 4-year-old debut in the Oaklawn Handicap, his first race since the Travers and very first start at Oaklawn Park.
And we are witnessing greatness.
Join Lafitte Pinkai, Richard Bigliori, Megan Burgess, and Maggie Wolfendale for our special live coverage from Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The Oaklawn Handicap and more. Coverage begins next Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern on FS2.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A big weekend underway, but we can't help but look ahead to one of the most anticipated matchups in thoroughbred racing, maybe of the year. We're early in the year, but yes, Journalism and Sovereignty are going to meet this April, next Saturday at Oaklawn Park in the Oaklawn Park Handicap. If you followed the Triple Crown last year, then I really don't need to tell you who Sovereignty and Journalism are. Sovereignty, obviously, having done a remarkable job winning 2/3 of the Triple Crown, with Journalism taking the Preakness when he wasn't there. Journalism has yet to conquer Sovereignty, but the very fact that Journalism is showing up next Saturday at Oaklawn Park to take Sovereignty on, a lot of people think that if he's ever going to do it, it's going to be next Saturday.
That's the time to do it because, right, you want to catch them when they're coming off of a break. They may not be fully cranked up, maybe not enough workouts in that pattern to get the horse ready. It's going to be one hell of a matchup out there. And listen, they're two of the marquee names. But listen, White Barrio is going to be there too.
Oh, that's right.
So
yeah.
Listen, you've got somebody that may spoil the party, or at least put a crimp in their armor in there. So this is going to be a really good matchup and a really good field. But I'm looking forward to them getting back and getting to the races because honestly, we don't see horses come back, you know, at 4 these days a lot of times to get back into racing. So it's going to be a good field and a lot of fun.
1 week from today. Don't miss it. You'll see it live here at America's Day at the Races. We'll be on site at Oaklawn Park. The Oaklawn Park Handicap, the showdown between sovereignty and journalism. Okay, back here at Aqueduct in race number 4, Excel doing exactly that, stepping on the dirt for the first time.
Yeah, headsy ride by Kendrick Carmouche. You know, got in, came out of the gate, went after Restless Renegade early, took back, said, you know what, go on, with your bad self. I will try and catch up with you later. He did. He went right on by. Not a bad effort from Restless Renegade, but again, had everything his own way after that little bit of pressure early and just couldn't see the mile out. So maybe the blinkers on and the switch to dirt helped Excel today graduate.
That is the definition of a strung out field. First by 4, second by 5, and so on and so on. But how about this? $10.60. You know, for a card that looked like a lot of short prices, we've had a $9 winner. Now we've got a 4-to-1 winner. Not too bad.
Not too bad at all. And you got a dinner out of it, too.
Yeah, that's true. Remind Andy of that. I hope it isn't a short memory. Okay, upcoming race number 5 is a 6.5 furlong claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. What do you see here early on in the wagering, Paul?
I see Grey Wing taking some money here at 8-5 and failed as the favorite last time, but you got to assume again that this horse is going to be sending from the outside gate in here, and again brings speed there. Now again, you have to try and figure out if his last 5 races, you know, they haven't been that good. But he's had a couple of excuses along the way. I'm interested in a horse that's taking a lot of money that was 8-1 in the morning line and Screaming Uncle. We'll see.
Okay, so we're talking a lot about the Kentucky Derby here in the United States. It's the most famous race in American racing for thoroughbreds, and it goes back 152 years. But there is a race in steeplechase racing that is the most famous in the world. It's called the Grand National, and it predates the Kentucky Derby by 35 years. The first time they ran the Grand National at Aintree was 1839. Aintree Racecourse is just outside of Liverpool, England. The challenge here in this steeplechase race to go 4 miles, 550 yards while jumping over 30 fences. This year, we had 34 horses in. At one time, they used to run 40 horses in this race. We do, as we watch this replay, want to give you a viewer's advisement in here. There are going to be horses that do not clear some fences along the way. You will see some horses that do fall, but we have received word that all those horses who did not complete the race are fine. So everything turns out, but we want to make that aware to you as we bring you a replay of this year's Grand National.
Inside haven't gone back. The ones on the outside have turned. So flags raised here, and they're off and racing, and they all got away to a pretty good line. High Class Hero is one of the first to show. Fine Lord is prominent, the real whacker towards the outside as they thunder down towards the first. Am I Right? Lecky Watson, Beauport towards the outside. Fine Lord as I Am Maximus goes up the inside with Cater Bourbon. Leave the ground for the first time, Mark Johnson.
Am I Right? Just touched down in front as they went over the first of the 30 fences. And at the back of the field, Grange Clare West has unseated Patrick Mullins. Grange Clare West is down at the first. On then towards fence number 2, High Class Hero, Twig and Am I Right with the first 3 over it. And we've lost one of the Jiggins Stout runners at that fence, and that was K de Bourbon has gone. K de Bourbon is down, and now they go towards the open ditch, which is the 3rd. Am I Right led Twig over it, and then High Class Hero, and down there is the mare. Panic Attack has gone. Panic Attack is down at fence number 3. At the moment, at the back of the field, is Fire Fox, who's already been ridden along as they go over the 4th, and over now to Stuart Machin.
And it's Am I Right in the centre in the yellow, to Final Orders in the dark blue, High Class Hero on top of the bill, and Twig in the cheap pieces. Beauport in the pearl blue is racing out wide with Mr. Van Gogh. Lecky Watson in the red and white is just in behind him. Morocco in a nosebound is in midfield. The grey marble sands is right at the back of the field with Firefox. Champ Kylie is fairly well back at this stage with Gorgeous Tom and Haiti Caleur as they make their way on towards Beechers. Well grouped as they come down to it. Twig in the centre to High Class Hero, Am I Right in the yellow. They were the leading 3 on landing, and Mr. Van Gogh is down at Beechers. Mr. Van Gogh has come down at Beechers. Am I Right? High Class Hero and Twig lead them as they make their way towards the canal turn. They land just in advance of the pursuers. Monty Star in the maroon is making a bit of headway on the inside. Jerry Colombo's unseated when in midfield. Am I Right leading at the canal turn to High Class Hero and Twig at top of the bill, and Monty Star and Imperial Saint and Final Orders, and then Iroko, Lecky Watson and I Am Maximus, followed over by Jaguar. Towards the back of the field, Firefox, the real whacker, and Jordan's with Captain Cody and Percival Lagalwa as they go out of Valentine's. We rejoin Mark.
And it's still Am I Right who has the lead to top of the bill, moving through on the inside now to share second, with Twig towards the outside and then High Class Hero. Then towards the inside is Imperial Saint as they go over this next plain fence. They're then being followed by, on the outside, Lecky Watson. He's racing alongside Final Orders, and now they face up to another of the open ditches. It's Am I Right and Philip Enright who still have the lead to top of the bill on the inside. Not much between them as they got over that open ditch, all safely over, although at the back of the field the real whacker almost clambered over it. He's struggling badly, and so too is Jordan's, who has been ridden along, and they go now towards the final fence taken before the Melling Road crossing, and all the leaders jumped that one well. Again, Jordan's was slow at the back of the field, and so too was the real whacker. And now as they go over the Melling Road, it is Am I Right who's got the lead. Over top of the bill who races in second, and then in third position as they rejoin the race course is High Class Hero, and we now rejoin Richard Hoyles.
So Am I Right it is who's cutting out the running. Twig in the beige jacket, top of the bill. Then behind these High Class Hero, Final Orders and Lecky Watson. First the McManus horses, Johnny Who in the blue cap on the outside of Iroko in the noseband. Jaguar has held his position in the cheek pieces, no problem with Monty's Star. In mid-division, then we have I Am Maximus just ahead of Stellar Story, Favori de Champtou and Spanish Harlem's in that group as well with Beauport. And then behind these we have Answer to Cape, who's ahead of Haiti Couleur, who's two back from mid. The real whacker is going to be pulled up before taking the next. So the real whacker pulled up before the 13th as Am I Right led them over as they now continue their run down to up the home straight, heading towards the chair, which is the fence after this. It is Am I Right who leads the national from top of the bill, Twig, Imperial Saint, and on the outside High Class Hero. Then behind these we have Iroko with Jaguar. I Am Maximus, not great there actually on the inside of Monty's Star, then Beauport. Johnny Who sits in midfield with Spanish Harlem. Captain Cody towards the outside, Stellar Story. Towards the inner is Champ Kylie. Then Gorgeous Tom still going, so is Percival Lagalwa, but he's towards the back, as is Jordan's, and Firefox as the leaders reach the chair. Bad mistake by High Class Hero. Spanish Harlem, Banbridge is gone. Banbridge unseated the rider, and Oscar's brother is also gone. So Oscar's brother and Banbridge are out at the chair as Am I Right and top of the bill leads them towards the water jump. Imperial Saint, then Monty's Star as they stream over that. Twig, High Class Hero. Jaguar well placed with I Am Maximus, Favori de Champtou in about 8th or 9th with Johnny Who as they turn away. Beauport towards the outside, then Gorgeous Tom, Firefox, 3-card Bragg. Jordan's comes next with Answer to Cape, Captain Cody. Lecky Watson still there but has lost positions. Then Spanish Harlem, Marble Sands and Percival Lagalwa is the last of those runners who are heading out on this final circuit. So out in the lead it is still Am I Right who's shown up well the whole way with Twig, then High Class Hero, Final Orders, Beauport the outside, top of the bill Imperial Saint, I Am Maximus right up the inside as we rejoin Mark.
It looks as though there's still about 25 of them setting out on their final circuit. They're all over the first fence for the second time and on now towards the next, with still Am I Right and Imperial Saint in between them, top of the bill, and right through on the inside I Am Maximus going the shortest way as a loose horse wanders right across in front of them. Am I Right was hampered by that loose horse, and we've got lost one at the back of the field, and that was the grey Marble Saints. Marble Sands has gone on now towards the open ditch. Am I Right will lead to top of the bill over in second, and down there Beauport has gone. Also down is Stellar Story, and also down there was Jaguar. So three have gone at that open ditch. They go over the next. Am I Right makes a mistake, and it's top of the bill who has now gone on, and now back to Stewart.
So they're heading on towards fence 21, the fence before Beaches. Top of the bill with the red cap. Am I Right in the yellow in the centre. High Class Hero in the red. Imperial Saint in a gold jacket on the near side. They're just about the leading four to touchdown. It was the loose horse who fell there. He's quickly back on his feet, but he did hamper one or two of them, including 3-card Bragg. Heading down towards Beaches for the second time. Top of the bill, Imperial Saint, Am I Right, High Class Hero. Iroko in the noseband is just in behind her with Monty's Star. And then Favori de Champtou towards the inner. I Am Maximus landed steeply back in midfield. The white cap ahead of Champ Kylie. Moving on towards Foynaven. Fence 23 taken to it by top of the bill and Imperial Saint and High Class Hero Monty's Star. And Favori de Champtou. And then just in behind Am I Right, his Final Orders to Iroko. Johnny Who with the blue cap alongside I Am Maximus, and then 3-card Bragg, followed by Jordan's as they come to the canal turn. Haiti Kalir and Champ Kylie are going to be the next ones over. The mistake there from I Am Maximus. Firefox is still going towards the rear with Twig and Percival Lagalwa and Lecky Watson, and Spanish Harlem is last of all. Captain Cody's making a little headway. Out over Valentine's they go. We rejoin Mark.
A mistake there by top of the bill, and it's now handed the lead to Imperial Saint to the hands of Callum Pritchard, with Monty Star moving up on the inside quite wide, his high-class hero, as they go over that next plane fence, and that was the 5th from home. So it is top of the bill with Monty Star on the inside with Imperial Saint. Those are now the first 3. Iroku is just in behind them, travelling well. Jordan's is also making very good ground towards the wide outside as they bunch up, and they've gone over the final open ditch and on now towards the last fence on this section of the course. Jordan's has got the lead. Percival Lagalwa has gone in the country, and they go over the 3rd from home, and it is now through on the inside that 3-card Bragg has come through to challenge Jordan's, who's out wide. So Jordan's and 3-card Bragg, they are now the first 2, with Monty Star at top of the bill, and they're then being followed by High Class Hero as they now go over the Melling Road, and now the finish of the Randox Grand National with Richard Hoyles.
Captain Cody was another who fell a couple of fences ago as Jordan's leads the national field. 3-card Bragg, Monty Star coming out after the leader who's kicked for home here. Jordan's making the best of the way home. Under Ben Jones leads by half a dozen lengths, and he's trying to steal this. Monty Star, High Class Hero. Then behind these in 4th place is Johnny Who, Iroko, I Am Maximus, 3-card Bragg, Champ Kylie, final orders as the leader heads towards the second last. It is Jordan's out clear by half a dozen lengths. In 2nd place is High Class Hero for James Bowen. Johnny Who moves into 3rd. I Am Maximus is staying on amongst horses with the white cap as they head down towards the last in the national. It is Jordan's who's over. High Class Hero mistake in 2nd. Johnny Who and I Am Maximus as they set off up the running towards the elbow. Jordan's dash for glory still leads by 4 lengths. Johnny Who hampered by the loose horse. High Class Hero, I Am Maximus continues to stay on. They've reached the elbow, and Jordan is getting tired as I Am Maximus throws down the challenge for Paul Townend. I Am Maximus coming to Jordan's on the run to the line. It is I Am Maximus in front again in the national, flashing home late is Iroko, but at the line I Am Maximus regains the national. The first since Red Rum. Iroko, Jordan's, Johnny Who, 3 of the first 4 for JP.
Earlier today, the Grand National at Aintree, and again, to emphasize, all those horses and riders who did not complete the course came out just fine, but we got to talk about what we just watched here, Paul, because it's a true rarity. I Am Maximus won this race in 2024, so he joins Red Rum, and he's only the 2nd horse like Red Rum as the high weight to come back and eventually win the race again, so he's won it twice. And for those who don't know, Red Rum, if you want to draw an American parallel in thoroughbred racing, is like the secretariat of steeplechase racing. And Red Rum won it 3 times, was 2nd twice in 2 other runnings. But that was a remarkable running in what I Am Maximus had.
There every single year. When you watch it, you know, with a couple furlongs to go, you're like, he's not winning.
Can't.
And
Impossible.
he just, you know, put on a show for them today, and I know they're very proud over there, and he's a star. He's a rock star.
Okay, back here at Aqueduct, we go back to flat racing, as they say, thoroughbred racing here on the dirt in race number 5 at Aqueduct. We showed the post-parade. We haven't talked about this race in a little while. They're nearly at the starting gate. We have a 6-5 favorite, Gray Wing, the 5. Good favorite or bad favorite?
You know, I just wonder how he's going to deal with some other speed in here, especially the 3. I can't see the 3 getting to the front here, especially with the 6's speed, and the 1, Nabokov's not that slow from the rail. But his last 5 races have been kind of bad in a way. 2 out of the 5, he didn't make the early lead. He's got some excuses.
You say that's so deceptive. I'm like, oh, you're going to be kind of
failed.
Well, really bad.
Yeah, he's kind of failed as the favorite. He's got to get better. And maybe being drawn outside today helps him and gives him more options, let's say, in this spot, Todd. But I don't know, man. I just think there's some other speed in here that may keep him busy. I'm going to look at Screaming Uncle a little bit. It's a slight drop again. The last 2 races have been rough, but the race collapsed last time out against Tougher. And he's got some back races for low percentage trainers where he ran fast enough figures to be competitive here. He's just going to need some speed in front of him and a more patient ride this time, and we'll see if Raylu Gutierrez can give it to him.
You've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. Hopefully you're playing it right now because it's nearly post time for race number 5 at Aqueduct, live here on America's Day at the Races. You're watching Fox Sports 2, and we're listening to track announcer Chris Griffin.
Sinombre to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow beginning for Glint. Nabokov's got early speed at the rail and quickly up by a neck. Grey Wing is a stalking second, is not going to let the leader get away as Screaming Uncle is in third. Splitting horses, here comes Timaeus, and to the outside of that group is Sinombre, and far back, the early trailer is Glint. They're chasing Nabokov, who's got the rail. Tight hold here from Jamie Rodriguez, just moving right along, is up by a length and a half. No hurry yet for Grey Wing, and Manny Franco sitting in second, 22-4, the opening quarter mile. Nabokov takes him into the turn. Grey Wing moves in closer now, within a half length of the leader. At the rail, Screaming Uncle, Relu Gutierrez, now encouraging him to do more. Timaeus is out wider. Sinombre, now all in, is about to split rivals. And still far back, it's Glint, who's the trailer. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go, a fully extended Nabokov, and here comes Grey Wing. Grey Wing looming to the outside, and now Grey Wing starts the sprint for home. Nabokov won't go away. It's Grey Wing who's trying to edge clear. Timaeus and Kochakaya down the center of the racetrack start to motor after this leader. Grey Wing has not put him away yet as Timaeus is trying to catch this leader grandstand side. Timaeus to the outside. Now Grey Wing digs in, these two down the line together. Grey Wing to the inside, Timaeus to the outside. Give it to Grey Wing. Grey Wing over Timaeus, then came Nabokov and a late run from Screaming Uncle in 1 minute 18.10 seconds.
Grey Wing, a beaten favorite last time out, converts today, although it did get a little bit tight late with Timaeus coming on. And then a couple of horses might have some excuses out of here. But let's pick up the action turning for home. Grey Wing trying to get to the lead and hold on.
Yeah, was able to rate today. He's done it, in the past. It's been a while since he has, but was able to get it done today at this level. And sat right off Nabokov and went to the front early on. Good ride here. Logical horse in this spot, rebounding and getting better, and was able to rate a little bit today off the leader in front. I'll say this about Timaeus. I think the start definitely cost this horse hopping out of there a little bit as well, but ran very well to be second in this spot in here. But the winner, logical spot, and not in for the waiver today, gets the job done.
5-3-1-2-6. Betting public had it exactly right. Favored over second choice, over third choice. It's Grey Wing at even money over Timaeus at 3-1, over Nabokov at 7-2. Race number 5 today started our late pick 4. Still ahead. A couple of stakes races up next for New York breds. It'll be the Mind Your Biscuits and Skull's Folly try to make it 3 wins in a row. That's part of our coverage coming up next here on America's Day at the Races.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net as we have a lot of fun here on Apple Blossom Day. Meg, have you made it to the bouncy castle yet?
You know, last year I was game. I've gotten older, Maggie. I just don't think I could do it anymore.
You've reached your expiration date for the bouncy castle.
Yeah, I don't think they let me on there anyway anymore.
I did get on it one year with Nancy Holtis. They had actually like a maze. It was like a gladiator thing. It was fun.
Well, if they had that, I would definitely do it.
You would definitely win, too. As we have horses on the track here for today's fourth race, and it is a claiming 12-5 non-2 life, 6 furlongs. As we meet the field here, we kick things off with Yell County. It's been a long time since we've seen this guy.
Yeah, last seen October of 2024. It was a nice winning effort that day, but that's a very long layoff.
Took a while to break through, 12 to be exact, but Momentum is coming off the back of his maiden score.
Well, Momentum's coming into this with momentum. That was his best race potentially of his life there.
Here's a 3-year-old taking on some older company for the first time, Santini.
Yeah, Santini just looks like he has to get a touch faster in this group.
Matt's Luck is another horse who puts on blinkers.
I thought he was a little bit interesting. I thought he'll improve off of that last effort and drop slightly in class.
Kai Du Declare's probably excited to see a fast track again.
Yeah, Keeneland LaRose got his first win as a head trainer yesterday, looking for his second.
Skibbity Riz went by as number 8 is Mammut.
Mammut flashed better speed last time. Another one just feels like going to have to improve a touch.
Good news, Rocket defeated Momentum in their last meeting.
Yeah, but the Asmussen barn hitting on all cylinders. You get Eric for his dad.
Sneaky Feet is the gray horse here to take the 10 post.
I like the name. This horse would have to find a race a little faster than we've seen so far.
There's another long shot in Heavenly Deacon.
Another one that just would be a bit of a surprise here.
Rounding out the field up there at 13-1. Looks sharp on the racetrack is Big Rig Dude.
It comes off a nice effort breaking his maiden. Kind of the profile of several in here, right? Finally getting it done after several tries. Do they go on? That's the question, I guess.
And to be fair to Connections, this is the logical spot for these horses that just broke their maiden and those maiden claimers, the lower level maiden claimers. The 12-5 non-2 is where it's at for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And just being practical about it. Are you a little surprised that the one off of that extended layoff is actually taking some money? Yeah,
100%. Yes. It's also off the back of a claim here for Joe Pedalino, who is winless at the meet so far. So that is intriguing for him to be only 8-1 here. To be fair to him, yes, he did run several times in some hotter contests going back to 24 and 23, but can he overcome such a long layoff?
You know, just from a mental standpoint, I always feel like horses have to kind of shake a little ring rust off, particularly as they're getting older. And then just from the physical fitness standpoint, now throw in the factor that he's got the rail. He drifted to 9-1. Now, when I looked up and saw 8-1, I thought, wow, you know, maybe this horse is training in a fashion that it's got people's attention a little bit.
Do you think he could be forward here? As you often say, Walter De La Cruz, what was your quote yesterday? He'd rather
be on the lead than eat ice cream.
Exactly.
Now,
is he eating ice cream today, though, with this one? Is he fast enough naturally, Yell County?
Yeah, listen, he's going to have to be aggressive just to avoid being shuffled back. And then off of that long layoff, that maybe isn't the best thing either, because you got to imagine he's going to get a little bit tired.
Exactly. Does the betting public have the right favorite here in number 5, Kai Du Declare?
I thought so. I just thought this horse chased a fast pace on a sloppy track. His effort before that on a fast track, if he runs that race, he'll win. Keeneland LaRose, like I said, longtime assistant to our friend and colleague Tom Amos, got his first win yesterday, so he got that out of the way.
Yes, congratulations, Kenan. He got it at Keeneland, which I'm sure was thrilling and so rewarding for him.
Well, you obviously to get your first win, but to get it at a major meet like Keeneland definitely makes a statement.
Absolutely. They're heading into line. The one thing I will say that could be, it's kind of that intangible, you don't know, Kai Duclair has been claimed off of Chris Hartman and Peter Miller. Not the easiest guys to claim from.
No, that's fair. But, two schools of thought, right, Maggie? Hard to improve off of guys like that. But also, you're getting a horse that's most likely in pretty good shape.
Exactly, and ready to run as he does get back to a fast track as they are taking their places in line on this Grade 1 Apple Blossom Saturday here at Oaklawn. We send it up to Matt Dinnerman, who have the rest of the load and call for race 4.
And to the outside, we wait on Big Rig Dude. We're ready to go. And we're off. They're sorting themselves out for a leader here. Skibbity Riz is sent along for forward position. Mammut also up in the vanguard. Good News Rocket 3 wide. Mammut between horses. Narrow lead on Good News Rocket. Skibbity Riz going to take back to third. Yell County slips inside of him. Big Rig Dude. He's 3 lengths off the pace in the 5th position. Matt's Luck is next in the group, approaching the far turn run. Heavenly Deacon about to pass him. Kai Duclair in the blue colors in traffic right now. He's 8 behind going into the turn. Santini trying to launch a rally outside of him, has passed a few horses. Santini will under a ride to do it, though. We come back in the group to Sneaky Feet. He's second to last. Momentum at the back as they round the far turn. Good News Rocket goes to the front as a nose in front now. Mammut right there to the inside battling as they come to the top of the stretch. Good News Rocket finding himself between horses on the lead. Big Rig Dude is sent along outside of him. Mammut down inside of that pair as they wheel for the judge. Good News Rocket down the stretch with Big Rig Dude there on the outside, and Big Rig Dude goes to the front now as pushed past Good News Rocket with a 16th to go, and it's Big Rig Dude at 15-1. The light bulb angle in play here, coming off that maiden win. Defeats winners in his first start against victors. Big Rig Dude won it by 3. Good News Rocket second. Kai Duclair third. Santini fourth.
Big Rig Dude makes the last move, which was the winning one. And as you heard Matt Dinnerman said, definitely the light bulb angle with this Arkansas bred.
Yeah, but you actually made a comment how sharp the horse looked in the prelims, right?
He did. He won in a style where I was actually anticipating him to be maybe a touch more forward given his last performance. But he closed resolutely from a little bit more off of it.
Yeah, Rafael Bejarano, I think he's been riding in really good form, had a good day yesterday, and just quietly goes about his business. He consistently wins. Nice effort by the 9 Good News Rocket, just second best to Big Rig Dude. Here you go, big good buddy.
Gonna leave that one lie. So we will send it back to Aqueduct, to Todd and Paul. Guys, stakes action coming up next. But first, we see Grey Wing in the winner's circle.
Maggie, Big, thank you very much. It is Grey Wing taking race number 5, but as Maggie mentioned, we will have back-to-back stakes races coming up. The Mind Your Biscuits, followed by the 4-Star Crook. But Grey Wing, congratulations.
I thought this was a nice effort by Grey Wing because he actually was able to sit just off the pace set by Nabokov, and when Manny Franco gave him his head, he did run in the stretch. I mean, ultimately, Timaeus came at him a little bit late. The start probably ultimately cost Timaeus at the end of the day, but still, it was a nice rebound effort for Grey Wing in this spot. So I was questioning a little bit if he could run a little bit anymore after the last couple of starts, but he proved me wrong today and got the job done.
Manny Franco having a good week, and he gets the win here aboard at Grey Wing for Larry Roman. And Rick Dutrow Jr., part owner, as well as the trainer Graham Gelding by Gradar out of the Empire Maker mare Fighter Wing, was bred by Twin Creeks Farm here in the Empire State of New York. Taking a look at race number 6, it is the Mind Your Biscuits, and this is a great showdown. We were talking about this earlier in the week. It is Skolko's Folly coming in with back-to-back wins, and then Illmatic, who was a brilliant maiden special weight winner last time out. 6-5 on Skolko's Folly, and 3-2 right now on Illmatic. Is it a 2-horse race?
I think I want to see how the pace sets up in this race because I think there's 4 of these horses that want to go out to the lead. I think ultimately both the 5 and the 6 are the best horses in the race, but if they really start getting hard hitting going in there, Sunday Boy might be able to close a little bit off the pace. He's going to have to improve to be able to do that, but it should be a good battle anyway early on with the 5 and the 6.
I mentioned at the beginning of the week, the last time I was at Aqueduct was in the 1996 Wood Memorial, won by Unbridled Song. What I didn't know at the time was there was a young man who grew up just outside the gates here. It was his first Wood Memorial. The guy I'm sitting with here.
Yeah, it's like full circle.
I appreciate everything, my friend.
This was fun.
All right,
Always
so
fun.
Paul steps out. Andy Serling will be rejoining us in just a moment. And still the biggest races ahead on America's Day at the Races. Stakes action at Aqueduct and graded stakes action both at Oaklawn Park and at Keeneland. Stick around on Fox Sports 2. More America's Day at the Races right after this.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A warrior from the start. He's got grit, the kind champions are made of. In his biggest battles, he showed his mettle.
Sierra Leone is plugging in. Dornock is coming back. Dornock is a Remsen.
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. A will to win, to scrap, and fight like your life depends on it.
Dornock in an absolute thriller. Dornock and Mind Frame. It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
And Dornock stubborn. Dornock wins the Haskell.
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornock.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Back at Keeneland, inside an hour to post before our Fox Sports 1 coverage kicks off, and the famous burgoo, or that bread pudding with a Maker's Mark sauce. Come for the racing, stay for the food options. So many great choices here at Keeneland. It's making me hungry. They have it all for you here in Lexington. Greg Wolf, trainer Tom Amos, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, and this tremendous crowd, sold out house here in Lexington for a very big Saturday afternoon that includes the final grade 1 of the meet. We talked earlier about the Jenny Wiley. Let's talk about the official conclusion to this road to this year's Kentucky Derby. More likely horses we'll see down the road in the Triple Crown and beyond, but some talent as well. Brad Cox has won it 4 times prior. Talk about a coming out party for a Zoom at start number 2. It was just that.
It was indeed. And as we look at the Lexington today, Jonathan, the last points race for the Kentucky Derby, kind of like a Monday qualifier for a golf tournament. Probably not enough to get anybody in. But here's Exhume, as Greg was talking about, drawing off, going 1.1 miles at Colonial Downs. Now, keep in mind, guys, at Colonial Downs, they have a long chute, so this is actually a 1-turn race. The transition from 1 turn to 2 turns from a racehorse can be a great equalizer in what he can do.
Now, look, he was very impressive. You win like that, it means a lot. Now, the one question you have to ask is, well, who was he beating, right? And who was behind him? Because sometimes those performances can look a little exaggerated. His speed figure was fast enough. He stopped the clock fast enough to be considered a top contender in here. I think there's some other horses that might offer a bit more value.
It's his stablemate who has a very outside shot, should he win this race, with the help of a few defections, to maybe get into the Kentucky Derby. With more confessional, let's go to Acacia Clement.
He could potentially be a little bit further down on that bubble, Greg. As confessional, I saw two back when he ran in Tampa against eventual Grade 1 Arkansas Derby winner Renegade in the Sam F. Davis, and they took the blinkers off that day. Brad Cox telling me that he really wanted him to settle. Now, it ended up being his worst race to date. They put the blinkers on last time out once again in the Virginia Derby, and he ran a far better race, a very wide trip, lugging in a little bit, but finishing third in doing so, picking up a few more points, running behind Incredible. Now, he's been training in company in blinkers with his stablemate Azum, who I do think has been going better than him, but Confessional is a horse that's kind of been knocking on the door along the way and is already stakes face, has some foundation as far as some of the distances are concerned as well with that race against some good company at Tampa 2 back. He's a horse that I've always felt, though, lacks a little bit of focus, still needs to really kind of come into himself. So I'm very curious to see what we will see from him this afternoon, and if he can put it all together when it really counts, pick up some points, and potentially, if he gets very lucky, maybe even sneak into that Kentucky Derby starting gate.
Thank you, Acacia. Pretty solid 1-2 punch from one of the top trainers in our sport. Does this feel like a race, though, that someone could step up and surprise you?
Oh, certainly. When I look at this race, I actually turn to the inside. So I spent my winter at the fairgrounds in New Orleans, and the Dallas Stewart trainee in this race, Corono de Oro, the one horse, made the transition from one turn to two turns in a maiden race in New Orleans and ran really big, Jonathan.
Hey, keep in mind, guys, even if a horse doesn't get into the Kentucky Derby and they win this race, they're going to be set up beautifully to run in a race like the Preakness or even our Belmont Stakes.
Or some of those bigger targets later in the summer as well when we're at Saratoga. Grade 3 Lexington to come in our coverage on Fox Sports 1 that kicks off at 4:30 Eastern. We will see you then as this tremendous crowd excited for what lies ahead on a beautiful Saturday here in Lexington, Kentucky.
Gap off to Mind Your Biscuits inside the final 250. XY Jet is the front runner. Roy H having his work to try and get him down the outside. It's XY Jet in front. Coming at him is Roy H. Mind Your Biscuits begins to fly. XY Jet, Roy H. Mind Your Biscuits down the outside. XY Jet, Mind Your Biscuits. Flo got him. Mind Your Biscuits from last takes out the Golden Shaheen from XY Jet.
Mind Your Biscuits was a runner, not only the Dubai Golden Shaheen, but how about the 2017 Belmont Sprint? Welcome back to our coverage here on America's Day at the Races at Aqueduct in New York. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be rejoined by Andy Serling. So you know you're a runner when you also get a race named after you. We got the Mind Your Biscuits coming up.
He was a terrific racehorse. You know, I hate when people say, and I know, you know, you spent most of your time out in California, but, you know, when they say he's good for a Calbred, he's good for New York bred.
Right.
It's, first of all, there's plenty of good Calbreds, there are plenty of good New York breds, there are plenty of good horses from all sorts of state programs. He was not a good New York bred, he was just a damn good horse.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have a New York bred race named for him, the Mind Your Biscuits, coming up. And it's billed as a two-horse showdown between Skolko's Folly and Illmatic. Let's get to our post parade here. And we're catching you up on the post parade. We're 3 minutes to post. Do know 3 minutes here until the Mind Your Biscuits to go 6.5 on the main track. We start the catch up on the post parade with the one Sunday Boy taking some play.
He's the most likely horse to pick up the pieces if the favorites somehow knock heads, which I don't think they will. He's a preposterous underlay at 2-1 right now. He has to get a lot faster to be competitive, and he took advantage of a pace that collapsed in his last win.
Hurricane Kaz, I don't think can win, but can he play a factor in how this race is run, the early stages?
He has speed, but not the kind of speed that Illmatic has.
Gallant 1 is the longest shot in the field. Should he be?
Yeah, he's another horse that appears in his PPs to have speed, but he doesn't have the kind of speed that horse has.
There's the two main contenders, starting with the 4 Illmatic.
You never know. They could go either way off maiden wins. If he runs back to it, he can easily win.
And Skolko's Folly taking the gander last out.
Right. Unlike Illmatic, this horse is putting together back-to-back races with big speed figures. I am a little concerned that his last Beyer figure of 92 is not one that's going to be repeated here, but he ran a fast race the race before it, so it's not like it comes out of nowhere. I'm going to try to beat him with Illmatic on the front end, but make no mistake, Skolko's Folly is the horse to beat.
I mean, if you're just looking just at the records, you've got a 4-time winner versus a horse off a maiden victory. That's a distinct advantage for Skolko's Folly. So you're just betting on the come here with Illmatic?
Well, I don't think you're betting on the come. But I do, listen, people love those big maiden winners. You know, there's nothing like a flashy maiden winner for people to get excited and overbet them. Now, having said that, I think if you look at Sunday Boy and Illmatic, I have no problem with somebody who says, I think the pace could heat up. I'm going to take Sunday Boy to pick up the pieces at 6-1. I have a problem with them thinking that it's a good bet at 5-2. Sunday Boy won last time because he got a fast pace to close into that collapsed, going 7 furlongs. Illmatic was extremely impressive, and keep in mind, it was his only dirt race. They ran him on the turf. He's a dirt horse.
Prices in from the 4th at Oaklawn Park, and upset there at 15-1. Meanwhile, watching the field warm up here for the Mind Your Biscuits and watching them closely since they arrived in the paddock, Samantha Perry.
Thanks, Todd. And yeah, the number 4 Illmatic is my selection in this spot here. And what a maiden victory. You always wonder about a horse that's going to take on winners for the first time, but he graduated in a big way. And looking at him physically, he was a horse that last year at the OBS April sale, where he breezed a very swift 10 flat, he was just such a big, strong horse. And coming back in 42 days, you wonder, with a tough race like that under his belt, how he's going to carry his weight, how he's going to carry just himself coming into a spot like this. And he has not turned a hair at all. The connections have done a fantastic job with him, is seemingly keeping him in great condition coming here and running in this spot. And I think he's very well meant for this race here. Now, the 5, of course, is the one to beat. I project that the 4 Illmatic will be the speed, the pace setter here. And the 5 is one that can just kind of track, and he might have a little bit of an advantage here. But you wonder, coming back in 35 days off of a big victory like that against Statebreds, how he's going to come back into this race. And physically, he looks like he handled it fine. He's one that doesn't carry as much weight as the number 4 Illmatic, but still does look very sharp. But for me, Illmatic, hoping for a gate-to-wire victory.
And what kind of price should players be hoping for if they like Illmatic? Is 2-to-1 fair?
I think 2-to-1 is fair. You're talking about a 5-horse field. You've got 2 outliers. And I think it's very fair relative to the 1. You know, he was 8-to-5 morning line. The 1 was 9-to-2. I'm not sure what is seducing people this much to bet the 1.
The best closer in the field, right?
I have no problem with that conceptually, but you're talking about a horse that's running buyer figures in the mid-60s, running against not 1 but 2 horses that are running figures that are literally 10 lengths faster. Now, you want to say he was a 2-year-old. He's had 4 months to improve. He could get that much better. You're still looking at about a 6-length gap between them. And the other thing is, his last race was a product of a supersonic pace that absolutely collapsed. So he got a great setup in that race to win. And now you're saying, well, I think that Schoolhouse Folly is going to duel with Illmatic. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the feeling with the 5 is we have the best horse. The 4 is going to go out, and we're going to probably try to engage him somewhere around the 5/16 to the quarter pole. I don't see this race falling apart. I could be wrong, and I have no problem if you like the 1 in here, but I believe that from a gambling standpoint, at a similar price to the 4 is a better bet.
You've heard what Andy believes, and here's what we know. This is a great edition of the Mind Your Biscuits with the presence of Skulko's Folly coming in on back-to-back dominating wins, and then the promising maiden win by Illmatic. They'll line up right next to each other. It's post time for the Mind Your Biscuits. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Goes in, all set for the Mind Your Biscuits. And they're off. Good beginning towards the outside from the speedy Skulko's Follies. Well off the rail, center of the racetrack is challenged by Illmatic. Illmatic is not going to give an easy lead to Skulko's Folly, and now these two hook up in a pace duel, and Illmatic puts ahead back in front. It's Illmatic with the lead. Skulko's Folly is watching from second. They're well clear now, 4.5, almost 5. From Gallant One, who's in third. It's a shared third with a chubbed along Hurricane Kaz, and far back, the Triller, Sunday Boy. 22.24 for that opening quarter mile, and it was a quick one for Illmatic. Skulko's Folly has now dropped back as a half length back in second, trying to re-rally. All in is Gallant One, not making up the ground, and here comes the run from Sunday Boy. Tries to lift from the back of the Triller, Hurricane Kaz. Skulko's Folly through a 45-4 half-mile time has now seized the lead here from Illmatic, who fights on. The 2 favorites have really gotten away from the rest as Skulko's Folly now opens up. Skulko's Folly now up by 4, 5 powerful lengths and is driving away. Rick Dutrow has had a nice day and is going to win the Mind Your Biscuits. It's all Skulko's Folly. Impressive. Illmatic second, then came Sunday Boy in 1:16 and 4.
Well, maybe we won't have to revisit that figure back on March 7th there at Aqueduct. Skulko's Folly just backs it up. Although it should be pointed out, a lot of horses out of the race haven't backed it up, but Skulko's Folly just keeps on going.
You know, my problem was the second and third finishers. Just the number didn't make a lot of sense. But I was thinking the same thing as you as they were going around the turn. I said, I think he's going to back up that 92 figure in here. And, I mean, Illmatic did hold on for a distant second here, but Skulko's Folly dismissed him like he was a cheap claimer on the top of the stretch. It's a very impressive win for a horse who's more than just a good New York bred. We're going to see him in open company going forward.
Final time, 1:16-4. The very familiar Silks of owner Michael Dubb. And Rick Dutrow Jr. just keeps on winning here. The Dark Bear Brown Colt by Reedsdale out of the Johannesburg mare Cool Johanna, bred by Lannister Holdings here in the Empire State of New York. Skulko's Folly dominating the Mind Your Biscuits, and we still have a race for New York breds ahead, the 4-star Crook. But it is all about Skulko's Folly. 3 wins in a row now, and you watch this horse in a brilliant performance take the Mind Your Biscuits. Big racing action still ahead on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back right after this.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Race Lens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Race Lens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the program. Next week, the return of the champion and Horse of the Year. Sovereignty taking on Journalism, his main rival from the Triple Crown Series last year. They will both be here in Hot Springs in the Oak Lawn Handicap. Oh, that was such a touching moment. I got to be right there.
There you are.
It was goosebumps. An amazing, amazing day for the Belmont Stakes as Sovereignty back in action for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, and Journalism not scared away yet again. We'll also have White Mario in the mix. As welcome back to the program here on FS2. I'm Maggie Wolfnell. Pleased to be rejoined by Megan Burgess here at the desk. And Meg, I can't wait. I'm like a kid on Christmas Eve.
Me too. Me and Lafitte were talking about this earlier, and I texted Lafitte in all capital letters, journalism. We found out, of course, Eclipse had announced it yesterday, and you have to give the kudos to Eclipse Thoroughbreds for bringing him off the layoff, and now Sovereignty also coming off the layoff, but giving us, the fans, the opportunity to renew this rivalry, affirmed in Alyadar, just some historic racing rivalries that this has really turned into. And it's because of the ownership, and it's because of the connections for allowing us to enjoy these racehorses as they both will come off of their respective layoffs and their 4-year-old debuts.
Aaron Wellman of Eclipse Thoroughbreds tweeting after the breeze yesterday, going a minute flat out there at Santa Anita, that Journalism will be coming for trainer Michael McCarthy. As we have horses on the racetrack for race 5. Meg, this one did fall apart a little bit when it comes to scratches. So 4 going postward for this 6 furlong upper level allowance optional claimer. And we'll kick things off with number 2, our Heisman for Peter Miller.
He ran behind Tough Catch, who we'll see later on in today's Count Fleet last time out.
Surveillance, a 9-year-old, got a soft spot for him.
I mean, how could you not? He's really kept up some very nice form as a veteran.
Getting back to some of his better efforts last time out is number 6 is Nasty Habit.
He's going to be part of that main pace. The blinkers came off last time out, and I feel like that really freed this horse up.
Peter Miller, 50-50 to win this race, as number 7 is Mish, could potentially now be the speed.
Right, he draws very favorably doing so, and he should be a bullet out of the gate.
Last one in, first one out potentially for Mish, as he broke very alertly last time as he's riding a 2-race win streak into this, as we see horses getting their warm-ups underway. We were talking about Surveillance, your current favorite, during the break, and he's a horse that I've seen multiple times, you've seen now. And when he was in New York, going back for Linda Rice and even connections before that, he was getting a little sour. You know, he didn't want to go to post. They had to really coerce him to get to the gate. You said he was very docile last time, and he ran respectably well. You know, he's a horse that never seems, on most occasions, sprinting on the dirt, to dip below an 80 buyer speed figure.
He has kept himself at such an impeccable form, and for a horse to do that and to keep sound and to keep sturdy, you just have to give it up for these kinds of veterans. And last time out, when seeing him, as you mentioned, you know, he was just kind of just hanging out, very underassuming, almost gave me a negative impression because he didn't maybe have that spark. Then he came back, he had kind of every opportunity to run down the pace setter that day. Otto the Conqueror came off the bench and ran really well, but he still ran a game race. You just have to wonder if he's going to get that same finish against the two speedsters to his outside today.
He wasn't the quickest into stride last time either. And then he got over to the rail. He kind of dropped back approaching the turn, and then he re-rallied. But like you said, Otto the Conqueror was already, you know, strutting his stuff, very fresh off the layoff on the front end. So he wired the field. I did think it was a good effort because he kind of had that stop and start type of trip.
Absolutely. And I will say, you know, for a horse to always show up like this, you have to also wonder, he's got the tactical ability. So if they really smoke each other out on the front end, we'll see how things play out. Even Money's still a little weary on him in this particular spot as he is on the tote board right now. But he's got the perfect kind of stock and pounce trip in store with the speeds, as we mentioned.
How about this crowd here at Oaklawn? You know, we saw shots of the crowd at Keeneland as we were bringing you live coverage today for the first time here on America's Day at the races of the Lexington and the Jenny Wiley. It just makes you, feel good about racing when we see crowds like this at multiple racetracks across the country.
It does. I lived in Kentucky for a number of years, and they're at standing room only on a Keeneland Saturday. So kudos to Acacia for navigating the crowds and being able to get
Homegirl knows
around.
how to do it.
She does.
Having lots of experience up at Saratoga. We always joke about it. It's a new sport, crowd dodging at Saratoga, as we are here at Oaklawn, and we send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call of race 5.
Ready to go. And we're off. Nasty Habit with a head in front out of the gate of the rest. Mish alongside these two right together here. Our Heisman moving up 3 across the track. Surveillance is going to take back. Down the back stretch, our Heisman making a dash to the lead under Paco Lopez. Have a half-length edge here now. Nasty Habit, Ramon Vasquez pressing. Mish and Francisco Arrieta there on the outside. Now 2 behind, easing off the pace. And Surveillance and Jose Ortiz joining that one. The 2 grays together. 2 and a tail lengths behind the front runner. Our Heisman, who hits the far turn, a length in front. Nasty Habit second. Here comes Mish in the 3-path, getting closer, and Surveillance has some horse. He's searching for racing room now, waiting as they round the far turn. Our Heisman loses the lead to his stablemate, Nasty Habit, and Nasty Habit kicks on with it here. Mish alongside now, coming to the top of the lane, and Surveillance is loaded. Nowhere to go right now. He's still waiting. He's going to duck to the inside, and the rail's wide open for him if he's good enough. They're down the lane. Nasty Habit, our Heisman, a nose apart, coming to the furlong pole. Mish is tired. And here comes Surveillance inside. It's a tight spot, but he finds room. Surveillance inside, going to the lead now from Nasty Habit. Surveillance, he's got it. He was much the best, and Surveillance wins it by 3 parts of a length. Our Heisman second, re-rallied to get up for that spot over Nasty Habit, and Mish was 4th.
The nearly white, venerable veteran, the 9-year-old Surveillance, ducks to the rail here, Meg, and picks up win number 13.
And that was not the initial dynamics that I thought would play out, with the number 2 being set for the speed, and then they were very compact. You'll see Surveillance gets a lot of pressure, but man, is he an old pro as he pulls through. It almost seemed it could have been anybody's race there for a moment.
Jose Ortiz, of course, in town to ride Nitrogen later, but he was able to get the best out of Surveillance, and he gets this win for Mike Maker, Jay Provenzano of Flying P Stable. Congratulations to Connections as we send it back up north with Todd and Andy. And Todd, Rick Dutrow has a serious 3-year-old New York bred on his hands in School Coast Folly.
Maggie and Megan, exactly. Skulko's Folly making it 3 wins in a row, and now you think there are other worlds to conquer outside of New York breds.
I mean, he's in a very, very good spot because he's not just a New York bred. he's also by a New York bred stallion. So these stallion series, which are very lucrative, are open to him. Now, I think a lot more of those races might be on the turf as we get into the summer, and I'm not sure he'll ultimately be a turf horse. But to me, he's shown the ability that he should be testing open company and stakes at some point.
Nice segue into the New York Stallion Stakes Series. Up next is the 4-star Crook. This 3-year-old filly, New York bred, Scratch the 2, Clap Back, and Scratch the 7, Hip Hop Dancer, as well as the 4, Power of Women. And the early wagering, no surprise who the favorite is. It's Hot Currency at 4 to 5.
And arguably, aren't we sort of dealing with the same kind of situation we just dealt with in
flashy
the last
maiden
race?
winner, established horse.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. I mean, you've got Hot Currency, who is justifiably the favorite. She was on a dead rail last time and ran extremely well in her last start, but she's been running consistently fast numbers. Then you have Greek Goddess, and even though she ran a little bit slower from a speed figure standpoint, she got completely left, and she was wide during that period of time when the rail was gold, and very few horses made effective outside runs. If she breaks more cleanly today, she's going to be a pace presence and going to be very tough, but she's got to beat a more established horse.
We'll come back here to New York for the 4-star Crook, but as we say, it's a significant day here on America's Day at the Races. For the first time, we'll be bringing you live racing action from Keeneland Racecourse. But for Greg Wolf, as he's been alluding to, it's a return for him to Keeneland. I know well because I was there for his first trip. We used to walk to Cracker Barrel for breakfast before we went out to the races. Good to see you back there. And he's with Tom Amoss, who's no longer a trainer, but Greg, he gave up his superstitious spot to his assistant, who's doing really well.
He's doing pretty incredible, and I remember that walk with you, Todd. It was a little harrowing at points. Recently stepped down from full-time training duties. You hand over your barn to your top assistant, and he collects the first win of his career right here at Keeneland yesterday in race 4. What was that moment like, and to be able to share it with Ken and LaRose?
Well, any trainer will tell you that when you win a race, it's the best feeling in the world. It doesn't matter what level it is. Watching Keenan win his first race and knowing that for the last 6 years he's been under my wings and my tutelage was as great a feeling as winning it myself. So check out Authors Jr., who's in second right now. He was on the lead. He gets past. Jose Ortiz, that's on him, decides to move to the outside, and all of a sudden he re-breaks and comes back and takes the win. It was very, very exciting. And Kenan had a great fan group here, including my family and a few clients as well, Jonathan. There's no feeling like it.
Well, I think it's important for him, right? I mean, obviously he's got the support of you and a lot of majority, almost all of your past owners. But it's also important for him to take his first time out and his first lap around there to show everyone, hey, I can do it too, and it can help him grow his business even more than it already is.
Just 28 years old. Talk about that journey for him from the first day he showed up in your barn, sent you an email, said he wanted to work for you, wanted to be the next Tom Amoss.
Yeah, that's the one that got me. I'll fall for that every time.
Yeah, and you bought it. You handed over the whole barn to him. So day one to now, what have you seen in growth?
So, look, he started as a hot walker, the low ring on the totem pole in the barn, a stable hand. And, you know, what we really do is we put him through hell week, but actually it's more like hell months for guys that first come to the racetrack because it's 4 a.m. early in the morning, day after day after day. And Kenan not only handled it, he thrived on it. So, you know, from there he became my assistant. And I knew probably about 3 or 4 years ago that he was going to be a trainer and a very good trainer at that. So I started to handle him and say, hey, this is what we need to start thinking about and doing, and made his mind a little creative. Get in the mind of your horses, of your athletes. Learn how to work with them to get the best result you can get. That's what a trainer does.
Added another win on the Saturday card with IDK, Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard. That was in today's third. Having a pretty good weekend here.
You know, it wasn't as fun walking to the winner's circle today as it was yesterday, because all of a sudden I started thinking, is this guy starting to show me up?
For those who've met Kenan, could not happen to a nicer person. Just as good as it gets. Very happy to see that for him. What a great story. This crowd ready for 2 big ones to come. Grade 1, Jenny Wiley. Grade 3, Lexington, as our coverage is coming up over on Fox Sports 1.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with Andy Serling right here at Aqueduct. And coming up next, it is the 4-star Crook, part of the New York Stallion Stakes Series. And as we take a look at the tote board, pretty straightforward what we're looking at here. It's Hot Currency's Race to Lose.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny how this is almost a mirror image of the prior race we were talking about before, where you've got a horse that has that established form in a number of races versus a horse coming off a fairly impressive maiden victory in the number 3 Greek Goddess. I think Greek Goddess has a lot of things to like about that race and to think that she can beat Hot Currency. But I have no illusion. Second-time starters off of maiden wins frequently don't run back to those races, whereas Hot Currency is a pretty reliable runner.
And you can't really appreciate what Greek Goddess did in her debut on paper. You've got to go back and watch the race, because on paper you're like, oh, sat a very professional trip, won by an okay margin, a length of 3/4. There's so much more to the story.
I agree. She got completely left in that race. She was wide the entire way. That was during a 2-week period when it was essential to be saving ground to be successful. She was never near the rail. It was a very impressive win and much better than the 69 buyer she earned. But she's going to have to run better than that in all likelihood to beat the 5 Hot Currency.
But the betting public is betting her right there with Hot Currency. Greek Goddess is right now 8-5. So being billed as a 2-horse race, both on paper and with what you're seeing on the tote board. It's race number 7 at Aqueduct, but it's just part of a phenomenal Saturday here on America's Day at the Races. We're going to reset all the action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports. One, a first for us on this program, live on site for the first time in our show's history from Keeneland Racecourse in Lexington, Kentucky. What a beautiful sight that is. A packed house, sold out on this Saturday afternoon with the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley in the Filly and Mare Turf Division to come, and the official conclusion of the road to this year's Kentucky Derby coming up in the Grade 3 Lexington. As you see that tremendous crowd here on hand for a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Lexington, Kentucky. Greg Wolf, one of the top trainers in the country. Tom Amos, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Some bonus coverage here. Our official opening of the show coming up in about 15 minutes or so at 4:30 Eastern time. We get to come to you a little bit early at such a special place. Keeneland, you've known for a long time. You've had some huge wins here. Why is Keeneland so special?
I've been coming here as a trainer for over 40 years, as a worker even longer than that. It is the cathedral of racing. You know, when you come to Keeneland, it just feels different. You feel the spirit of the greats that ran here. Seattle Slew, Man of War, Rachel Alexander, and it's a part of it. And competing on the same grounds that those horses competed on, it just brings extra excitement to the trainer.
There's racetracks that are fun to go to because there's horses running in a circle. You can eat, drink, you can bet. But there's also racetracks that when you walk into them, you feel like you're walking into a museum. And this is one of those places. I love being here. I love Saratoga too, but this is like, I always cheat when people say, what's your favorite racetrack? I say, oh, it's Saratoga and Keeneland. And then they look at me like, get off the fence.
I feel like you say to almost anyone, you say Keeneland, and obviously we know what it is immediately, but you start conjuring up images of just the beauty and the serenity of this race course. You can play all the action today, of course, right there at Naira Bet. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get a $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up. Match 200 and play all the races from Keeneland, Aqueduct, Oak Lawn, and beyond right there at NairaBets.com. So a big one today on the turf, a race that Chad Brown has dominated, winning 7 of the last 10 runnings, the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. And a huge scratch in that race. By the way, the morning line favorite, Lush Lips, has come out, so it looks even more daunting for the rest of that group that Chad Brown may rack up another one. And in the Lexington, Brad Cox, he's won that race 4 times in the past. he has likely the top 2 choices in that race. Fast and Firm, as you see what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Also 2 big stakes, including a returning champion from Oaklawn today, Nitrogen, back in action in one of the premier races in the Distaff division in the Apple Blossom. So the Grade 3 Lexington, looking forward to that later. We'll kick off, though, the final Grade 1 of this spring meeting. As we mentioned, no lush lips for Brendan Walsh. He still will have Expensive Queen. When you talk Chad Brown, though, and his dominance in this race, he's won 3 of the last 4, 7 of the last 10. You start, I guess, with Sagesta, who's coming off the bench.
I think you do. Sagesta now, you say coming off the bench, but really, this is the beginning of turf season in the United States. Call it opening weekend if you like. And we're starting with the Grade 1, Jenny Wiley. Don't forget, guys, for the Super Bowl, the end of the season, the Breeders' Cup, it'll be right here at Keeneland as well. So a number of these horses that we see run today may be the horses that run on Breeders' Cup weekend again, right here at Keeneland.
Meanwhile, the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington. This does wrap up the last points race for the Kentucky Derby. Not likely we'll see someone, and really only Confessional, with any kind of chance to get into the Derby. He'd need some defections. But JK horses we could see down the line in the Triple Crown and beyond.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is still a big 3-year-old stakes race at a big racetrack. And like you mentioned, it's not likely to lead to a Kentucky Derby runner. However, it's pretty darn likely to lead to a Preakness runner and or a Belmont Stakes runner. And like you talked about, Brad Cox kind of holds all the cards with his 2 horses, Azum and Confessional. But there's some other horses in there I think Tom and I are a little bit interested in.
We'll see if someone can step up, surprise us in that Grade 3 Lexington. With more on this incredible atmosphere in Lexington, let's check in with Acacia Clement.
It's something special here, Greg, that's for sure. I have a bird's eye view of the crowd. A race just went off, and watching everybody, fans of all ages, cheering their horse home is something that just gives you chills every single time. And it's one of the things that I love most about Keeneland, the vibe here. Yes, it's a great party atmosphere. Yes, there is excellent racetrack food. There's also exceptional racing. And even if you're just here for a casual day at the races, when you place your bet, that's your horse during that race, and you can just feel the enthusiasm, especially as things pick up. We get closer to those stakes. A Saturday at Keeneland is a beautiful place to be. Thrilled to be here, be back for the first time, in fact, for me, since 2020, and there really is nothing like it. I can only imagine what this crowd is going to be like when they're crossing the wire for the Jenny Wiley and the Lexington, Greg.
And we will no doubt hear the roar of that crowd. Acacia right above us. One of the best views in the sport here of this beautiful paddock behind us. Let's set the stage for the first live race from Keeneland. We'll be bringing you this afternoon. Race 8, it will kick off the late pick 4. It's a maiden special weight. Everyone trying to get that first win of their career in this spot. This for 3-year-old fillies. As we take a look at the field that will line up, right timing. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, of course, will be major players in the Jenny Wiley. With a race under the belt, round up second, beat a half length in the debut at Tampa.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, that debut was interesting because the horse that beat her right on the line came back and ran very, very well in the next level race. We'll see who wins and breaks their maiden and wins the first race of their career a little bit of time from now.
That one at 7 furlongs. That'll be the first of our live action today from Lexington, Kentucky. Right now it's back to New York with Todd and Andy and the 4-Star Crook.
Thank you, Greg. And as the field gets ready for the 4-Star Crook, there is a horse going through, we think, a saddle adjustment. Yeah, it looks like.
Appears to be a saddle
Yeah, adjustment. Irish Fortune, the rider, Ricardo Santana Jr., did jump off. And still waiting for word here. But since we've been away, Hot Currency is 3-5. But here's the horse we're talking about.
Yeah, that's the number 8. It looks like a saddle adjustment. They would have. It wouldn't be spending much time. They would have just taken the saddle off by now. So they're obviously just adjusting the girth. You'll see this quite often. And if you like this horse, I wouldn't be concerned. I don't particularly like her. But I will say, they begged me to go to Keeneland. But not only did I hear you were coming here, but I said I am not missing the first running of the 4-Star Crook. I don't care where they want to send me. They offered me money to go there, and all that great food at Keeneland they offered to be buying for me, but I'm here for the 4-Star Crook with you, my
And you're including me in one of the reasons that you didn't go to one of the most beautiful racetracks in the world. Andy Serling, you're amazing.
I don't want to miss a day at Aqueduct, as every day is a precious day. We're dwindling down to the last couple of months of racing here.
My sincerity detector has just gone off, and it reveals that you're very genuine in what you just said. Hillendale is very genuine. You got to see what they're doing out there with Zalapa at Hillendale. The Sakura family continuing on a great tradition out there, and we are about to start a new tradition with the 4-Star Crook here, part of the New York Stallion Stakes Series. Okay, not a whole lot has changed on the tote board since we started talking about this race. 2 horses entrenched as the favorites, 1 odds on, 1 8-5. How do you play a race like this?
Well, I had played a small pick 3 where I singled the 3 in this race, thinking maybe I can make it bigger, and I did manage to use.
With all our coverage here, live coverage of stakes action at Aqueduct and paving the way for coverage at Keeneland. The first time we brought you live racing action there. We'll get you back down there for that race. We are going to bring you Oaklawn Park races 6 and 7. You can find them on the Naira Bets app or at nairabets.com. Again, we'll get back to Oaklawn Park. You won't miss any of the big races later in the card, but for races 6 and 7, we will send you there.
What I want to say to people is the break is always obviously an important part of the race, but it's particularly important for Greek Goddess because she got left in her debut. And not just a little slow, a length and a half, 2 lengths slow. Frequently, horses are a little green their first starts, they get left, and they're much more professional the second time. But the start is very important because if she's going to beat Hot Currency, I don't think she's spotting her 2 lengths to get it done. So I would immediately say if you like the 3 Greek Goddess, or you like the 5 and you want to beat the 3 Greek Goddess, pay attention to the start and see is she more professional in breaks. I think if Greek Goddess breaks cleanly, she's going to both be more forwardly placed, but I believe she's going to beat Hot Currency.
The field moving into line for the 4-Star Crook, and acting up is our 3-5 favorite Hot Currency. She comes in with back-to-back second-place finishes, beaten as the favorite in both those starts. Acts up a little bit here before moving forward, and the betting public comes back for her again at 3-5. And then there is the 3, Greek Goddess, a very impressive debut, overcoming a lot of trouble to ultimately win, and the confidence here coming off a maiden win into Stakes Company. And as the assistant starter skipped to the gate with the 6, Rock Steady Babe, we are close to a start. It is post time for the 4-Star Crook live on America's Day at the Races here on FS1. Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off. Breaking sharply was Hot Currency, has company to the inside from Miss Jane Hathaway. Miss Jane Hathaway now with a head in front. Miss Jane Hathaway moves over closer to the rail with Hot Currency stalking from second. Out wider, Irish Fortune is now close up third. It's a tight hold here for Greek Goddess. Jamie Rodriguez has a handful in fourth, is right in behind the leaders, and the trailer, Rock Steady Babe. They work up the backstretch in 22.77. The opening quarter mile, Relu, Gutierrez, and Miss Jane Hathaway into the turn. Hot Currency and Manny Franco ready to pounce and moving forward. In behind horses, Greek Goddess, nowhere to go yet. Still in fourth, is bottled up. Here comes the first move from Irish Fortune out 3 wide. Rock Steady Babe is trying to run on from the back end of the field. Hot Currency has the lead. Now finding the 3 path. Here comes Greek Goddess to chase the new leader. Hot Currency has a quarter mile left to go. Confident look from Manny Franco, who now says, let's go with Hot Currency, and she responds. Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. A clear second is Greek Goddess. Trying to battle on here is Irish Fortune from the back for third. But no catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-Star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency. Much the best. Greek Goddess second, Irish Fortune, and Miss Jane Hathaway. 1 minute 17.32 seconds.
The favorite Hot Currency dominating here. Manny Franco looking back for the competition, and they're well in Hot Currency's wake.
There was about 3 seconds there where it looked like Greek Goddess was going to get the job done, but the second she
How many seconds?
Maybe it was closer to 1 1/4.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, as soon as Manny asked this horse to go, she just ran away from Greek Goddess. Now, Greek Goddess broke a little bit slowly, but not as badly as last time. She had a very good trip in this race. She's simply not as good as the winner. I mean, Hot Currency was very, very impressive, and only about a half a second or so slower than Schoolcall's Folly. It was a very
That's what I was going to say.
horse.
They went 1:16.4. The boys did. She goes 1:17.1, but she's clearly geared down. Look, Skolko's Folly was an easy winner, but maybe not as easy as what we saw here.
I would agree with that. I mean, I thought this was a very big move forward for her. I don't think the 3 ran badly. Hot Currency really stepped it up. This is a very impressive win by her. We see a couple of very nice New York breds win these 2 stakes.
5-3-8-1 posted on the board in the 4-Star Crook. That is 4-5, over 7-5, over 6-1, over 10-1. We have one more race remaining here at Aqueduct. We've seen a steady diet of favorites on the day, with the biggest price being 4-1 and a 7-2 shot. But race number 8 will conclude the action here in New York. But as far as the show is concerned, we are stepping it up with live racing action from Keeneland Racecourse. Race 8 is 17 minutes away. We'll be turning it over to our teams all around the country, both in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and in Lexington, Kentucky. You've got the rest of the afternoon free.
I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with you this weekend. I will not be here tomorrow, but I look forward to seeing you next week when I get back. And it's been a great job. It's not a surprise you've done a great job, but it's been a pleasure being with you.
Well, it is easy to perform well when you work with such a great team. Everyone's been so welcoming and kind, and it really started with you a few weeks ago. Thank you, my friend.
We're shockingly a little bit nicer here than most people think, but don't let too many people know.
I said to somebody, I'm softening Andy up. They're like, don't do that. We need him to be salty when we come back. It is truly a treasure in the world of thoroughbred racing. Keeneland Racecourse, the spring meet, and America's Day at the Races on FS1 is there. We'll be back right after this.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away. When you want to reward yourself. When you deserve to indulge. When you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Like the Masters in Augusta or opening day in Major League Baseball, this too is a rite of spring. Set in the heart of Kentucky's bluegrass, where champions are not just raised, but refined, these grounds stand apart, timeless, storied, and truly one of a kind. Keeneland, quite simply, is racing royalty. To win here isn't just a victory, it's a credential. The history echoes, the atmosphere hums, and the stakes unmistakably high. Today, for the first time, America's Day at the Races takes you inside these iconic gates. Welcome to Keeneland. Welcome to the horse capital of the world in Lexington, Kentucky, an iconic Keeneland race course. Today, two-time champion trainer Brad Cox holds a dominant hand in the Lexington Stakes, a race he's won 4 times already. A zoom put it all together for Cox in his second start, winning by over half a football field. Can he back up that performance in his graded stakes debut? His stablemate Confessional, he's shown flashes of talent, including collecting Derby points at Colonial. His lone win also came here at Keeneland. In the final Grade 1 of the spring meet, trainer Chad Brown will try to continue his dominance in a Jenny Wiley. He'll send out a pair of contenders led by Grade 1 winner Suggesta, who returns to Keeneland for unfinished business after coming up just short in a Grade 1 here last fall. It's all next on America's Day at the Races, live from Keeneland with a sold-out crowd on hand on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. As mentioned, a first for us on America's Day at the Races to be here live on site at Keeneland. Didn't think I'd be saying that again. It's been over a decade since I've said those words. Pretty incredible. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be here at Keeneland, a track that has and continues to be just such a huge part of the story of this sport of horse racing. And today, 2 very big races to come. The final Grade 1 of this spring meeting, the Jenny Wiley, a very prestigious race in the filly and mare turf division, and the conclusion of the road to this year's Kentucky Derby with the Grade 3 Lexington. With me, my colleagues, one of the top trainers in our sport, Tom Amos, one of the top handicappers in the game, Jonathan Kinchin. What does it mean to be here at Keeneland?
Well, for a trainer, you know, it's you walk in the gates here and you're walking into the cathedral of racing here at Keeneland. And to compete here, to win here, to coin a phrase, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. And that's how trainers feel, jockeys and owners, when their horses compete over this racetrack.
Wolfie, as you know, I love any place you can go and bet on horses running in a circle, have some good food, a couple of good drinks. But this place is just special. You walk in, you feel like you're in a museum. The history is just palpable. It's one of my favorite racetracks in the world. Like I told you, I kind of cheat when people say, what's your favorite racetrack? I say Saratoga and Keeneland. I say both.
It's a 1 and 1A, and I know it's not going to change, but it would help a little if you win that handicapping contest today.
So far, so good. I'm in 9th place. Wish me luck.
Grade 1, Jenny Wiley's mentioned the final Grade 1 of this spring meeting, and it's been an important race on the road to year-end championship honors. Chad Brown, he's won 7 of the last 10 runnings. 3 of his last 6 winners of this race have gone on to year-end championship honors. He'll have 2 of the top contenders. Obviously, huge news with the morning line favorite, Lush Lips, coming out for Brendan Walsh. We'll have more on that a little bit later. As for Suggesta, the most potent part of this duo for Chad Brown, JK?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, she's got the experience here at Keeneland. She won her first career race here at Keeneland. She also ran last fall in the First Lady, which is the fall version of this Grade 1 race on the grass, and she ran second, a very good second. She's won her race in between then. She comes in off a little bit of a break, but the good news is, if you like Suggesta, Chad Brown, one of the best trainers in the world at getting horses to run well fresh.
Well, this was the big news from earlier this morning. We all were sort of taken by surprise when we heard it. Had to do a double take. Morning line favorite, Lush Lips, Grade 1 winner last fall here at Keeneland. Scratch from the race, Tom.
Disappointing, but you know, this is the beginning of the season for turf racing. It's going to end up here in the Breeders' Cup. That'll be our Super Bowl of the race, and she's got plenty of time to catch up, get back in the game, and get ready for the end of the year.
Wolfie, it's hard to say this, but a $3.7 million horse scratched, and I still think Brendan Walsh has a chance to win this race with Expensive Queen down on the inside.
Yeah, pretty incredible to have a backup plan like that. That is to come. That'll be race 9, our first live action. We're about 9 minutes to post in race 8. We'll set the stage for that momentarily. Of course, all the action from here at Keeneland, Aqueduct, Oaklawn Park as well. You can bet with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus with that code MATCH200. Right there at NairaBets.com. So a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Lexington. As for the Stone Street Lexington, final stop on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. As mentioned earlier, really only Confessional with a chance to possibly get into the Kentucky Derby. Would need some help with defections. Let's check in with Acacia Clement for more.
Brad Cox does have a powerful 1-2 punch in this year's Lexington, including Confessional, but also Azum, who was dazzling in his win last time out at Colonial. Now he will have to step up off the back of that maiden score and show that he can handle stakes company, whereas Confessional, who got the blinkers back on last time out, has faced some good horses and already did finish third in the stake last time out in the Virginia Derby. He's one that maybe mentally needs to put things all together while his stablemate lacks a little bit of that experience. But both of these horses are by essential quality, and they're both grays. Bringing you back to the Belmont Stakes a few years ago, Brad Cox won with essential quality. Maybe he has two of his progeny who could do just that down the line, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Pretty strong duo for a trainer who has won this Stone Tree Lexington 4 times prior. They could be very heavy favorites in that race to come. Here's what's ahead, presented by legendary Claiborne Farm. We're fast and firm here in Keeneland. Oaklawn, we have a former champion returning in Hot Springs, where they are fast at Oaklawn. That is Nitrogen and the Apple Blossom. And still one race remaining out in New York at Aqueduct, where they are fast for that 8th race to come. Let's go back to Oaklawn right now with Lafitte Pinkai and Richard Migliori.
Greg, this is not our first trip to Oaklawn Park. We've been here many, many times. Always special, but especially on this day for the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Richie, what makes this event so special?
Well, the Apple Blossom is the first Grade 1 exclusively for fillies and mares on the dirt. That's 3-year-old and up females in North America. And Grade 1s are the highest denotation of our game. If you can win a Grade 1, you're the very best of the best.
Top class fillies and mares, and as Greg mentioned, the presence of a champion. Number 1, Nitrogen, 9-5 morning line favorite. We revisit her last win, 2 starts back. Richie, right here in the Bayacoa.
Yeah, and this was off of a layoff. She ran extremely well this day. Mark Casse stated publicly that he thought she was about 80% fit, but that she was doing so well he felt like he had a runner. I think she delivered one of the best races of her life, but I also think it cost her in her next start in the Azeri. I thought she regressed because of being not 100% fit, but running 100% well.
We'll expand on that later in the broadcast. The back of her baseball card looks like this, the stats, the accomplishments, the resume of a champion. Will she add an Apple Blossom victory? We'll find out around 6:45 Eastern. And if she's going to do so, she'll have to turn the tables on a mare named Majestic Oops, trained by Dan Ward, as we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale.
Lafitte, sometimes patience is key in this game. For trainer Dan Ward, he has had a lot of it with a career that started back in 1976 working as an assistant for trainer Bobby Frankel, and then on to fellow Hall of Famer Jerry Hollendorfer. He has worked in developing several Grade 1 winners, but when it comes to being in his own name, he's searching for his first one. That could come today with the small but mighty filly right behind me, Majestic Oops. She's getting her Z's in before the Grade 1 dance, which could push her to millionaire status. And it just goes to show that having patience with a horse and patience with yourself always pays off. Let's see what Majestic Oops can do today in that Apple Blossom. Lafitte?
Yeah, we know what she can do. She has the stuff to knock out a champ. She's done it once. Can she do it again? Majestic Oops. Coming up a little bit later on in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom as we go back to Keeneland Racecourse in Lexington with Greg and the crew.
Lafitte, Mig, thank you both very much. Race 8 from Keeneland as the contestants make their way to the track. Again, a maiden special weight, and everyone trying to get that first win of their career. 3-year-old fillies traveling 7 furlongs in distance. And here is Hey Winnie for trainer Ben Colebrook.
1 start, it was on the poly track, but has a dirt pedigree, could advance here.
Next we see Arcana by Good Magic, who is a former 2-year-old champion.
Yeah, Ian Wilkes, a good trainer, but doesn't do that great with first-time starters.
Chad Brown will have the favorite coming up with the Jenny Wiley. He has right timing here, currently 2-1 favorite.
Favorite here with a race experience under her belt and ran very good first time out.
First-time starter in a big number. Here's Rose of San Antone.
Yeah, this Justify daughter. I think it's a little bit interesting at a big price underneath.
Productive debut. It came at the fairgrounds. for She's Our 10 for Peter Urton.
And if you're looking for horses that tend to improve from first, second start, she might be your guy right here, our girl. She's Our 10 had a very tough trip first time.
Let's Chance It has most recently been on synthetic, getting back to dirt today.
And her synthetic races weren't that great, but her dirt races need to get faster as well.
Ken McPeak, he has well-known Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard. Divine Passion has not done much yet.
Yeah, she's had 2 starts, hasn't shown a lot yet, needs to improve.
Brian Lynch sending out Epic Proud Mary, a first-time starter.
Walking around the racetrack today, I heard 3 people say Brian Lynch is hot. They're not wrong about that.
Here's Pharaoh's Affair, daughter of the Triple Crown champion.
Yeah, broke from a very extreme outside post last time. Got that race under her belt. Look for improvement there as well.
Will Walden, emerging trainer. La Rascasse debuting.
Yeah, you said it. This is going to be my pick in the race. I think Will Walden is set for a big 2026.
Kevin Attard, trainer of Moira, won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Here's Belle.
Belle is a beginner. She's never run before. She's going to face a field of 12, of which she's one of, and needs to show her stuff today.
And Al Gadir debuted as a 2-year-old, ran third, beat a half length. 3-year-old debut coming up for Andrea McKeever.
She took money that day on her debut, and she ran pretty well as well.
Well, Tom, right timing, public going with this one. It sounds like you are as well.
Yeah, I am. Look, she opened at 5-2 odds. She's been bet down. She's now 9-5. She had a great first race, made the lead, was challenged. As soon as she put that horse away, she took on another challenger, got beat right on the wire. I like her today.
Let's go to Acacia.
I am going with the number 8, Epic Proud Mary, first-time starter for Brian Lynch. It's not easy to debut at 7 furlongs. It's a taxing distance, but she has everything that I like to see. She's big, she's powerful, incredibly elegant and classy acting, and Brian Lynch has been deadly this year with his runners. As far as the number 3, Right Timing, I saw her on debut at Tampa. She was very poorly behaved. She was trying to flip out on the track. She was really green in the preliminaries. She has been schooled a lot. She is so much better and much more professional for her second start. That experience definitely showing, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. There you see prices from Aqueduct and the 4-star Crook. Hot Currency at odds on wins that race. As we get a look here at the 10 for this 8th at Keeneland. First-time starter for Will Walden. What an arrival on the scene, JK, it's been for him.
Absolutely. I mean, it's hard. We talked about it earlier in the show. It's hard for people to get into this game. There's a lot of trust that comes from these owners to hand over these hundreds and thousands and sometimes $1 million animals. They have to believe that you're going to get the best out of them. And Will Walden has made an unbelievable impression in his young career. I think this is a very live race, a very live horse. One of these horses could go on and be the type of horse that shows up in races this summer like the Alabama or the Coaching Club American Oaks that we have on Saratoga Live.
8-1 on the horse who just left our screen, Epic Proud Marys. You see this incredible crowd on hand, sold out for Saturday action. Tom, back to Right Timing for Chad Brown. Not just, talent we saw in their debut at Tampa. Chance, she's the one potentially leading the way in here as well?
Yeah, look, as a trainer, you like that race experience going into that second start. You can watch your horse make their debut as they have with Right Timing. Figure out what she didn't do right, work on those things as Chad Brown obviously had. You're going to be a better horse next time. I take talent and experience over raw talent, meaning first-time starters, every single time in a maiden race.
JK, where are you going to wind up?
I'm going to pick the 10. I'm going to go with Will Walden here, but I tell you what, I'm very excited. This is going to be the first time on America's Day at the Races you get to hear the voice of Kurt Becker, one of my favorite track announcers in the game.
He is sensational. We're going to hear his voice momentarily as they begin to load for the first live race on our air ever on America's Day at the Races from Keeneland Racecourse. Historic moment. Proud to be here on site in Lexington, Kentucky on our Fox Sports 1 coverage from one of the truly iconic racetracks in our game. 8-5 favorite. Right Timing, the 3 for trainer Chad Brown, who will have not only the favorite, maybe the top 2 choices to come in the Grade 1, Jenny Wiley. Let's send it upstairs. Kurt Becker with the call. Race 8 from Keeneland.
Rose of San Antone moves into line. Here's Pharaoh's Affair approaching the starting gate. Start of the late pick 4. She's Our 10 goes in, also La Rascasse. Here's Belle. Al-Gadir will be the last one. Let's chance it. Moves forward. Now takes a spot in the gate, and that will leave Al-Gadir. Walks up, goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Larascas right out for the early lead from the outside. Larascas to the front. Divine Passion is there. Pharaoh's Affair between that pair is away running in third. Rose of San Antonio is fourth. She's R10. Between horses fifth. Bell goes sixth. Right Timing is seventh. Down toward the inside. Al-Gadir is eighth to the far outside. Epic Proud Mary moves up 2 spots from ninth into seventh. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Hey Winnie, who is 10th to the inside of Arcana. And Let's Chance It wide at the back. Last of the 12 as they head for the far turn. Divine Passion is the leader. Divine Passion, Pharaoh's Affair. They go 1-2. They're separated by a neck to the far turn. Larascas to the outside, and Rose of San Antonio back to the inside in 4th position. Al-Gadir has to go wide, moves up 5th to the outside of She's R10, who's between horses in 6th, and then Bell is in 7th. Right Timing is 8th, down toward the inside, 8 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. Larascas swings up from the far outside, just over a quarter mile to go, up to challenge Pharaoh's Affair for the lead. Divine Passion to the inside. Al-Gadir has to go toward the center of the track. Bell is on her outside. She moves on the grandstand side. Right Timing had to come off the rail and move about 5 wide at the top of the stretch, still far back. Larascas has the lead. Bell is alongside. Larascas, Bell, Larascas. They're matching strides as they work their way past the 16th pole. It is Bell from the outside. Larascas is game and fighting on from the inside. Larascas, Bell. Larascas resilient to win it for Axel Concepcion.
2 first-time starters as you take a look at winning trainer Will Walden. Duke it out to the finish. It's Larascas who survives this battle.
Ran a great trip from an outside post, was positioned perfectly on the turn, Jonathan, 3 wide. You could see the rider had plenty of horse. His hands were very still. Larascas' ears were up, waiting for a command. When she's called upon right here, she takes off and she shows her gameness, fighting on to the end.
I got to tell you, that race took me on an emotional roller coaster. Looked amazing on the turn, thought the horse was a winner, then the 11 runs by. And a lot of times horses, when they get run by, they don't re-rally. This horse got past in the stretch and came back and fought down on the inside. Very impressive performance.
Maybe a chance down the line to be pretty good, too. Her grandma, Merrifield, won $1.3 million, including the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Wins it first asking. Will Walden, Axel Concepcion out dueling first-time starter Bell in a thriller here in race 8. That man right there, he will have a 2-pronged attack. In the Grade 1, Jenny Wiley. Grade 1 winner Sagesta coming off the bench, and Grade 1 winner Dynamic Pricing. His duo to come in a race he's won 7 of the last 10 years. Stay with us.
Here at Castle and Key, our history starts all the way back in the late 1800s when a man by the name of Colonel E.H. Taylor Jr. founded the first destination for bourbon tourism and hospitality in the country. He built a lavish white limestone castle right behind me, a 113-acre property with gardens, grounds, and a Roman-style bathhouse to entertain and show his guests how special Kentucky bourbon can be. In the 1970s, the site was shuttered, so after a labor of love and a lot of years of our efforts, we've been able to revitalize the site to its historic pedigree, bringing back a wonderful tourism destination that makes great bourbon in the heart of central Kentucky.
Well, you're in Kentucky. Horse racing and bourbon, they go hand in hand. Race 8 here in Lexington. It goes to Larascas, first-time starter for trainer Will Walden, with Axel Concepcion aboard in a duel, out finishing Bell to the wire.
I got to tell you, I'm probably going to buy some bourbon after that winner. A nice bottle of bourbon.
Why not? The price is right.
$14.10 for the victory. Resolute Racing, your winning owner. As we head to New York for the finale on this Saturday card out in South Ozone Park, $12,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. Horses who have not won 2 in their life, so just maiden winners. Traveling 6 furlongs, and that's Chocolate Chocolate. The favorite right now drops in class for dominant trainer on the New York circuit, Linda Rice, Tom.
Yeah, should show some speed out of the gate in this race, and the scratch of the 1, Cathedral Isle, takes some speed out of the race, makes it a little bit easier for the 3, Chocolate Chocolate, to maybe show the way early.
Brad Cox, we're going to see plenty of to come in the Lexington later today. He'll send out Take Me to London, the 4. Next door to the favorite, 5-2, second choice on the board. Then outside, it will be fun for the Ilkay Cantermachi barn. Ran solid at this level last start, but just 1 for 18 lifetime. Chris Griffin with the finale on this Saturday card from Aqueduct.
Chianti will be next. Jay's Love. It will be fun. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Jay's Love flashes early speed, is right towards the front. Take Me to London in the early mix, and Eleni is in between horses. Eleni is now up by a half length. Jay's Love is forwardly placed up on the far outside center of the racetrack, and at the rail here comes Furry Fox. Eleni is well off the rail. Has got to be in about the 5 path right now, is trying to get over Dylan Davis, but there's 2 towards the inside. They travel as a pair. It's Furry Fox and Chocolate Chocolate. They're going to hold that inside position through a 23.12 opening quarter mile. Chocolate Chocolate from in between horses, trying to put a nose in front. Furry Fox in a tight spot here at the rail. Eleni, 3 wide. Jay's Love starts to make up some ground from 4th. Take Me to London. Jamie Rodriguez bottled up in 5th. In behind horses looking for a way out. It Will Be Fun is trying to run on, and Kara's Chianti tightly packed here as they reach the top of the stretch. Chocolate Chocolate battles on. Eleni out in the center of the racetrack. Jay's Love is trying to make up ground 2. Take Me to London has a huge gap to run through, and now Take Me to London is sprinting towards the front. Chocolate Chocolate is the leader. It Will Be Fun. Grandstand side starts to roll 2. Take Me to London is now in front of the 16th left to go. Take Me to London. Chocolate Chocolate. It Will Be Fun. Take Me to London in the finale. It Will Be Fun second, Chocolate Chocolate, and Eleni in 1 minute 12 and 4.
Appetizer with 2 big chances to come here in Kentucky in the Grade 3 Lexington.
Yeah, nice win today. The favorite, Chocolate Chocolate, was just caught up in quite a speed duel, Jonathan. She got softened up quite a bit, and Take Me to London took over.
We'll see what happens, though. We might be living in Brad Cox's world. We'll see here in a couple minutes.
I've been living in that world for the last 10 years.
A Zoom confessional, his 2 big chances to come in that Grade 3 Lexington, which horses who could potentially make an impact down the road in the Triple Crown. Take a look at the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley field, which is coming up next. We're 22 minutes to post, and Chad Brown, he'll send out the current 6-5 favorite Sagesta, and dynamic pricing, the 5, currently at 9-2. Let's check in with Acacia.
And I'm pleased to be joined with trainer Brendan Walsh, who will send out Expensive Queen from the rail here. But Brendan announced today that morning line favorite Lush Lips was scratched. Can you give us a little update on her? I know it's certainly been a roller coaster of a day.
Yeah, you know, we had an inkling that everything wasn't right, Acacia, so we pulled blood on her yesterday, and the blood didn't come back the way we wanted it to, so it really made our decision easy. We had to skip it, I'm afraid. It was, you know, tough to miss a race like that, but it's nothing that can't be rectified, I'd say, within a short period of time.
We look forward to seeing her back on the track soon, but your remaining runner, Expensive Queen, stepping back into graded stakes company. What have you seen from her off the back of that impressive last out win?
She's done great. You know, she's obviously won her 2 races off the layoff this year and has done nothing wrong. I did think, no matter where Lush Lips would be, that this one wouldn't be too far away from her, so I think she's got a big chance.
Thanks for the time, Brendan.
Thanks, Acacia.
Greg?
Jonathan had brought up earlier in the show the purchase price. She was purchased out of that November breeding stock sale, $3.7 million. They'll have to wait for her next start, but certainly eyes on the Breeders' Cup that returns to Keeneland later this fall. Sagesta inherits favoritism with the absence of Lush Lips. Her first start back as a 5-year-old for Chad Brown. 2-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider Flavian Pratt will be aboard.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked, racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Keeneland has a lot of traditions. With this paddock building, we really wanted to create some new traditions in a way that respects the old and meshes with the old. And it really was important to us that this building seem as if it had always been there. Just like 36 room, we wanted an area to be more social, have cocktail tables. The jockeys walking through the 1936 room was an early idea in the project, so they actually do walk right through the room when they're coming out to the paddock and walk right back through. The rooftop area, we wanted to be able to get that experience of having people outside, and it just provided an area for people to have a different experience, an incredible view of the paddock and the horses and the pageantry, and just a celebration.
And that new paddock building right behind us, showcasing the very best of Keeneland's world-renowned hospitality, and of course a chance for the future of this sport to experience racing at just an elite level with incredible restaurants, views of the paddock. It's tremendous.
I like to consider myself a racetrack room expert. Right? I love the Eddie Logan at Santa Anita. I love what we have in Saratoga with the 1863, also with the paddock bar. This building is right up there with one of the absolute best buildings in racing. It's beautiful, 3 stories, the top little area, because I'm not going to be here that much, so I'm not going to ruin it for myself. The top area is awesome. I absolutely love that building.
The rooftop bar.
Yep.
I believe I saw you up there in the distance.
You
were having one.
I saw you in the distance yesterday as well.
That was 1 to 5 to happen. Continuing to evolve these grounds, but maintain the tradition. That's what it's all about here at Keeneland. Grade 1, Jenny Wiley, this final Grade 1 of the spring coming up next. And Chad Brown, he's won 3 of the last 4. He probably should have won it last year. Excellent Truth got shut off of the stretch, probably would have won the race. As for Sagesta, this was her Grade 1 win, the way she ended her 4-year-old campaign, JK.
Yeah, it was very impressive, right? And the race right before this, like we talked about, was run here. She was second at Keeneland in the First Lady. When you win a Grade 1 race and you win it like this, you better pay attention to a horse like this coming back in her next year. I think she's setting the stage for what could be a big 2026.
And, you know, we saw her make the lead in this race on the replay just now, but it doesn't do justice to just how easily she got to that front position. She was sitting behind the pace, got to the front very, very easily. When she was called upon, she not only quickened, she quickened so well that you could actually visually see it with your eyes, which doesn't always happen with horses.
Chad Brown's been talking a little bit about the bad luck he's received on the Triple Crown Trail, most recently with Iron Honor, getting outside posts in some of these races. Outside post here for Segesta, how big a problem is that?
I think with the 2 scratches, it's not really a problem. She's got great tactical speed. The horse right to her inside, Aussie Girl, is going to set the pace here. She's going to set the table for somebody to come from off the pace. But I do think you need to be tactical, and I think Segesta will be very tactical.
With more on Segesta, as you take a look at her there, let's go back to Acacia.
And she's been remarkably consistent throughout her career. But as you look through her past performances, you may notice that one of her worst races was when it was a soft turf course, in contrast to her stablemate Dynamic Pricing in here, who loves a turf course with some cut in it if there has been some rain or some moisture in the air. She should appreciate the conditions today because Segesta is a big, burly individual. She carries a lot of weight and conditioning. So that was my question. Is she going to look fit enough coming back? You do expect them from the Chad Brown barn to look fit off the layoff, and she certainly does. She's on the muscle as she usually is. She's nicely forward, not over the top. She looks sensational, and as Tom mentioned, she has tactical speed, which I think is to her advantage, and a horse that I think was getting better at the end of last year, and nice to see that she is back for a 5-year-old campaign. Just to her inside, though, the 9 Aussie Girl, I spoke to Ben Curtis, her jockey, last time out after the Endeavor, and he said the game plan going into that race had actually been to try to get her to settle and maybe to rate just off the pace, but nobody decided to send, and he took advantage. He gets to keep them out today, as he should, because it was a spectacular call, and today I think she's controlling pace. She acts like a horse that is fast early too. Will Walden looking for his own rolling double here as well. She's one that sometimes I think can do a little bit too much prior to her races, that she can get a little bit too wound up, start pulling into her bit, into her mouth. That's not the case today thus far. I will keep an eye on her, but as long as she's able to keep things under wraps and switch off onto the front end, she should try to take them every step of the way in here, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. 14 minutes to post in this Jenny Wiley. As we take a look at Expensive Queen, the remaining entrant for trainer Brendan Walsh will have the inside post, and she's coming off potentially the best race she's ever run, Tom, at the Fairgrounds.
Yeah, no, it was a very, very good race. And the Fairgrounds horses this year over the turf course were a very good group. But I have to say, when it comes to Grade 1 racing and what we're seeing today at Keeneland and the Jenny Wiley, this would be a step up for her.
Meanwhile, a look at Aussie Girl. We just saw J.K. Will Walden win that maiden special weight in race 8. How good is Aussie Girl for his barn?
I think she's actually pretty interesting. Not maybe as a win type, but as a type to run underneath, right? She's probably going to make the lead. She's probably going to make the lead pretty comfortably unless someone wants to kind of go out there and ding-dong with her on the front end. And I think when a horse gets comfortable on the front end, even though she might not be the best horse in the race, she might get caught, she still has a great opportunity to run second or third.
Yeah, and along that point, no matter where she finishes, she sets the table for anyone that wants to finish in the race.
Circle your calendar for this one. Saturday, April 18th, Oaklawn Handicap. We already knew it was going to be huge with the reigning Horse of the Year Sovereignty making his 2026 return. Now his rival from last year's Triple Crown, Journalism, showing up as well. What a showdown of titans. Let's go to Acacia.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be joined by jockey Flavian Pratt, who will pilot Segesta from the outside with this post and her tactical speed. How do you see the race playing out?
Yeah, I mean, she's always, forwardly placed, so hopefully she can get a good jump out of there and see where she finds herself.
You'll also be riding a Zoom in the Lexington for Brad Cox. He was impressive last time out. What are your thoughts about him stepping up today?
Yeah, it was a good run. I mean, it's obviously going to be a step up today, but I love the way he did it, and hopefully he can run a good race again.
Thanks, Flavian. Good luck.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg?
And we'll obviously talk about it more as well, but probably the primary speed of that race in the Lexington has come out. Decisive win, a scratch, so see what that means for Izum and where Pratt decides to place him when we get there.
I'm sure someone else will go, right? I mean, Brad Cox
their
is
horses
typically
coming off sprints.
Absolutely.
The Hell We Did is coming off sprints, and a few others. So I think there'll be valid pace in that race.
Prices from Aqueduct's finale there. Take Me to London, winning for Brad Cox, $8.34 for that victory. As we approach the 10-minute mark to post here for this Jenny Wiley. And Jake, as you look at this board, obviously it changed a lot with Lush Lips coming out. Even Destino Doro for Brad Cox, the 8, would have been a major contender as well. Is maybe the biggest surprise, though, this one, Expensive Queen, the other Brendan Walsh mare at 3-1, the big surprise?
Not really. I mean, I think she's a really good horse. I mean, I think even with Lush Lips in the race, I thought she had a great chance. And you heard Brendan Walsh kind of hint at that. He thought she was going to be kind of in the mix regardless whether Lush Lips was running or not.
Did you expect her to be shorter than Dynamic Pricing, a Grade 1 winner for Chad Brown?
I didn't. Although she is 3 for 3 with Luis Saez, who rides her today, and 3 for 4 here in the United States. This is a step up for Expensive Queen. These other girls have been running against the best of the best. She is now facing the best of the best for the first time.
3-time winner on the turf in 9 starts, Expensive Queen, as we get another look at Sagesta. So 5-year-old return. Realistically, how much better can you get now coming back as a 5-year-old mare?
Well, we're talking about dynamic pricing?
Sagesta.
Oh, Sagesta. Oh,
well,
gosh.
either one, really.
Well, I mean, look, you can look at either of those horses that are coming off a great 4-year-old campaign. They've gotten their time off. They're back for this year. I think both of them are going to have a big campaign because Chad Brown has shown over and over again he can bring these mares back year after year, and they'll be at their best.
9-2. There's his other runner, Dynamic Pricing. Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard as we get set for our post-parade coming up. You can play all the action by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Get a $200 deposit match new customer bonus by punching in the code MATCH200 at sign up, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including our live coverage today from Keeneland. And 2 graded stakes still to come that count Fleet, and one of the most important races in the Distaff division for older fillies and mares, that Apple Blossom with returning champion Nitrogen, trying to exact a little revenge on the mare that upset her in the Azeri, Majestic Oops. Post parade coming up. There is a 7-5 favorite. 2-time reigning Eclipse Award winning rider, Flavien Prat, someone you can just about always count on, JK, to make the right move.
And honestly, where she's drawn, she's a 10 horse, but because of the 2 scratches, she'll go in 2 slots. So she's not really that far out. But someone like him who's aggressive, gets his position moving forward, is the perfect type of rider for a horse like this that has tactical speed, who's drawn on the far outside. He will find himself into the 2 path, in my opinion, at the worst.
Yeah, I agree. The horse right inside of her, Aussie Girl, is going to make the lead. I think Sagesta follows her, not in terms of being alongside of her, but I think Sagesta could easily, going into the first turn, be laying second.
And we talk about how well Sagesta ran here at Keeneland in a Grade 1 last fall. Pretty big price on the board, was not far behind her, ran pretty good as well. Deep Satin, the 6th.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Deep Satin is one that the problem is that although Deep Satin was right behind her, her subsequent race at Del Mar in the Goldacova was not very impressive, while Sagesta came back and ran even better. That would be my biggest concern is how much of a jump is Deep Satin going to make, and is that jump good enough to beat Expensive Queen, beat Sagesta, and these others?
We start our post parade with the remaining runner for Brendan Walsh. Here is Expensive Queen.
Well, speaking of jumps, she's 2 for 2 this year on the grass, and you want to go into a race with confidence. She certainly has that, but this is a different kind of race than she's run in before.
Fast market, took 9 starts to get that first win, and then her next 2 starts, graded stakes place and a graded stakes winner.
The longest shot on the board, I think she's a great horse to use underneath in your superfectas and trifectas.
Maduro for Peter Urton, 5-time stakes winner.
Another horse that's going to be stepping up a little bit from her recent races, would love to have some pace up front.
So multiple graded stakes winner at 9-1, pin up Betty with Joel Rosario.
I think she might want to go just a little bit longer.
The first of 2 for Chad Brown. Here's Dynamic Pricing for the 5-year-old comeback.
A very classy filly, but another that wants a lot of pace in front of her to set up her close.
5-year-old return as well for the aforementioned Deep Satin.
Like you mentioned, she's run second here at Keeneland twice. Maybe she likes it. Can she get over the hump? I think she's up against it.
We saw Will Walden take race 8. He'll send out Aussie girl Ben Curtis rides.
Ben Curtis, I watched him ride all winter in New Orleans, especially on the grass. He's a brilliant turf rider. He's going to go to the lead. He's going to try to slow it down and have something left for the end.
And the last time we saw Sagesta, she became a Grade 1 winner. This is the 5-year-old debut.
Those famous Juddmonte Silks at a famous racetrack like Keeneland in a Grade 1. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt. Can't wait to watch this race.
With no Lush Lips, no Destino d'Oro, is that where you expected to see her on the board at 6-5, Sagesta?
Absolutely. When Chad Brown shows up in these races, these Grade 1 turf races, especially for the fillies, there's got to be a real good horse in there for him not to be favored. And when Lush Lips came out, it was pretty obvious that this was going to be the favorite.
Yeah, and you lost 2 of the major players with the scratch of the 7 and the 8, so favoritism and heavy favoritism at that goes to the 10. It's her race to lose.
Pretty good, not just a strong duo for Chad Brown with the 5 and the 10, but in terms of their running style, very different running styles as well.
They are. Sagesta, we talked about her tactical speed. She's going to be fairly close to the pace. I think she may even be right off the pace. But for dynamic pricing, that's a horse that's going to come from behind, come from back. Look, it's a rider's race. What happens in the first quarter of a mile is going to have so much to do with who's going to finish well and who's not. If the pace is indeed slow and there's one horse making it by himself or by herself, then I think Sagesta has a real chance because she'll be so well tactically placed.
Here is Maduro, 10-1 on the board for trainer Peter Urton. Juan Hernandez rides, double-digit odds, 5-time stakes winner. It's some lesser stakes than some of the big names in here. What do you guys think?
Let's go back 2 races to the Marie Krantz at the fairgrounds in a race that she won. A big field of 10 that day and a pace that was definitely a crawl. She was not on the lead or close to it. She had to overcome that slow pace to come from further back in the field to win. That race is better than it appears on paper.
At her best, JK, though, does she need the best runners in here to not run their best?
I'm not trying to go all like Biggie and Tupac on you here, but typically West Coast turf horses, when they come east, I don't have a lot of respect for them. This horse ran well enough at fairgrounds, kind of stopped in the middle there on the way over. I still think probably a cut below.
6-5 favorite. It remains Sagesta. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm up here in the grandstand getting a bird's eye view, and it is an absolutely glorious day. I need to find a parasol up here, though. That seems to be the thing you do in the grandstand at Keeneland. But taking a look at the #1 expensive queen, the remaining Brendan Walsh trainee in this spot, she is a horse, as Tom mentioned, that's going to be facing far better in here today. However, she is one that I think just took a little bit of time since coming stateside. Those horses that start their careers in Europe and then come here to America, it's always a method of adapting. And Brendan Walsh has done very well with it, with her getting her first win in an allowance at Keeneland. But now into some deeper waters. She's shown the confidence in her last race, though I did notice in the stretch, kind of swapping her leads a little bit and looking at her today, she is a very high energy type of mare. So not the biggest, but very athletic. Hopefully she is one that can put her best foot forward in this spot at an enormous price. The Too Fast market, I think, is being ignored, but one to maybe take a little bit of a look at underneath. It took her a long time to actually break her maiden, but she is a horse that wants to go this distance on the turf. She comes back in very, very deep waters, but she has filled out as a 4-year-old. Always the horse I've been a fan of. If it's not today, she's one that I'm going to be watching throughout the rest of this year in these types of conditions, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. That is a huge, huge number on the Too Fast market. 31-1 on a newly turning 4-year-old filly that ended her 3-year-old season with a Grade 3 victory.
Yeah, it is indeed. And I mean, look, it's no fun betting 6-5. Sagesta, before the scratches wasn't a horse that was tend to be 6-5, but looking at the prices now, I'm going to look elsewhere. Dynamic pricing, I know, needs a faster pace up front to get the best kick you can get, but 4-1 on dynamic pricing, our 5-horse, is pretty darn tasty.
I got to disagree with you. Betting 6-5 shots that win is a lot of fun. What's not fun is betting 4-1 shots that lose. I don't think dynamic pricing is as good as Sagesta. I'm going to go with Sagesta and hope we can get this Juddmonte Silks into the winner's circle.
JK, for you, it wasn't just the way she ended Segesta, that 4-year-old campaign. I mean, there's several races on her resume that make her absolutely the standout here.
And I like the fact that she runs well everywhere she goes. She ran well at Del Mar out in California. She ran well at Keeneland, where she's going to run today. She ran well at Monmouth in New Jersey. She ran well in Kentucky Downs in Nashville on a tricky racetrack. She shows up. She runs every time. I like a horse that doesn't need everything to go her way.
Another look at Maduro, and still on this board, Expensive Queen just a notch above dynamic pricing for Chad Brown, as everyone sticking with the favorite here at 6-5.
Yeah, you know, look, those picks were made before the scratches. And 6-5, Jonathan, I know you're eating it up right now. I just can't do that. This is too good a group to accept 6-5.
Yeah, let's just remind our viewers, too. Yeah, these picks were made before we knew Lush Lips and Destino d'Oro were coming out. Certainly Lush Lips for sure, and it would have been a different scenario.
Yeah, it changes the odds completely in Segesta's favor. And by the way, if our 10-horse Segesta runs like she ran in the Grade 1 Matriarch in her last start, they're all running for second. She ran such a good race.
And we talk about how good trainer Chad Brown is to bring runners back off the bench and really run at their best. How difficult is that to do as a trainer?
If you're Chad Brown, it's not difficult. So Chad Brown just got his 3,000th win. And he's probably one of the younger guys to make that milestone this early in his career. But I guarantee you this, if you look at the races he won to get to those 3,000 wins and the money made in those races, he is far ahead of anyone that has won 3,000 races. He's got great athletes, but you don't just get great athletes. You've got to be a great trainer to get great athletes. Chad Brown is a great trainer.
Pretty good to have that man aboard, and they've become quite a duo. Flavien Prat will ride Segesta, two-time reigning Clips Award-winning rider. As you get a look at the 4 there, Joel Rosario on big long shot pin-up Betty for trainer Mike Maker, who is a multiple graded stakes winner, but that's how tough this field is at 11-1. Chad Brown, he's dominated this race, 7 wins of the last 10 runnings. Can Segesta or dynamic pricing continue his streak? It is the Grade 1. Jenny Wiley from Keeneland on FS1. Here's Kurt Becker.
Segesta, the last one, walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Jenny Wiley. There goes Expensive Queen from the inside, right out for the lead. Aussie Girl is there from the outside, and Segesta is forwardly placed as well. Aussie Girl moves by for the lead well before the entrance of the first turn. Clears the inside traffic and works over closer to the rail. Segesta will go second, a lane off the rail into the first turn. Expensive Queen will be third here early on. Maduro fourth between horses. Deep Satin 3 wide in fifth. Pin-Up Betty is sixth, back toward the inside, sixth by only a half length. Dynamic Pricing starts to draw alongside of her from seventh. Fast Market, last of the 8, opening quarter, 23.1 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Aussie Girl, the leader. Aussie Girl on top by 3/4 of a length. Segesta just off the leader's flank and second by 1 length. Deep Satin is third to the outside by a neck. Expensive Queen fourth back toward the inside. Maduro fifth in between that pair. Dynamic Pricing is toward the outside and sixth, running 6 lengths off the lead. Pin-Up Betty to her inside, and Fast Market still last, opening half mile in 47.46 seconds. Aussie Girl takes the field to the far turn. She leads it by just over a length. Segesta still there, and once again starts to move up toward the outside. A closer second. Deep Satin wide again on the far turn this time in third. Maduro is fourth and moving up between horses. Expensive Queen is looking toward the inside. There's a 1/4 mile to go in the Jenny Wiley. Aussie Girl with Segesta coming after her. Maduro third, Expensive Queen fourth. The rest still have work to do. Here's Segesta for the lead into the final furlong. Maduro second on the outside. Expensive Queen going to try to squeeze through an opening down to the inside. Maduro's there from the outside. Segesta between that pair. Segesta, Expensive Queen, then Maduro third. Dynamic Pricing runs late at the wire. Oh, that's tight. It will either be Expensive Queen or Segesta in the Jenny Wiley.
What a script this may turn out to be. Lush Lips scratched from this race. Brendan Walsh's other entrant, Expensive Queen, out a photo finish with the favorite Segesta.
That was tight, you guys. And you know, it's interesting. So Segesta bit off the rail, gave room for Expensive Queen to come through on the rail. And we're going to watch it right here, you guys. Let's take a close look.
On the inside, Expensive Queen, just to the outside, Sagesta.
I'm not brave enough to call that. You guys?
No. I'm not.
Wow. Hard to tell from this angle. This won't give us the answer, but see how hard these two riders were working down to the wire. Luis Saez on the one on the rail. Flavien Prat to the outside on Sagesta, as we still await the answer of who wins this Jenny Wiley. If history is any indicator, it's outside.
Yeah, golly, that's close. I think the outside got the nose down at the right time, but I'm not willing to make a call there. Let's go back to how this race set up.
I'm going to go inside, by the way, just for the record.
All right. So let's go back. Just like we predicted, Aussie Girl went to the lead, and they were not going that quick. You could tell by how tightly bunched the group was down the backside, and you had to be tactically close. All right, let's get away from that and look at that. Is so tight, guys.
Back and forth, noses in front to the finish.
I have a rule. If they don't put it up in 30 seconds, it's a dead heat.
Wow.
So the clock is started.
The longer it goes, the better chance of that happening, and still nothing posted yet. 3-2 on Sagesta, 5-2, second choice on Expensive Queen, as Brendan Walsh looks on, even with lush lips out, may have won this race.
This is going on now. This is getting to the point where Tom might be right.
What does that feel like, Tom, as a trainer when it hangs in the balance?
So you're so focused on the board and nothing else that you just can't stop staring and waiting for your number to come up, hopefully to be the top one. By the way, if it's a dead heat, the one will be put up first because they do it in numerical order, and then they flash the dead heat. I'm at 35 seconds, guys. I'm calling dead heat.
As you wait this out, do you try and make reasons to build your case as why you would have won it?
Absolutely. You're talking to the horse gods right now. I'll take the dead heat, please. Just put me as a winner. You're begging.
Still nothing yet.
And here's the great part. If there's a loser here, neither rider or horse made any error. They both were perfect in this race.
Doesn't make you sleep any easier if he puts you up second.
Flavien Prat, let's talk about his ride on Sagesta. Obviously had her in, as usual, perfect position early on here.
Yeah, broke right outside the speed, was able to lap along that horse and then fall back just a little bit, but had first jump on our speed horse, the 9 horse in Aussie Girl. So, look, it went well, and then, of course, you got to give credit to Luis Saez slipping through on the rail in Expensive Queen. Here we go again, guys.
And J.K. Saez, he saved ground all the way around the racetrack.
He did. He was in that pocket, what we like to call. You're sitting right behind the leaders, saving all that ground. In turf racing, geometry comes into play, whether or not you're losing ground or not. This is so close.
I'm telling you guys, it's a dead heat.
Inside.
I'm only making a prediction. I do not know that.
Or outside. This is going on for quite some time. I'm tending to lean with Tom here. We may be in for a dead heat. Oftentimes riders, when it's this close, they know. I'm not sure they know in this case.
No chance. Those guys' heads are down, and they're pushing to the wire, giving their horse everything up. By the way, the beauty of watching two great riders, go to the wire like that is just, it's so artistic and pretty to watch.
Look, these are two of the most elite riders, JK, in our sport. We saw Luis Saez a few summers ago win a Saratoga riding title, and we know how incredible Prat has been ever since moving to the East Coast, and even before that. As an announcement has been made, it is a dead heat.
I knew that 30 seconds
so
after the race.
Tom Amos's theory holds true. So both Expensive Queen and Sagesta with a victory in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. Let's go to Acacia.
I get to do 2 post-race interviews here, Brendan. You can breathe a sigh of relief now. Dead heat, but still a win in a Grade 1 for Expensive Queen. What a ride by Luis Saez.
Yeah, no, fantastic, Acacia. She ran huge. There was nothing in it at the end. I couldn't call it. We'll take it. It was probably the best result. I don't think either of them deserve to get beat.
I know, as we said, a roller coaster of a day for you, but how validating is this Grade 1 win?
Oh, any Grade 1 is fantastic. It's just great. Congrats to the owners. They gave her all the time she needed last year. It was fantastic. Congrats to Judmont, and we'll take it all day.
Class as always. Congratulations. I'm also with Garrett O'Rourke. If we can hang on here from Juddmonte, Sagesta. What a way to do it. A dead heat indeed, but she sat the perfect kind of trip that patented Flavien Prat ride.
Yeah, when I saw the replay and I thought the inside filly got her nose down, and we came down and I said I'd take a dead heat at this stage, just joking, and I'm delighted. But delighted for the filly, great ride by Flavien, and obviously Chad had her ready first time, but great for the filly because she's been a really good filly. Finally got her grade 1 in the matriarch. We decided, which the owners are always great to do, and Prince Khaled always was, to keep them in training as older horses. And first race after the decision, we get another grade 1, so that's great. Yeah.
I thought she was getting better at the end of last year. It looks like she's picked up right where she left off.
Yeah, I hope so, and today's results would definitely justify that, and she looked magnificent today. I really thought she looked great, and we gave her a break after the matriarch, and we decided then, look, there's nothing wrong with her, she's in super form, so yeah, it's nice when you're vindicated to keep them in training.
I certainly was. Congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
You got to feel great for both these connections, but particularly, I think, for Brendan Walsh and company, losing who would have been the favorite in the race, and still with your other horse winding up with a victory here in a dead heat. Can you guys remember the last time you saw a dead heat in a grade 1?
The Travers?
Oh, very good.
Look at
That
that.
was a few
I'm
years
paying
back,
attention.
but,
I'm paying attention.
Just personal memory. I mean,
I like
wow.
that.
Pretty incredible. Both Expensive Queen and Sagesta victory here in the grade 1. Jenny Wiley, Stone Street, Lexington still to come. Let's head out to Hot Springs.
The drama in the Jenny Wiley, incredible, Richie, for Flavien Prat, Luis Saez. Like, what are those moments like? The anxiety waiting for the reveal of who won.
You don't want your blood pressure checked while waiting on that photo finish. For me, Lafitte, I tried my hardest to take as long as I possibly could to get back to the front of the grandstand if I was in a tight photo, because I hated constantly checking the board. And then inevitably you're checking your arm number as well. So 2 times that you really have that anxiety that is so high when your number's blinking in an inquiry and when you're waiting on a photo.
Unreal. And by the way, those are the same 2 jockeys involved in that long inquiry in the 2019 Kentucky Derby. Luis Saez, maximum security disqualified. Flavien Prat, Kentucky Derby winning rider when Country House was elevated. Wow. Now, a completely different brand of racing. That was a 2-turn grass race. This, a 6-furlong dirt sprint. The Count Fleet, Richie. What is it about this race that really gets the blood pumping?
Speed. You're pitting 7 of some of the very fastest horses in North America, and styles make races. There are 5 of the 7 remaining entrants with the Strata Mexican Bourbon that have speed.
And the favorite, a win machine, Roll on Big Joe, coming in hot. He's rattled off 3 straight, including this tally in the King Cotton, defeating stablemate Wendelson and the late charging Tejano Twist.
Yeah, and he needed to save a little bit of horse, Julian Leperoux, who rides him back now, because Tejano Twist is going to come calling. But he had the luxury in a 5-horse field, being drawn 4 or 5 and no other speed outside of him, that he actually rated about a half a length off the lead. Doesn't get that luxury today, Lafitte, because he's got Wendelson, stablemate of Tejano Twist, who is a confirmed closer, outside of him. It's going to keep some pressure on him. I don't see him rating as kindly.
Riders are up. Post parade next. When we come back, it's Oaklawn's most prestigious race for sprinters, with $500,000 on the line. The Count Fleet, and later, such a good trainer. He's in multiple halls of fame. Mark Casse, monster meet this season at Oaklawn, and he's not done yet. Seeking a first Apple Blossom victory with a champ he trains, Nitrogen.
Back at our Fox Sports 1 coverage from Lexington, Kentucky, here on America's Day at the Races, in a dead heat in the Grade 1, Jenny Wiley, Expensive Queen on the left-hand side of your screen, trained by Brendan Walsh. Luis Saez, owned by Farfellow Farms, right-hand side. Sagesta, Chad Brown, homebred for Juddmonte and Flavien Prat. And there it is, that dead heat photo finish as Chad Brown, his dominance continues. He's now won 8 of the last 11 runnings of this race.
A lot of times you look at those kind of photos, you'll see a rider that's a little bit ahead, a horse that's a little bit ahead, and it was the bob that cost it. Those horses' heads were lined up, the bodies of the riders were lined up. That was a dead heat.
The beauty of that stretch run with Expensive Queen and Luis Saez and Suggestive Flavien Prat was just, it was something to behold.
Let's get back to Hot Springs with the Grade 3 Count Fleet coming up in Lafitte.
That was a dead heat in the 7th race here at Oaklawn. 2 dead heats about 10 minutes apart. Don't see that very often. See if we find a decisive winner of this Count Fleet with a $500,000 purse. You're looking at Tough Catch to kick off the post parade.
I think Tough Catch is a major player. He does possess speed. He's never won a race really from off the pace, but he has run well from off the pace. So there's a little more versatility than some of the other speed types.
Followed by Booth, the defending champ.
Well, Booth is not only fast, Booth has gate speed. There's the majority of the time, the first head you will see emerge from the starting blocks is Booth. He is quick from the word go.
Speaking of quick, Madhouse, Paco Lopez, pedal to the metal.
Well, another speed type. Styles make races. There's a lot of speed sign on, and we know Paco Lopez is going to be shooting the reins at this one.
Roll on, Big Joe, a win machine.
Well, he had the luxury of being able to rate just about a half length off the lead last time, but he didn't have any other speeds outside of him. A little bit different scenario today, and he's a horse that can be a little on the keen side. Roll on, Big Joe.
Wendelson with legendary Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez.
He's speed. He's fast. He also has gate speed. And right outside of him is his uncoupled stablemate, Tejano Twist, who's a closer. So Chris Hartman has got both bases covered. He's got a speed horse, and he's got a closer, and I think it really shapes up well for Tejano Twist, who's closing in on $2 million in career earnings.
Yeah, 4th tour of duty in this Count Fleet. Tejano Twist, and then Dream in Blue to the outside. Rafael Bejarano in a groove. 5 wins over the last couple of days.
Rafael Bejarano's been riding in really fine form. Dream in Blue, another true closer in a race loaded with speed.
Count Fleet. Trainer Chris Hartman with Wendelson, and Tejano Twist standing by live with Megan Burgess.
Here with the team, Tejano Twist and the Hartman family. This surely has been a family affair. And Chris, this horse has been venerable and seems to be getting better with time. How's he been coming into this race?
He's coming into the race good. We're very happy with how he's been traveling into this.
Is there a difference in him leading into this Count Fleet than recent years past?
Well, not really. He's been training really good. He worked well the other day, so we're hoping for a good result.
Well, not just the only Hartman entrant in Tejano Twist, but Wendelson, also the speedster. And Hillary, your wife, Chris, has been aboard him in the morning. What have you really seen from how he's taken to himself?
Wendy, oh, he's total pro. Total pro. He just goes around there, does his thing. Easy to get along with and straight to the job.
Best of luck, guys.
Thanks, girl. Appreciate it.
Tejano Twist and Wendelson look to capture the Count Fleet here in a very competitive field.
They'll break side by side from the starting gate. The stablemates Wendelson and the gelding you're looking at, Tejano Twist. Maggie, what is he showing you pre-race?
Well, when I saw him 2-back with that allowance win, Lafitte, I thought Tejano Twist looked better than ever, compared to years past when I had been out here at Oaklawn. And I think much the same again, as Richie touched on, he looks to get the optimal pace set up yet again. He's a real laid-back dude. He definitely has an air of class about him in the preliminaries here. But for me, think he is not necessarily the horse to beat per se, but the one who just sits the right trip. The horse to beat, though, according to the board, is number 5, Roll on Big Joe, who did show an ability to rate and pounce in his last effort. That was in the King Cotton, as he looks to extend his win streak to 4 today. But Bob Hess, his trainer, said that going into his last race, they missed nearly 2 weeks of training because of all the snow in Kentucky. Now he's had a more comprehensive and continuous training schedule leading into this one. And two, he thought he was very quiet in the paddock last time out. I don't know, Roland Big Joe. He was fairly quiet again today. He looks okay. Would I prefer the 7-5 favorite to look a little bit better, to be a little bit more lively? Yes. And he's also going to have to deal with a lot of other pressure up front. A horse that might be the runoff speed of this group is number 4, Madhouse. And he does have the perfect jockey to suit that kind of running style in Paco Lopez, who we know will just put his hands down and let him roll on the front end. He is a very energetic horse. I saw him last year when winning the Gallant Bob. He does get washy. That is very typical for him. But Lafitte, he has done incredibly well physically from 3 to 4.
They run fast, they load fast. Post time for the $500,000 Count Fleet. Roll on Big Joe. Favorite at post time, Matt Dinneman with the call. The Count Fleet live on FS1.
Blue to the outside post to round out the group. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Count Fleet handicap. Madhouse going right to the lead. Very speedy. Came out of the gates nicely today and clears off here. Madhouse on the lead. So it's Madhouse up top here, leading by a length from Roll on Big Joe, who runs in second. Tough Catch third. And Booth usually towards the front of the field. Today he's stalking in the 4th position. 3 off the pace. Wendelson in the meantime is kept well off the rail, joining Booth. Gap of 5 to Dreamin' Blue, and Tejano Twist per usual takes his customary spot at the back of the pack. 21-4 that first quarter mile. Paco Lopez and Madhouse lead the way. A half length in front. Roll on Big Joe right there getting closer, and Wendelson 3 wide, still well off the fence. He's into 3rd now. Tough Catch retreats to 4th with Booth, and then comes Dreamin' Blue. Tejano Twist a lot closer, being asked to go on the outside. 6 behind, top of the lane. Madhouse, Roll on Big Joe side by side. Roll on Big Joe on the outside. Madhouse finding more inside of him. Madhouse, Roll on Big Joe stride for stride in the final furlong. Roll on Big Joe, Julian Leperoux, narrow lead. Paco Lopez, Madhouse still right there. These two nose and nose in a ding-dong battle. Madhouse, Roll on Big Joe. Madhouse repelling Roll on Big Joe. And it's Madhouse to win the Count Fleet Sprint handicap. Roll on Big Joe 2nd. Dreamin' Blue 3rd. And Booth was 4th. Paco Lopez, David Van Winkle, gate to wire in the Count Fleet.
Just refusing to lose. Madhouse set the tempo, repelled the charge from the favorite. Roll on Big Joe, digs in, holds on to take down the $500,000 Count Fleet.
Sometimes a jockey and a horse are a match made in heaven, and Madhouse has one way to go. Paco Lopez, he said, you guys catch me, I'm going to go. And I never saw anybody getting loose. Madhouse got loose and kept fighting.
But he wasn't necessarily cooperating with Paco Lopez throughout the course of this sprint.
Down the backstretch, he was actually trying to bear out, run to the right. And, of course, riders want to go down to the rail because it's the shortest way home and you want to protect the rail. But by the 3/8 pole, Paco kind of got him under control. Paco Lopez and this horse really were like peaches and cream.
Unreal. Madhouse turning back. Roll on Big Joe at 9-1, 4-5-8-3 in the Count Fleet. Results forthcoming. Plus, Greg, the 50th and final qualifying race for this year's Kentucky Derby, the Lexington at Keeneland.
Yeah, thank you, Lafitte. Once again, Confessional with a chance to earn some points. He'd need a lot of help with defections to get into that Kentucky Derby field. Everyone else, pretty much horses we're going to hear about down the line of the Triple Crown and beyond. But he is, guys, are you surprised by this? The favorite, Confessional, over his stablemate, Azum.
Yeah, I think it's got a lot to do, Jonathan, with the quality of the races that Confessional has run in. You know, we showed a little bit on both of these horses earlier today, and you weren't seeing double. They look exactly alike in the face. Well, they have the same father, the same sire, Essential Quality. They're both gray, and they look a lot alike. But I don't think you're going to confuse them on the racetrack. Azum, I think, is going to try to go to the front, and Confessional will try to sit a little bit off the pace and try to pick him up at the end.
4-time winner of this race, Brad Cox. He's got the top 2 choices on the board. Let's go to Acacia.
Joined now by trainer Brad Cox. Brody joining in as well. And Brad sending out a nice 1-2 punch here. Let's start with Azum, who was really impressive last time. How do you think he'll handle the extra ground today?
I think he'll handle it. Essential Quality, you know, meant to like 2 turns. You know, longer the better for for him and most of the essential qualities. So we'll see.
As far as his stablemate, confessional, you put the blinkers back on last time. Do you think it's that equipment that's really helped him?
I guess I actually added more blinker than the last race. I think he kind of, watches other horses kind of leaning in a little bit. I think if he would run a little straighter down the lane last time, it may have, I'm not certain he would have won, but he would have been a little closer. So closed him up a little bit more today. They both worked together last week at Churchill. Really, really good breeze from both of them in company together. And, they're both set up for big efforts.
You already have 3 in the Kentucky Derby starting gate. Further Ado, who won the Bluegrass last week. Here, Commandment and Full Effort. Jockeys, I know, announced for them. How's the team feeling leading into the first Saturday in May?
All 3 colts are doing fantastic. They all had, two of the 3 had really good moves this weekend at Churchill, and Further Ado came out of it in great shape. He's had a couple of gallops. I think last 3 mornings he's galloped, and he's moving fantastic.
Thanks for the time, Brad. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Greg?
Acacia, thank you. You saw that graphic go up of already 3 horses Brad Cox has who will make it to the Kentucky Derby. Further Ado, Commandment, they could actually be vying for favoritism. And then he has a 3rd in Full Effort who's going to be trying dirt for the very first time in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, that's called having the best hand of cards you can have. It's a roll straight flush. I mean, for all of us trying to get to the Kentucky Derby, a race that's only limited to 20 horses in the starting gate, it is so difficult. No matter how many first-round draft picks you get, no matter how many 2-year-olds you get in your barn, it is a difficult proposition. For Brad Cox to have 3 going to the Kentucky Derby is a very, very impressive stat for a trainer.
It's hard to get 1, let alone that many. It's very impressive, but it's the success that Brad Cox has been having in the last, 5-6 years.
Coming out shortly for the post parade for the Stone Street Lexington. Let's go back to Acacia.
And talking about other horses besides the Brad Cox duo, the number 7, The Hell We Did, has perhaps the most intriguing pedigree in this field, as this is a horse who is out of a mare named Rose's Desert, who was a New Mexico bred multiple stakes winner. All 6 of the foals that she has already produced are stakes or graded stakes winners. So The Hell We Did is looking to be the 7th one from that family to become a stakes winner as he steps into this type of company for the first time today. His siblings led by Saudi Cup winner Senor Buscador, who has earned just shy of $13 million. This is a big, good-looking individual. He should love the distance, and he certainly has the pedigree to do it, Greg.
Yeah, Acacia, there he is, The Hell We Did. And you mentioned Senor Buscador. He is a half to that one. What a 2024 that one had. You mentioned the Saudi Cup win. He was 3rd in the Dubai World Cup and then just missed, running 2nd by a neck in the Pegasus World Cup Invitational. He might be, Tom, the most interesting horse in this race. Just such an eye-catching move in that allowance race at Sunland Park.
Never been further than 6 furlongs or 6/8 of a mile. This race is a 2-turn race, much different than The Hell We Did has ever run in before. But his pedigree, as Acacia pointed out, is very much attuned to go 2 turns. He's got speed, too. It wouldn't surprise me to see The Hell We Did, the 7-horse, making the lead right out of the gate and controlling things.
He won by 13 lengths that day. And again, JK, you bring this up a lot. Maybe it was the case in that race. Maybe not a whole lot behind him. He wasn't asked for much, though, in that victory, was he?
No, he wasn't. He was impressive. The biggest issue I think that Tom mentioned is not only is he going to be facing tougher, he's also going to be facing a distance in which he hasn't faced yet. So there's a lot of unknowns. He's going to have to be a pretty special horse to be able to overcome both of those things.
Right now he's 9-2 on the board, and talk about someone on a free roll. Luis Saez, after that dead heat in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, teaming up with Brendan Walsh on Expensive Queen. Here's our post parade for the Stone Street Lexington. We start with Corona de Oro for Dallas Stewart.
This is a major player today. So he's been very, very competitive, but the switch from sprint races to route races, and of course today's race, the route race, showed marked improvement in his last start and comes into this race with some very good works.
Next door, exhibition only. He can be forward, and he was just recently 4th in the Grade 3 Gotham.
The problem I see here is this horse ran for maiden claiming tag. That means he was for sale in 3 races already in his career.
Coming to the big leagues, Mr. T, 3 straight wins against Indiana Bred Company.
This is a different game in the race he's going to run in today. We're going to see if those gold chains are real or if they're fool's gold.
Good one, Tom. Rambling. Bobby Barnett, Mario Gutierrez, Kentucky Derby winning rider, aboard.
Ramblin's going to have to talk to somebody to see if he can run on the grass if he wants to win this race.
Here's the hell we did. Todd Fincher trains in that eye-catching sprint win at Sunland.
Yeah, I can see this horse trying to make the lead out of the gate and maybe clearing and controlling the pace.
Here's Trendsetter, 31-1, trained by Ben Colebrook, just third in the rush away.
I mean, he looks like a turf and a synthetic horse, although his 2 wins have come on dirt. They're just slow.
First of 2 for Brad Cox. Top 2 choices on the board is Zoom, that eye-catching win at Colonial.
It was, but it was a one-turn race, although it was a mile and an eighth, and we'll see if he makes the transition to 2 turns.
The only one with Derby points in the field. Confessional, the stablemate to a Zoom.
Yeah, I mean, I think this horse is extremely live. He's just got more experience than his stablemate.
And I did for trainer Mike Maker, just missed by a neck at Colonial.
Just missed by a neck at Colonial, but this is a big step up for the 11 horse.
So 3 minutes to post in the Grade 3 Lexington, sponsored by Stone Street, majestic grounds right here in Lexington, and an incredible history and part of the experience of coming to this racetrack, seeing the farm, seeing where it all begins, this journey as a thoroughbred.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of what Keeneland's about. It's not only the racing, it's the yearling sales, the broodmare sales. Keeneland is such an integral part of racing all over the world, and that's where they come from, all over the world, to buy the stock that runs here at Keeneland and races all over the world.
Another look at Brad Cox wins in this Lexington, this race itself. We've seen them horses go on to do very good things, including First Mission, Tawny Port for Brad Cox, Gosger, last year winner. Looked like he was going to pull off an upset and a Preakness before he got run down by journalism. Here's this big win by a Zoom at Colonial.
Yeah, I mean, it just gets bigger, bigger, and bigger. What'd you say? Half a football field?
A little bit more.
Yeah, it's about right. But remember, this mile and an eighth race was a one-turn race, Jonathan. And for racehorses, whether they can get that 2-turn distance, where they have to slow down the turn, speed up the straightaways, and do it more than once, sometimes it has an effect on them.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't have to have Usain Bolt race me and make it look that easy, right? It matters who you're running against, who you're racing against for those victories. Thankfully, in racing, we have speed figures, right? The higher, the better, like a quarterback rating in football. If the number is high, that means that the race was fast. This horse did get a fast number. I just don't think it was as fast as it looks.
2 minutes to post in the Lexington. Tom told us he's very intrigued by Corona de Oro for Dallas Stewart. With more on that 3-year-old, let's go back to Acacia.
I'm intrigued as well, Greg. I respect the Brad Cox runners, and as he said, with essential quality on the top side, they should appreciate distance in here. However, I think distance is really the key for the one Corona de Oro. I thought he ran exceptionally well 2 starts back when sprinting, and nothing about this horse looks like a sprinter. He looks like one that wants to go longer. I know that the figure regressed a bit last time, but visually it was impressive when he did stretch out. He got some pressure, he pulled away, and he was the first horse to catch my eye back in the paddock. Bowed his neck up beautifully, framed himself up like a prize fighter, getting ready for the big affair, and one that I am very interested in this Stone Street Lexington, Greg.
Minute to post. Thank you, Acacia. Corona Doro 7-2, coming off a maiden victory, but it's that time of year where horses, they can take these big steps forward, Tom.
And it's a maiden victory going this distance that we're racing today, a mile and 16. Very competitive horse at the 6/8 of a mile distance down at the fairgrounds, but the stretch out was really something to behold. Didn't break that well, but sent a little bit, Jonathan. Went to the lead, was challenged on the lead, drew off down the lane. It was an impressive race.
It's a little murky now with who's come out in here. Most notably the 3 decisive win. Who is going to go to the front and take the lead in this race?
Well, I do think that being drawn down on the inside, Brian Hernandez is going to want to get his position moving forward and hold that position. Sometimes when you try to hold your position by getting away from there, you sometimes just inherit the front end.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there's so many horses in here with different styles and different distances they're coming out of. I think the speed lays outside of the one horse for sure. The hell we did, the 7 coming off sprints, running in an environment where all those horses in that environment have, at that racetrack, have a lot of speed early. I think he's a possibility. And Jonathan, you brought it up. with a Zoom. You know, if he's going to set it up for his stablemate, Confessional, I think the 9-horse Zoom has a big chance to try to make the lead here.
We've also seen exhibition only the two be quick and forwardly placed in the past. In fact, with sprint speed back when he was a 2-year-old at Saratoga when he debuted. Huge price on the board with a rider who's very aggressive in Ruben Silveira. As we look at the Hell We Did, can he handle the extra ground and, of course, a different kind of company?
Yeah, that's the biggest question for him. You know, no offense to our friends at Sunland Park, but Keeneland, typically the races considered a little bit tougher. And that's the biggest issue. Not only is he at Keeneland, he's at Keeneland running in a stakes race.
He's a big boy. Take a good look at him, man. I mean, he looks like he could play in the NBA.
In your training years, does that usually bode well for a horse who wants to stretch out?
You know, typically yes, but I hate generalizing like that. You know, physical attributes of horses, they're all so different. Their mindset, their resume, what style they like to run in. You know, you let them show you when they're training into a race what the way they like to be treated the best.
About to load for this Grade 3 Lexington. Road to the Kentucky Derby officially wraps up here with some we may hear more from down the line on the Triple Crown Trail. Brad Cox already with 3 Derby contenders. He'll send out the top 2 choices here in a Zoom and Confessional. It's a Lexington from Keeneland on FS1. Let's go to Kurt Becker with the call.
Ramblin'. I did will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off in the Stone Street Lexington Stakes. There's Confessional from the outside. The Hell We Did kicks in between horses. The Hell We Did moves up and has the lead as they head for the first turn. Corona de Oro is going to scoot up the rail, though, and challenge for the lead. A Zoom forwardly placed. Caught a bit wide. 3 wide into the first turn. Trendsetter is 4th between horses. Exhibition only is 5th toward the inside. Confessional broke well, but is now 6th outward from the rail. About 5 lengths off the lead around the first turn. Mr. T is 7th in between horses. I did is in the 8th position, and Ramblin' last of the 9. Onto the backstretch they go. Corona de Oro leads 23.68 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Corona de Oro leads at 3/4 of a length. The Hell We Did is 2.5 length. The Zoom is 3rd up on the outside. Trendsetter 4th by a head. Confessional is 5th on his outside. And then Mr. T, I did on the outside of that one. Exhibition only back toward the rail. And Ramblin' is last as they head off the end of the backstretch. 47.92 seconds the time for the first half mile. Corona de Oro is the leader, only by a neck. The Hell We Did starts to draw alongside. Confessional gears up, has to go wide. 3 wide around the far turn, tries to zero in on the top 2. Trendsetter moves up the rail in 4th. A Zoom has lost ground and is dropping back through the pack as they come past the quarter pole. Corona de Oro to the inside. The Hell We Did is there. Trendsetter looks for some running room at the top of the short stretch. Confessional is still 6 lengths away in 4th. I did is 5th. They turn for home. The Hell We Did. Trendsetter stacking up to the outside of Corona de Oro. Trendsetter coming to the 16th pole, unleashing a rally on the outside for Kazushi Kamura. It is Trendsetter to the lead. It is Trendsetter to spring the upset, winning the Stone Street Lexington.
Jubilant connections, and how about this for an upset? 32-1. Trendsetter in the Grade 3 Lexington. It's Trendsetter in the Grade 3 Lexington at 32-1. What an upset.
It was an upset indeed. Trendsetter is a horse that hasn't been racing only on dirt, but he's been going to different surfaces. If you take away those races on different surfaces, you can see and make a case for Trendsetter if he's available to go 2 turns. They went fast up front. They set it up for somebody to close. Trendsetter took full advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, he won easy in the end. And the thing about a horse like this, when they win, I try to look back and try to understand it. I didn't see this horse at all. I guess the case that could be made is that he ran well enough on the dirt, but he got faster on other surfaces. Maybe he was just getting better.
8-7-1-11. 32-1 on your winner, Trendsetter. Let's go to Acacia.
I am so happy to be joined by winning trainer Ben Colebrook. Ben, I saw you cheering this home, standing right next to you. He was rolling. Talk about the decision to put him back on dirt today.
You know, we just didn't really have anywhere else to run him, so we decided to take a shot. I talked to Devant, and I said the Lexington kid kind of makes sense. I think he's a grinder, home track. You know, the jock could come ride him. So, no, it was a great. I mean, just perfect ride. Everything worked out. You know, special win.
Special, as you said, your home track here at Keeneland. We saw you pull an upset last week with Percy's Bar, winning the Grade 1 Ashland onto the Kentucky Oaks. What does a win here mean to you?
I mean, any win here is special, but especially, you know, in these graded stakes races, it's amazing.
Enjoy it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Talk about the journey for a 3-year-old horse. Started out as a sprinter. They tried him sprinting on turf. They tried synthetic. And now he's a Grade 3 winner on dirt going long.
Yeah, 7 starts, 4 of which were not on the dirt. But that dirt record's pretty darn good. You got a couple of wins and a second on the dirt. That's his record.
Huge upset in the Grade 3 Lexington. No one saw this coming. Trendsetter for trainer Ben Colebrook. For Midway Racing, Kazushi Kimura. Back in Hot Springs, huge upset as well. It was Madhouse in the Count Fleet.
You don't have Derby fever until you do. Upset in the Lexington, upset here in the Count Fleet. Madhouse at 9-1. The quickest of the quick, and they couldn't catch him.
Quickest of the quick in a race that appeared to be 4 or 5 that would be right on top of each other. Madhouse broke alertly. Paco Lopez allowed him to roll on. He was giving Paco a little bit of a hard time early trying to get out, but he straightened up and ran to the wire. And here comes Roll On Big Joe Lafitte calling.
He's stride for stride with him.
And he just couldn't get by. And this is one of those cases where, you know, Paco, not the most conventional rider, rides with a loose rein, throws reins at the horses a lot. Perfect fit for this horse.
It works.
It works.
Madhouse is responding. And every moment you're waiting for Roll On Big Joe to roll right on by, Madhouse says no and slammed the door right in his face.
He really did. I mean, he met the challenge and even jumped back to his left lead, but he was just trying to get one more little gear.
Told you that race would get the blood pumping. One graded stakes race on the books at Oaklawn. Apple Blossom still ahead in between the 9th maidens. These horses have never won a race. 3-year-olds, just like the horses you watched in the Lexington moments ago at Keeneland. Trendsetter. Greg said it. Nobody saw that one coming. An upset in the final Kentucky Derby qualifying race. Much more from Keeneland and Oaklawn. America's Day at the Races continues on FS1.
No better place to watch the races than obviously at Keeneland. It's iconic. Maybe no more fun place to watch the races though. Just outside the racetrack at the Hill, where thousands gather every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Jumbotron to watch all the racing action and enjoy the atmosphere with friends and family. And a beautiful Saturday afternoon to do it here in Lexington, Kentucky. And you still get dressed up if you go to the Hill.
It's a lot of, you feel like you get your shoes dirty up there, but I've been up there before. It's a lot of fun.
Right around the corner. This is going to be upon us before we know it. Final Belmont Stakes at historic Saratoga. Get your tickets at belmontstakes.com/tickets. First 2 editions of this while they remake and have that reimagined Belmont Park, which will be opening in September. Been just incredible. The atmosphere to be there. You do not want your chance to miss it, your final chance to be there this summer. This felt a little bit like High Point beating Wisconsin. Did not have this one on my 3-year-old bracket. Trendsetter with a monster upset in Lexington.
Yeah, look, Jonathan, he got the right setup here. They're burning it up on the front end with the Hell We Did and our one horse, the Dallas Stewart train. And they're setting it up for someone to close, just begging for someone to come pick up the pieces. And the only one that's there is our winner on the outside in Trendsetter.
I think the second biggest surprise of the race is the 2 Brad Cox runners. Either one of them didn't run well. I thought that was pretty surprising. I figured at least one of them would show up and be involved. Both of them off the board.
And obviously Trendsetter, he was dominant here, but the Hell We Did stretching out, getting second place money.
Yeah, ran a good race.
Corona Doro completing the trifecta, but it's Trendsetter with an upset. Maybe we'll hear more from him down the line. We will see. Not Triple Crown nominated to this point. As for the Derby picture at this point, this was obviously our final points prep race for that first Saturday in May. Brad Cox doesn't come up big in the Lexington, but he's got a very strong hand, including the top 2 choices on that Kentucky Derby leaderboard. Further ado, if the Kentucky Derby was at Keeneland, he might be 3-5 to win it, Tom.
Well, now you sound like a naysayer when you say that, and I'm not that guy. Don't forget, he won the Jockey Club Gold Cup, which was right there at Churchill Downs where he'll be running.
Keeneland, though, he's been just a different horse, hasn't he?
Yeah, but maybe that's partially circumstance, Jonathan. What do you think? I mean, this race was so impressive. A lot's been made about him switching leads late in the race. Look, he switches leads at basically some tire tracks. Plus, he's a little bit bored. He has no competition to go with him. He's out there kind of, hey, take a good look at me because I'm the man. And he is the man.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, he has won his 2 most impressive races have been here at Keeneland. However, like to your point, he did win the Kentucky Jockey Club, and I thought that was very impressive. That took place at Churchill Downs. The good news is we'll see a bunch of his works at Churchill probably leading up to the race.
Meanwhile, his stablemate topping that Derby leaderboard with 150 points and maybe won the deepest Derby prep we've seen this year in the Florida Derby. With more, let's go to Acacia.
I think he did, Greg, talking about Commandment, who got up just in the shadow of the wire over the Puma in the Florida Derby. He had a tremendous winter down in South Florida, winning those preps at Gulfstream Park, which historically have been worthwhile preps, moving on to the Kentucky Derby and Triple Crown races. Look at last year's Derby winner, Sovereignty, who won the Fountain of Youth at Gulfstream. Now, Commandment, he lost his rider after that last race. Flavien Prat with other commitments. Irad Ortiz, who rode him before, with other commitments as well. So Brad Cox announcing recently Luis Saez will have the mount on Commandment. Luis Saez and Brad Cox teamed up to win the Belmont a couple of years ago with Essential Qualities, so they have had success together. But one thing I appreciate about Commandment is he's already shown that he can overcome adversity, and that will be definitely a feather in his cap moving into that big field in the starting gate for this year's Kentucky Derby.
Not just 2 strong contenders, 2 that might vie for the role of favorite in that race. Let's ask you guys now, put you on the spot. Who do you like for this year's Kentucky Derby?
Without further ado, I like Further Ado very much. I thought his race in the Bluegrass was one of the best preps we've seen all year from any of the Kentucky Derby contenders. And to me, he's going to take it forward to just 80 miles down the road at Churchill Downs.
JK, I pose that same question to you.
Yeah, I mean, I like Further Ado as well. I mean, I think that he'll be a horse that'll probably be on my tickets leading up to the race. But I also like Renegade. I think Renegade is very interesting. He's a horse that's been very consistent, right? You've seen him run well at Oaklawn in the Arkansas Derby. He ran well as a 2-year-old in our Remsen going a mile and an 8. And the race in between, the Sam F. Davis. And I kind of like his style, right? I mean, he's a horse that's finishing his races. When you get that added distance, you're always going to get pace to close into in the Kentucky Derby because it's a 20-horse field. They're going to go fast. I think Renegade is sitting on a big race. I think the top of this group is very, very good with Commandment, Renegade, Further Ado. I'm interested in all 3 of those horses.
Do you feel, obviously Commandment's been in probably the toughest preps in terms of who's going to be the Derby favorite? It's those 3?
It's going to be Renegade. Renegade's going to be the favorite. I mean, Irad Ortiz has connections to all 3 of those horses. He's ridden all 3 of them, and he's choosing Renegade as his Derby mount. Renegade is going to be the favorite.
I think it's close enough that based on how their preparation goes in the morning, a horse with a huge work, a lot of buzz about them, or where a horse draws could absolutely change which one of these horses is favored. If Renegade draws the rail, he won't be the favorite.
That's fair. That's a very fair statement.
First Saturday in May coming up awfully quick. We'll see who is the favorite when we get under the Twin Spires to Louisville.
There has been racing in Lexington really since the town was founded. When an old racetrack called the Kentucky Association track closed in 1933 in the Great Depression, a committee of local horsemen and businessmen got together. They went out and they sought potential sites for Lexington's future racing venue. And they eventually landed on about 147 acres. It was a property that had been developed by Jack Keene. Jack Keene had the infrastructure that these folks were looking for with water supply, barns, a track, and a training track. October 15th, 1936. There were about 8,000 people that showed up in that newly erected grandstand that seated about 1,500 people. They were thrilled to have racing return home to the Bluegrass. So this fall will be the 90th anniversary of Keeneland hosting racing for the first time.
So much history here at Keeneland, and we saw some history earlier on the card in the Jenny Wiley, just the second ever dead heat in a Grade 1 in the history of this racetrack. The first was the 2014 Ashland, Roseland and Room Surface for Ken McPeak. And you had brought up earlier, JK, the Travers, that Alpha and Golden Ticket had a dead heat in. That was Ken McPeak as well.
Something about this Ken McPeak and dead heats, huh?
Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, as we have the nightcap still to come on what has just been a fantastic Saturday here in Lexington, Kentucky. 8 minutes to post. We'll get to the post parade shortly. Let's return to Hot Springs.
Where a champion, Greg, is about to take center stage. Nitrogen, the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, is next, Richie. She is a champ. Nobody's taking that away from her. But she did lose. She was defeated in her last race. What does today's Apple Blossom mean for Nitrogen?
Well, you want to see her kind of regain her position at the top of that category, if you will, right? She was your champion. You don't want to see a champion start to string together losses. You want to see them string together wins. Now, I was definitely of the opinion, Lafitte, that last time she reacted to her first start back in the Bayakoa where she ran so well. Her conditioner, Mark Cassie, said that she wasn't completely fit, maybe 80% fit, but she ran like she was fully fit. And I think that's when you see horses react to a big effort.
You know who agrees with you? John Green, general manager, DJ Stable, spoke with him last night. He thought that's exactly what happened, and that she kind of fooled them a little bit, but sensing now that she is ready to bring her A game, in the sense that this has been the plan all along from the Breeders' Cup to this Grade 1 Apple Blossom. She's 1-5, and rightfully so. Meantime, a 2-5 shot just struck in the 9th. Munnings Challenge graduates.
And very nicely, too. Broke sharply, was able to rate just off of horses, and a good effort by the runner-up, a first-time starter, Double Sense, who just came up second best to Munnings Challenge, who I think is a really nice prospect.
Lots of upside. Remember his name as we shift gears. Naturally, Apple Blossom, America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Field drawn last weekend, 9 strong. Top-class fillies and mares, nitrogen. 1-5, so much on the line, the massive purse, the Grade 1 billing. And for the first time, Breeders' Cup Challenge event, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Distaff. What does that mean? Opportunity to follow in the footsteps of greatness. First accomplished in 1989 by Akoa, the original Apple Blossom Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. 3 years later, another Argentine superstar, Paseana, also trained by Ron McAnally. 1998, Asina, not from Argentina. Alan Paulson's homebred, and not the last Paulson homebred to sweep the Apple Blossom and Breeders' Cup Distaff. Enter Azeri, 2002 Horse of the Year, the only 3-time Apple Blossom winner. And finally, from A to Big Z, Zenyatta, 2-time Apple Blossom winner in 08 before capturing the Breeders' Cup Ladies Classic. Not the Distaff, but Ladies Classic at the time. Blossoming success in the Breeders' Cup indeed. John Green also pointed out that is the schedule, that is the map moving forward from this Apple Blossom, eventually Personal in Saratoga, Spinster Keeneland, and Breeders' Cup Distaff. Much more coming up in the Apple Blossom as we send you back to Keeneland. Riders up and a post-parade brewing. Greg, for the 11th.
Lafitte, thank you. We start with Star Medal and a rider change, Gerardo Corrales.
Yeah, a horse that's actually stepping up in class, although in a race for horses that have never won a race.
Penn Star ran good on turf at Churchill in the second start of his career.
That race 3 back was not that bad compared to this group.
As we mentioned, multiple graded stakes placed. Here's Johnny, still a maiden.
Yeah, I mean, you run 5th beaten 5 lengths in the Breeders' Cup and you're in a maiden race, you got a great shot.
High Honors ran good at a route distance as a 2-year-old.
He did. I mean, this is a horse that the pedigree slants towards sprint. Probably shows some speed out of the gate.
Here's the favorite West End kid for Will Walden.
We've seen Will Walden already with a win on the card here today. This horse, another one who ran extremely well first time out.
First time going beyond a sprint for long shot Soul Man.
Yeah, Soul Man, another horse that I think will show speed out of the gate. This race has got some pace.
Terra Hot for John Ennis, start number 2.
Yeah, was sprinting on this synthetic last time. We'll need to stretch out here.
So first on turf for the 8th, first on turf for Sharon's Angels, who's only been on dirt so far.
Only been on dirt so far, but the pedigree says, hey, you know what? My family can run on the grass, so I give them an angle here.
And a Juddmonte homebred debuting for trainer Chad Brown with Flavian Pratt. Look out.
You have to respect anything Chad Brown runs first time out long on the grass. Coordinator, the 11 horse, fits that bill.
3 minutes to post in this finale on the Saturday card from Keeneland. You can play all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get a $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in match 200 at sign up at nairabets.com. Play with us all meet, all summer, long and beyond. As we close in on this finale, Tom, where are you going to wind up?
Well, you know, look, before the odds board came out, I liked the 6 horse West End Kid. That one race that is the only race on his card so far was a race where he didn't break all that great, got stuck behind horses, had to weave through traffic. It was a very, very good effort. But the board's a bit upside down. Our 6 horse West End Kid's 9-5, and the horse to beat is Here's Johnny, the 4 horse at 5-2.
Meanwhile, JK, you're going to go to a new face for a barn that's pretty good at unleashing new talent.
Yeah, when you have these European bred types, Kingman you see as the sire of this horse, the Europeans, they understand that grass game. It's basically what they do, and they do it really well. And when you get Chad Brown, you get a horse like this, you get Flavian Pratt, you'd like to think that there's an opportunity for this horse to take a step forward first time out.
Well, Tom said it best, and it rings true. Here's Johnny, the most accomplished runner in the field and not the favorite as we go back to Acacia.
Yeah, pretty shocking as I'm here on the apron. It may be the last race of the day, but the fans are still out, ready to catch the finale in the sunshine, getting their bets in, and it's a great thing to see. But as far as here's Johnny, you got to say it that way, I think, with the way it's spelled. He is coming back for his first race of his 3-year-old season. You'll see some automatic progression, natural progression of those numbers into this year. He's filled out, he's grown, he's sharp. He always is that way coming back, but he looks incredibly fit. You can see the definition throughout his barrel, under his belly. Now, the 6 West End kid, he and the 11 coordinator, kind of the lightly raced or not raced at all, taking a lot of attention, and I like them both. West End kid gets shortcut blinkers on for the first time. He was out-footed at the start last time. I expect him to be quicker today, and he is a big, burly individual. Greg?
Acacia, well done. She went a little more Jack Nicholson than Ed McMahon, but it was very good.
Very nice. The Shining.
5-2 on 3-year-old debut here for Here's Johnny. Last seen in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Even in that defeat, JK, we're in very good with a troubled trip.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, there's no Stodds in here, right? The winner of that race was a world-class horse.
There is Champion Nitrogen getting ready to line up and trying to exact some revenge against Majestic Oops, who beat her in the Azeri with the Apple Blossom to come. Nightcap on the Saturday card from Keeneland. West End kid, the 6 for Will Walden, with Tyler Gaffleone the favorite as we send it upstairs to Kurt Becker.
One comes forward. Going in, they're at the post. And they're off. Sharon's Angels ducked out at the start, and coordinator had to go wide in the opening strides. In the meantime, up front, headed for the first turn, it's going to be High Honors. He's going to move on by for the early lead. Slides over next to the rail, opens up by 2 lengths here, but now has company. West End Kid is going to move up, wants to move forward, and is just off the leader's flank now in that forwardly placed second position as High Honors shows the way around the first turn. Star Medal is traveling toward the back of the pack now, has to drop all the way out to the back. Penn Star moves up the inside into third. There goes Sharon's Angels. Sharon's Angels had to go 3 wide around the first turn. West End Kid is still pretty keen to move up and challenge High Honors for the lead. Sharon's Angels third up on the far outside. Penn Star is in fourth. Here's Johnny right toward the center of the pack, is in the 5th position at the midpoint of the backstretch. Soul Man is 6th on the outside. Star Medal 7th back toward the inside. Coordinator is 8th in between horses as they head for the far turn. Terre Haute last of the 9, 22.86 for the quarter, 47.16 seconds for the opening half mile. Onto the turn they go. It is High Honors with the lead. West End Kid draws alongside the leader. Top 2 separated by just ahead. Midway on the far turn, Penn Star tries to pick them up third, still 2 lengths off the front pair. Here's Johnny is in the 4th position, still running 5 lengths off the lead. Soul Man to the outside of that one. Star Medal, then Coordinator, who's still toward the back of the pack, looking for some running room, still 8 lengths off the lead. West End Kid has the lead from High Honors. Here's Johnny, is in third. Coordinator is still in the 4th position, looks for more running room in between horses, a good 6 lengths behind West End Kid. Here's Johnny second, Coordinator third. Down to the wire, West End Kid. Tyler Gaffleone, 3 wins on the day. West End Kid to take it by 5 lengths on the line. Here's Johnny was home second. It was Coordinator third to be a photo to separate 4th and 5th.
Big day for jockey Tyler Gaffleone and for trainer Will Walden. We saw him win, kicking off our coverage with Larascas, first-time starter back in race 8. Impressive victory here for West End Kid.
It was, and West End Kid out the gate with blinkers on today. He didn't use those the first time he ran. Was able to position very, very close to the lead. Always seemed like the right horse. Never asked until turning for home, and drew off against a very, very good group of maidens.
It's not often that the best 3 horses in a race run 1, 2, 3. It just so happened that that worked out here. Those were the best 3 horses, and they all showed up and ran. The 11 had a little bit of trouble early. The 4 didn't probably break as cleanly as they would have liked, but the 6 was much the best in here.
6, 4, 11. No question about your winner, though. It's West End Kid. Start number 2, Most Speed Racing. Trainer Will Walden. Tyler Gaffleone with a 3-win afternoon, as you heard from Kurt Becker. Grade 1 Apple Blossom up next. There is the champion, Nitrogen. Champion 3-year-old filly, but upset in the Grade 2 Azeri by Majestic Oops. She was 9-1 in that performance back on March 7th. For this man right here, Dan Ward, can she do it again to the champ in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom? We will find out next when we return to Hot Springs. Back at our Fox Sports 1 coverage from Lexington, Kentucky. If you're out on the East Coast, plan on staying up extra late or into the wee early hours of the morning. We have the Group 1 Oka Show from Hanshin Racecourse in Japan, a mile on the turf for 3-year-old fillies. Purse of more than $2 million US. It is the first leg of the Japanese fillies Triple Crown. Race 11 on their card. You can see it on Naira Bets at 2:40 a.m. Eastern start time as they get set to kick off that 3-year-old fillies Triple Crown. So coverage all day, all evening, and late into the night tonight. 11th from Keeneland, West End Kid. Big day for Tyler Gaffleone and a couple of wins for trainer Will Walden. And West End Kid, maybe a promising future.
Oh, yes, indeed. Only second start of dominant maiden win, Jonathan. A horse with a bright future on the grass.
Yeah, you win a maiden race here, in any division, you win a maiden race here, you are looking for bigger and better things the next start.
Well, we want to say before we send it back to Hot Springs with the Apple Blossom coming up, thank you so much to Keeneland for having us. I'm pretty sure I speak for everyone here. We would love to be back. Incredible time. There's the prices. West End Kid, $5.72 for the win. It was a treat to be here at this iconic racetrack. What a Saturday afternoon of racing. What an upset we saw in the Lexington with Trendsetter at 32-1. Just the second ever dead heat in a Grade 1 in the history of this racetrack. That was in the Jenny Wiley. For the crew here in Kentucky, hope you enjoyed our coverage from Keeneland. Right now, we send it back to the crew in Hot Springs.
Great stuff all afternoon, Greg. Keeneland debut, exciting racing, and yes, indeed, look forward to being back there and bringing our audience more racing from the cradle of the breeding industry at Keeneland Racecourse. But we're not done just yet. And here at Oaklawn Park, the marquee event is still ahead in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. And look, if you love a good rags to riches story, Majestic Oops is your mare. You know, anybody could have claimed her or bought her at one point for $12,500. And now here she is. Like, she just beat a champion. She's a contender in a $1.25 million horse race. She's trained by Dan Ward, trying to win a first ever Apple Blossom, a long time since his first ever trip to Oaklawn.
My first trip to Oaklawn was 1982 with Bobby Frankel, my favorite trainer. After high school, I went to work for him. We won the Pacific Classic many times, you know, and that was a big deal in California, $1 million race. Years later, I worked for Hollendorfer, Jerry Hollendorfer, for 16 years. I got to work with Shared Belief, Songbird, Unique Bella.
Majestic Oops confidently handled here. Could not have won this easier.
We got Majestic Oops last year. The previous trainer, Ed Moger, recommended me, and she came in good form. We ran her in a starter first time, and then we started trying to get the allowance condition. And then she won that, and then she won the stake, and she kept getting better. Sometimes as you get them started, work your way up through the conditions, by the time they get to a stakes race, it doesn't matter who they're running against.
It's Majestic Oops. She has put away nitrogen. Regaled coming on late. Majestic Oops. Francisco Arrieta for the Dan Ward barn to win the Azeri.
She was doing so good, she came out of the gate 2 lengths in front, but he just sat on her. As long as the rider gets her to settle the first part of the race, then she's going to come with her run. Francisco Arrieta knows her, and he rides her good. That's the way I thought she would run. You know, it's very, very proud of her. She's small, she's 15.2, and she doesn't need a lot of galloping and works and everything. Talia does a great job getting her to settle, galloping, and she works her every time she works. I'm very appreciative of the owners that bought into Majestic Oops and left her with me, okay, because they have other trainers, and I appreciate their support, and I want to win a Grade 1 for them because they believed in me, and that would be good. I haven't got a lot of good horses. Maybe I'm not a good promoter or whatever, but I think I've done the best I can with what I have.
Learn from some of the best. Now calling the shots, Dan Ward looking to trigger another upset of champion Nitrogen with Majestic Oops. To Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, Lafitte, if that piece doesn't make you want to root for Majestic Oops, I don't know what will, as she is the small but mighty 6-year-old mare here, taking on yet again the champion. That is Nitrogen, whom I will start with here in our infield paddock, if you will. The champ, she does look good. I'm not going to lie. I actually think her stablemate in here, number 6, might look a touch better just from the physical sense, but Nitrogen, she comes with the record, 7 for 14, and I think the argument can be made that she's a horse that actually doesn't prefer moisture in the track. She's back on a fast track today, and because maybe she ran a bit better than they were expecting in that return race as a 4-year-old in the Bayakoa, she reacted in the Azeri. She looks good here. If I had to split hairs on a very short price favorite, she could look a little bit better in her coat, but then again, I've kind of seen her look this way in the past as well. Moving on to the outside with the New York bred. That is number 7, 5G in here. She came back to the races at Santa Anita in the Grade 1 La Brea, so some pretty deep waters there for your return race. She did not run well. She came back with Lasix in her second start off the bench and ran very well and really won that race quite easily. She is the speed of the speed in here, but I'm noticing a big difference in the way that she's acting relative to what I saw from her at any point last year and as a 2-year-old. She is so much more calm, and this often happens just with age, with mental maturity. They take their racing much more in stride. I think here for George Weaver, she looks phenomenal. She looks better than ever. She will be saying, catch me if you can, but she'll also have a lot of other horses following closely on her heels. Safi Joseph will send out 2 in here. I'm interested in Claire Beret. Now, reading between the lines with Safi, he said that Dazzling Move is the speed horse, while Claire Beret comes off the back of the win in the Grade 3 Royal Delta. She is adept at this distance. She's 2 for 3 lifetime, though I think maybe her better efforts could come shorter. She is a little bit razzled here in this infield paddock, but containing it, she looks like a beast. And at that price, Lafitte, I'd be willing to use her.
Classy crew. Fillies and mares love these images, Richie. Like, that's how you know a big event is about to happen at Oaklawn Park. Jockeys getting a leg up in the infield.
Yeah, they basically use the infield as a paddock. It's a lot of pageantry. It gives the crowd an opportunity to watch them. And there is your champion, Lafitte. Nitrogen, 1-2 on the board now. And a mare that has the ability to race just as well on either dirt and or turf. That's a rare ability.
Highly decorated, multi-millionaire Jose Ortiz aboard. Nitrogen, odds on, then Majestic Oops. They'll be eyeball to eyeball in the starting gate. Majestic Oops, who denied Nitrogen in the Azeri last month. Nicely. When you're a champion, you get a lot of camera time, Richie. That's the way it works.
Oh, absolutely, and rightfully so. She earned it. Majestic Oops, you heard Dan Ward, who's done such a magnificent job with this mare. She's not very big, but she just shows up and goes to work every time, closing in on $1 million in earnings.
Regaled, look out for her in the stretch.
Deep closer. If things go fast early, she goes in the right direction. She was only a half a length away from Nitrogen in the Breeders' Cup Distaff last fall.
Dazzling Move has proven she can compete at this level.
Well, and she has speed, and they add blinkers. Is she in there to ensure a fast pace for Claret Beret?
Almond Joy in from the west.
Yeah, we'd have to find a race a little bit faster than we've seen on paper before, but she could take a step forward.
Nurazuri, Nitrogen stablemate.
By all accounts, training extremely well. She should be a part of the pace. She definitely will be forward with Christian Torres.
5G wins every other race. Doesn't bode well for her today.
No, the New York bred with Hall of Famer John Velasquez. I do believe she has the most natural speed in this affair.
Bouncing Claret Beret.
Yeah, she's really on it. She's kind of right at that simmering point. Is she going to boil over? I hope she kind of settles a little bit.
As Maggie was just observing. And then Blue Fire representing outside speed.
And a little more speed signed on here as well. And from the outside post, you'd have to think Forantrou is going to have to use some of that speed.
58th running. Grade 1, Apple Blossom, post time 5 minutes. We mentioned Regaled, the stretch runner, the closer. She's trained by Whit Beckman, standing by live with Megan.
Here with trainer Whit Beckman, who will send out the number 3 Regaled. And this filly was very powerful last time out over the wet going. Now gets back to a fast track. What have you gleaned from her and her preparations for this Grade 1 event?
Kind of kept everything the same. She's a pretty honest filly. She runs about the same race every time, just hoping the race sets up for her.
What have you seen from her? You came into the barn last summer and kind of incrementally just brought her along as she's really taken everything in stride.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of fillies, they get better as they get older. You know, just trying to do the right thing by her and just let her come through it naturally. She's got all class. She's easy to train, and she does the rest when on track.
Best of luck in here, Whit.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Whit Beckman, regaled, breaking to her inside, majestic oops. You just watched the story of trainer Dan Ward. Another subplot, jockey Francisco Arrieta. This was the 9th race yesterday, Richie, unseated shortly after the start.
Yeah, horse kind of bobbled, and then I thought put his toes in the ground and ducked, and Francisco got off balance and fell. Now, I was speaking with Francisco earlier today in the jockey's room, and he said, yeah, he saw her. You know, he fell on the back of his head. He rolled a little bit awkwardly, but he said he was so excited about his lineup of mounts, it was going to take a lot more than that to keep him away, and that's how tough these riders are. These men and women, you know, jockeys are different than other athletes, Lafitte. There's no guarantee. You don't have a contract. You know, you don't get paid unless you perform. And he's here to perform on a mare that he has a great affection for.
If he's banged up, he's watching on television right now. Somebody else riding the mare he's supposed to ride, a contender in a $1.25 million horse race, the Apple Blossom, Oaklawn's most prestigious race for fillies and mares. 44 years ago, his first Oaklawn visit, an assistant to a legend then. Now he's the boss. Trainer Dan Ward looking to engineer the upset of a champion. Again.
It's Majestic Oops. She has put away Nitrogen. Regaled coming on late. Majestic Oops to win the Azeri.
She's the champion stablemate. The other filly, the one in the shadows. Is this her moment to steal the spotlight?
And here's a win for Naratsuri in the Tri-Vista Overnight Stakes.
Because that's how it works in sports. Capture a title, they're coming. But as they say, never underestimate the heart of a champion.
It's Nitrogen streaking clear in her 4-year-old debut to win the Bayakoa.
The Grade 1 Apple Blossom is next. Storylines surrounding this prestigious Apple Blossom, one of the signature races every season at Oaklawn Park. You know, we talk to the connections. In a big race like this, everybody likes to be here, right? Associated with that horse. As you look at DJ Stable, homebred Nitrogen, as mentioned, I had a conversation with General Manager John Green of DJ Stable last night. His father, Lenny, who launched the stable in the mid-'80s, is not here. Tested positive for COVID-19 and wasn't able to make the trip. The good news is that John said his dad is doing well, but really frustrated, Richie, that he couldn't be here to watch his champion filly perform. As good as he is feeling, I imagine he'll feel that much better should he be watching on television his filly Nitrogen capture this prestigious Apple Blossom.
He loves the game so much. He's so passionate about it, Mr. Green. And I'm sure it's bothering him that he's not here, but I know he's glued to the TV set, and we wish him a speedy recovery. And I'm sure if Nitrogen runs up to what we expect of her, he'll be feeling a lot better in a little while.
Get better, Lenny. Over to Megan.
And the champion in Nitrogen, to me, being with her from the beginning of this meet, this has been the plan all along for her. And when touching base with Caden Arthur, Mark Cassie's assistant, and her exercise rider, Autumn Laverdu, who's been with them every step of the way, she has given them the indication that she's way better for her last race in that Azeri, where they also gleaned that she just did not want any part of the track that day, as Mark Cassie has also commented on. She looks fantastic, and we've commented on this sentiment throughout when discussing her, is the move back to the fast track, and I think that's going to be the key for her, as she has the tactical ability. I think we're going to see the real champion today, as she'll be my selection. Maggie, how do you find the field assembled against her looks out there?
Well, Meg, you know, it's funny with horses when they get out on track. Sometimes they just grow a hand. They get bigger, they get bolder, and that's exactly what I observed from number one, your favorite, Nitrogen. So yes, I am going to land on her too, but let's talk about the rival that defeated her last time right outside of the starting gates is number 2, Majestic Oops. And as we've often talked about on this program, she is quite small. And Dan Ward himself said she's only 15'2", but she moves with such efficiency and such a big stride for such a smaller built filly. She not necessarily won me over out here on the racetrack, but you can see why and how she has the talent and ability that we have seen from her. Moving on to number 8, Claret Beret, who I flirted with picking here, but I just thought she was a little bit over the top. I like what Micah Husbands did with her. He got her away from the pony, away from the rest of the horses, expended some of that nervous energy, kind of walked behind the field here, has taken his time with her, and she has responded beautifully. He really got her to settle, which I think is a good sign. But how about number 6, Narazuri, the stablemate of Nitrogen? The whole team has said how well this filly is doing heading into this race, and it's apparent in the way that she looks. She is dappled head to toe, just exudes health, and she looks like a happy filly out here too, Lafitte.
The other Mark Casse trained filly or the filly ready to spring the upset? We'll find out. Narazuri as we circle back to the champ. Trained by Mark Casse, Nitrogen, and jockey Jose Ortiz. Richie, the pressure on a rider, these moments, grade 1 race, $1.25 million purse, and you're riding a champion.
Well, it's enormous pressure. You know, just riding a champion's pressure because you don't want to disappoint, let people down. There's such high expectation. And obviously in a situation like this, everybody knows that you're the horse to beat. So you've got to really be on your toes and keep from being caught in a compromising position.
So how does the rail post complicate matters for Ortiz?
Oh, I think it does complicate matters because every jockey in the race's job is to do their level best to compromise her within the boundaries of the rules. Now, he'll get to save ground around the first turn, but then he's got to start deciding who to follow, who's live cover, who's the fullback that's going to carry him forward, or do I go out in the clear and risk going wide but give my filly a clear run?
A spot in the Longines Distaff on the line, and so much more. Nitrogen, the champ, odds on. Post time for the Apple Blossom. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
In the Apple Blossom handicap, Majestic Oops popped out of the gate, wastes no time, is close to the pace, now takes back, and Blue Fire's going to stride out, is clear and getting all the way over to the rail from the outside post. So it's Blue Fire into the turn, the pacemaker, gets to the fence and leads a length and a half from 5G second. Majestic Oops between horses third with Nitrogen, who's scraping paint down on the inside. Claret Beret is deep, 4 pass off the rail, now level third, clearly taking that third spot from Nitrogen and Majestic Oops, who gets shuffled back, 4th and 5th approach in the backstretch. Narazuri about to join them in the 3-path. Gap of 2 lengths back to Dazzling Move. Joy outside of her and 2 more to Regald at the back as they head down the backstretch here. Blue Fire carving out the fractions in the Apple Blossom. Neck in front, 5G in the second position. And then comes Claret Beret going nicely. 3 wide, a half length off the top pair. Nitrogen, Jose Ortiz are now in the 2-path, and they're clearly 4th going into the turn. Her stablemate, Narazuri, is sent upon into that turn, and so is Majestic Oops as they corner into the turn. Dazzling Move third last. Regald has passed Joy, rounding the far turn. Here's Claret Beret up to challenge Blue Fire and 5G's. Claret Beret going to the lead now. In second, Blue Fire's been left behind. Nitrogen's launching a rally. Here she comes on the outside. Needs to catch Claret Beret, who's going strong at the top of the lane. Claret Beret well off the rail and kicks for home as she comes off the corner with a 3-length lead. Nitrogen trying in second on the outside. Big space back to Blue Fire and Majestic Oops. 1 furlong to go. Claret Beret in front has 1 more 16th to go. A 3-length lead. Nitrogen can't get her, and Claret Beret has punched her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. It's Claret Beret in the Apple Blossom has won it going away by 5. Nitrogen second, Majestic Oops third, and Regald was 4th.
She gave the champ the slip. Claret Beret dazzling in the Apple Blossom and punches her ticket for the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff at 33-1.
Claret Beret just got an absolutely picture-perfect trip, was always traveling in the bridle, well with Micah Husbands, who gets his first Grade 1 victory of his career. He came in earlier in the meet for Sappy Joseph and won the Essex with Skippy Longstocking. So he's starting to show that he's poised enough to handle the pressure of the big stage.
Cue the drone, Clarette Beret. You're waiting for Nitrogen to cut into that lead, but Clarette Beret has lots left inside the final 8th and 16th.
You know, Lafitte, you could tell about the half-mile pole, the way Clarette Beret was traveling, that she was going to be a handful. When you see a horse running up into a rider's hands, and a very happy Micah Husbands there, comes from a race riding family, giving a lot of love there to Clarette Beret, and rightfully so. Your first Grade 1 winner, young man.
What is that moment like for a rider, your first Grade 1 tally?
It's stunning. It's incredible. For me, it was wild again in the Meadowlands Cup.
Well, we can just ask him, because he's live with Maggie.
Here with Micah Husbands. And Micah, massive congratulations. You let out the biggest woohoo on the gallop out. Your first Grade 1 victory here with Clarette Beret. Congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
We saw her. She got a little revved up, but you said to me just now, that's how she is. And you just handled her beautifully because you could see how much confidence you had in her.
Yeah, she feels good in the paddock, and once she gets away from the pony and gallop, she relaxes all the way. And I knew her, so I just stayed calm, and she came back to me.
Speaking of staying calm, you did that in the race too. I mean, you had her 3 wide, but she was just traveling sweetly. When you pressed the button, did you feel pretty confident?
Yeah, I felt her. She was loaded. I thought there would be more pace because I was so close, and I just sit there. I didn't want to fight with her. I just stayed there, and she finished it off really well.
I'm sure it hasn't sunk in, but what's this mean to you?
Very special. She was the first horse I rode in the greatest stake, and she ran second to Volvo, which is a great horse, and I'm just thankful to get it done here.
Massive congratulations. What an awesome filly here with Clarette Beret.
Thank you, thank you.
Lafitte?
Like a rite to passage for a jockey. The marquee events, Triple Crown races, Breeders' Cup events, and yes, Grade 1 racing, the highest designation, highest level of competition there is in this sport.
And it shows other connections as well, that they can have confidence putting you in situations like this, higher pressure situations, knowing that you're going to make the right kind of moves. He gave this mare as good a ride as you can give, and Sappy Joseph is showing a great deal of confidence in him, and that breeds confidence in a rider.
Trainer Sappy Joseph at Clarette Beret. Look at the excitement as he crosses the wire, Micah Husbands. And rounding the far turn, Richie, at what point did it become obvious to you, wait a second, she's not coming back. She has a lot left.
Just inside the half-mile pole, I said, wow, this horse is traveling. She's going to be tough.
The other side of the story, Megan, with Nitrogen's jockey, Jose Ortiz.
Well, Jose Ortiz knows his champion in Nitrogen well, as she does finish second here in this Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Jose, talk me through your trip and what went through the process there.
It was a great trip. Let her run to the first turn, got my position, and got 3 horses in front of me. One of them was the winner. I noticed he was moving very good around the 3-8 pole. I followed him, but I mean, when he asked her to go, his filly pretty broke, and I wasn't able to catch him. You know, I want to say congratulations to the connection of the winner. And, you know, my mare from very good. I'm very proud of her, and just we were second best today.
Classy as ever. Thank you for taking the time, Jose.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
She said it, classy as ever. He doesn't have to do that interview.
No.
He's probably not in the best of moods. Rode an odds-on favorite at Champion, defeated in a massive horse race, and still taking the time to explain what happened during the running.
Well, that's what you do as a professional. You handle yourself as such, and it's important.
Not all athletes will do that interview, is all I'm saying.
No, listen, and I'm probably might not have done it myself when I was riding, but I understand it. But that's what we need in this game, good communication, and present that to the public. He didn't run and hide. He explained what happened, and hey, we were second best today. Congratulations, all class.
Didn't you tell me to shove it once when I tried to interview you after you lost a big race on a big favorite?
Not you, because...
am I mistaken you? Was this somebody else?
Probably somebody else.
Winner Circle lead-in, brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 platform for thoroughbreds, digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more about auction schedule, the auction schedule at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Let's get digital. Wow, chalk players blindsided. Clarette Beret at 33-1. Kind of a theme during the course of this broadcast, the big upset in the Lexington at Keeneland. And, the dust just settling after this upset of a champion in nitrogen with Clarette Beret. And, wow, this is the biggest race for fillies and mares, the biggest race for older males next week. And it's a clash of titans. It is the Kentucky Derby winner from last year, the Preakness winner from last year, sovereignty and journalism. 4-year-old debut for both. Head-to-head in the Oaklawn Handicap. We'll have it for you on America's Day at the Races over on FS2. Show continues over on FS2. Thanks so much for joining us here on America's Day at the Races.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
Next Saturday on America's Day at the Races, Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning Horse of the Year, Sovereignty, makes his 4-year-old debut in the Oaklawn Handicap, his first race since the Travers and very first start at Oaklawn Park.
And we are witnessing greatness.
Join Lafitte Pinkai, Richard Bigliori, Megan Burgess, and Maggie Wolfendale for our special live coverage from Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The Oaklawn Handicap and more. Coverage begins next Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern on FS2.
Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. America's Day at the Races, America's Evening at the Races continues, as do the celebrations in the winner's circle here following the apple blossom that just took place moments ago. A day Micah Husbands, that rider, screen right, will never forget his first ever Grade 1 victory. And Clarette Beret, can't imagine too many saw this one coming, Richie.
No, listen, I thought she could run well. I thought she potentially could hit the board. I did not see her upsetting the champion Nitrogen. But what a perfect trip, and she was always there for her rider. And it's so important when a horse runs up into the bridle, not rank, not pulling, but lean into the bit. It gives the rider an indication of how much horse they have underneath them. And you could see how confident he was getting coming around the turns. Man, I'm not asking her for anything, and she's just taking me.
So we'll explain what happened. We have so much to unpack, but in case you missed the race, just moments ago, take a look at the field. Those are morning line odds. Nitrogen was odds on in the end. Clarette Beret, who was only 8-1 on the morning line, wound up 33-1 in the end. Let's revisit Matt Dinneman moments ago with the call, the 58th running of the Grade 1 Apple Blossom.
Clarette Beret, dazzling move the stablemates to post 4 and 8. Into the outside, Blue Fire rounds out the field. We're ready to go. And we're off. In the Apple Blossom Handicap, Majestic Oops popped out of the gate, wastes no time, is close to the pace, now takes back, and Blue Fire's going to stride out, is clear and getting all the way over to the rail from the outside post. So it's Blue Fire into the turn, the pacemaker, gets to the fence and leads a length and a half from 5G second. Majestic Oops between horses third with Nitrogen, who's scraping paint down on the inside. Clarette Beret is deep, 4 pass off the rail, now level third, clearly taking that third spot from Nitrogen and Majestic Oops, who gets shuffled back, 4th and 5th approaching the backstretch. Surrey about to join them in the 3-path. Gap of 2 lengths back to Dazzling Move. Almond Joy outside of her and 2 more to Regald at the back as they head down the backstretch here. Blue Fire carving out the fractions in the Apple Blossom. Neck in front, 5G in the second position. And then comes Clarette Beret going nicely. 3 wide, a half length off the top pair. Nitrogen, Jose Ortiz are now in the 2-path, and they're clearly 4th going into the turn. Her stablemate, Surrey, is sent upon into that turn, and so is Majestic Oops as they corner into the turn. Dazzling Move third last. Regald has passed Almond Joy, rounding the far turn. Here's Clarette Beret up to challenge Blue Fire and 5G's. Clarette Beret going to the lead now. In second, Blue Fire's been left behind. Nitrogen's launching a rally. Here she comes on the outside. Needs to catch Clarette Beret, who's going strong at the top of the lane. Clarette Beret well off the rail and kicks for home as she comes off the corner with a 3-length lead. Nitrogen trying in second on the outside. Big space back to Blue Fire and Majestic Oops. 1 furlong to go. Claret Beret in front has 1 more 16th to go. A 3-length lead. Nitrogen can't get her. And Claret Beret has punched her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. It's Claret Beret in the Apple Blossom has won it going away by 5. Nitrogen second, Majestic Oops third, and Regald was fourth.
At 8-1, that's on me. I read the board improperly. My apologies. Not the 33-1 blowout. An 8-1, naturally still an upset, and doing so by several over the champion Nitrogen, Claret Beret. Wow.
And Nitrogen had a perfect trip. You know, Jose Ortiz was able to secure a really good position into the first turn on the rail with Nitrogen. Just second best. As Claret Beret went on, I was pointing out to you as it was running Lafitte, it was kind of spreading the field out and giving Nitrogen options. And I thought maybe he's moving too soon. But he had so much horse in the way she was doing it. Nitrogen got out, had her chance at her. Claret Beret was just the best horse today.
How much better did she just run than she had in her career prior?
It feels like it was by far and away her best effort. Now, she's coming into this in great form, right? That really nice win in the Royal Delta, a couple of good efforts going back to the Rampart and the Inside Information, but her last 2 races to me were a definite step forward.
What was your biggest takeaway? Megan Burgess spoke with Jose Ortiz, who rode Nitrogen to a second place finish. What was your biggest takeaway from his explanation? What was your biggest takeaway from her runner-up performance?
I think he just was very matter-of-fact about it. He wasn't making excuses, and I didn't see any visible excuses. Got a good trip, saved ground, came out. Yeah, turned into the stretch wide, but that's what you do when you're on a horse that's that short a price. You don't want to get fancy and try to go through gopher holes. You're going to try to put them in the clear. I think she was just second best the way the race ran, a great trip, classy gesture by Jose Ortiz. He wasn't making excuses. He said, hey, that other mare just outran us today, and that's how I saw it.
And a good trip throughout for Nitrogen. As good as she has been, again, a crowned champion. She's been defeated in 2 of 3 races this year. Moving forward, where do you has her stock dropped at all for you? I know you thought we would see the best version of Nitrogen today.
Yeah, and well, I have to say, you do have to start questioning after back-to-back what I thought were good efforts, but not Nitrogen-type efforts. Did she make that big step from 3 to 4, or is she just, basically the same horse at 3? Because they're supposed to improve. Horses mature at the age of 5, so you expect to see those move forward. I think she's run well. She hasn't been dazzling.
And again, added significance to this year's Apple Blossom. You know all about the purse. We were talking about it, grade 1 race, of course. But part of the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series now as they hoist the hardware that kids have in the time of their life. But the impact on what this means for the year-end championship event, the Breeders' Cup Distaff or Claret Beret, that now they can aim that way for Lexington this fall.
Well, right. So they've already sealed their spot in the starting gate for the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Now they can kind of plan backwards from that, map it out. Okay, how far out do we want our last prep? And then they'll work their way backwards. Safi Joseph just hitting on all cylinders. And when his horses hit a good form cycle, they hold it for a while.
Majestic Oops, we told her a story. What'd you make of her performance?
I didn't see much visible excuses for her. I feel like Majestic Oops, as good as she is, as honest as she is, she's almost like a little bit of an in-betweener. Yes, she's won at a mile to 16. She's won at 6. But she feels like 7/8 to a mile could be her absolute perfect distance. I really hope we see her over the summer in a race like the Ballerina again, which she was 3rd in last year.
Apple Blossom in the books, as we touched on moments ago. And next weekend with the Oaklawn Handicap, and something that just rarely happens in thoroughbred racing. In fact, it's only happened once in the last 34 years where you have the top 2 finishers in a Kentucky Derby go head-to-head as 4-year-olds. And that's exactly what we're going to see next Saturday right here in Hot Springs with Sovereignty and Journalism.
I'm excited. I'm a fan of the game first, and obviously I'm very privileged and blessed to cover it with great people like you. I want to see the best horses compete. I want them to square off. I know we're going to have opinions, and we're going to pick who we like, but I like when the horse is decided on the racetrack. And to have a horse like Sovereignty, your Derby, Belmont, Travers winner, quite its own Triple Crown in a way there, with Journalism, who won the Preakness with the absence of Sovereignty. Those were the 2 best 3-year-olds last year. Are they going to be the 2 best 4-year-olds this year? We saw Magnetize come back to win win the Dubai World Cup. And he was about the 4th best 3-year-old last year, because you had Baeza probably in the 3rd spot. And they're all back as 4-year-olds, and that's a blessing for us covering it, and it's a blessing for all of us as racing fans.
Good time to be a horse racing fan. Much more on that Oaklawn Handicap a little bit later on. We're not done by any stretch. We turn the page. Live racing continues, the 11th in 12 minutes. $30,000 allowance, optional claimer, a mile. They run to that short wire. These races run a little bit differently. Expect the best. 8-5 currently with Rafael Bejarano. 3 wins yesterday, 2 wins thus far today. And that's the guy he'll be riding coming up, that gelding. Expect the best in moments with riders up, post parade, and the 11th from Oaklawn on this Apple Blossom Saturday.
And he takes command of the Belmont Stakes. Sovereignty angles out to try and run him down. It's a rematch of the Kentucky Derby as they come to the 8th bull. And here comes Sovereignty. Sovereignty goes right by Journalism once again, leaving absolutely no doubt who the best 3-year-old in the world is. Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
Beast in the East, best in the West. They've met twice. Sovereignty defeating Journalism in the Kentucky Derby. The celebration, Junior Alvarado, after defeating Journalism with Sovereignty in the Belmont Stakes at a packed Saratoga racecourse.
Yeah, I mean, he just was in such great form for several months there. Bill Mott, a masterful job, and Junior Alvarado has just ridden this horse perfectly every single time. And when you have the confidence of a trainer like Bill Mott, it lends itself to you riding well because you're not riding encumbered with trainers' instructions or pressure from the trainer. They're allowing you to do your job. The last thing a trainer wants to do is micromanage a rider. You hire a guy, trust him to do the job.
Mike, here's your instructions, man.
Yeah, a lot of them.
That's not fun for a jockey.
Oh, man, because that instant that you hesitate on the racetrack because of a trainer in your head, that moment is gone. You don't get that opportunity
It's
again.
like operating not to lose instead of like really just trying to win. And for Bill Mott, talking about the pressure of training a reigning horse of the year where expectations are so very high.
But there's a little pressure that goes along with it. You want to keep his racing record intact. You want to keep it looking good, and don't want to make any mistakes because he's a very good horse, and we don't want to tarnish what he's done already.
A master, youngest trainer ever inducted into the Hall of Fame, Bill Mott, and Sovereignty firing up the afterburners yesterday on the inside. Payson Park make that today. Half mile, 49-3.
A lot of people have been making, a great deal about Sovereignty's works. Well, first of all, he's a closer, and closers never look as impressive in the morning as horses that possess natural speed. Also, last year, if you watched him working early in the season, he's training at Payson Park. You're out there in the orange groves, or there's Sunkist and Minute Maid and the Everglades. It's a quiet, sedate place. He really picked up his training as he went along. So I think this was a good work. I don't think that any of his previous works were poor. I just think they were by design kind of easy and controlled.
Super highly decorated champion, 3-year-old horse of the year, Sovereignty at Payson Park today. Yesterday, the Preakness winner. Journalism, breezing 5 furlongs in Southern California at Santa Anita. It was on the strength of this workout, the strength of this breeze. The decision was made by trainer Michael McCarthy to send him here to Oaklawn Park next Saturday to tackle Sovereignty in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, and journalism has always been a pretty solid workhorse, a horse that, would catch your eye a little bit more than, let's say, Sovereignty would in the morning. I thought this was a real nice work. You got to watch the gallop outs. One thing Michael McCarthy is conditioning, he worked for Todd Pletcher for years, and that's one of Todd's signature moves. They get a lot of foundation, a lot of bottom on their gallop outs. That was a real nice workout from journalism. Real nice workout from Sovereignty. Let's get going on the racetrack because they're both top flight horses.
With top flight horses, so often is the case where the path of least resistance is chosen, like for a comeback race, right? To launch a brand new campaign, exactly what both of them are doing. So are you surprised that the decision was made to bring journalism here knowing Sovereignty would be waiting for him?
Any other connections, I might be surprised. Aaron Wellman and Eclipse Thoroughbreds have shown they are not afraid of a challenge.
You ain't lying.
And they understand what's good for this game. And
yes.
A rivalry like this is good for this game.
This place will be electric. Next Saturday, you'll see it right here. Oaklawn Handicap, Sovereignty v. Journalism. You'll see this 11th race in 4 minutes. 1 mile, $30,000 allowance, optional claimer. That's favorite day, followed by Midnight West.
Midnight West going to have to run a bit faster. He does have races, though, in his past, over a year ago, that would be competitive here.
Camp Evans and Ronnie Huckabee.
Another one. It just feels like it's a little bit of a tough spot here. Would be somewhat of a surprise.
Go Boss.
Get Lane Luzzy shipping in from Sam Houston. He's had a really good meet there.
Happy Strike, currently 15-1.
Turning back and dropping in class from the Temperance Hill at 1.5 miles.
Expect the best in good form. The favorite, 9-5.
A departure in this game. Usually we expect the worst and hope for the best, but he is a deserving favorite.
The great Creative Minister.
Creative Minister, very slow early. Does have races in his past that would be competitive, but I haven't seen it lately.
Jose Ortiz just finished second with Nitrogen in the Apple Blossom aboard Classic Legacy.
Now dropping in claiming price to 30, but a player because a horse that does finish.
Bourbon Society, the 10 is out Fort Sam, then it's In My Blood to the outside.
Tough post for a horse that is going to have to show that he can overcome that post. I think a pretty deep field here, Lafitte. And the 9 Bourbon Society, who we went by, he's part of the speed in here. I do think there's an ample pace signed on.
You active? Are you firing away on your NyraBets account today?
I am actually, yeah. And
Doing any good?
I'm about even right now.
About even.
Kinda
A couple
holding
races
my own.
left.
Couple
Not
races
done
left.
yet. Haven't signed up just yet. Do so, especially with the Oaklawn Handicap and everything still ahead next week here in Hot Springs. When you do so, use that promo code we just flashed on the screen. Visit NYRABets.com. To Megan.
Well, what a performance we saw in the Apple Blossom as we'll round out the card with 2 races to bookend a spectacular day of racing. But in this very competitive group, I'll start to the inside with the number 1 Favorite Day, who comes off just a slew of consistent races. As he also sports tactical speed, which is key, as the pace should heat up in here with the number 2 Fast Early, the number 3 and the 10. So I find he's going to have quite a bit there. But last time out, it was a bit of a merry-go-round race that day. There wasn't a lot of movement, which we did saw Reagan's Honor come out of that race at the fairgrounds and finish a disappointing 6th, but that was in a grade 1. Vamos Carlitos did come back to win out of that group, and I do like what I saw from him. I do find he is a router as he continues to do so in this spot, and he looks formidable, though. I think you're getting a fairly fair price on him, as I do find he'll sit just off of the speeds and make his run. But your current favorite, number 6, Expect the Best, is a little bit shorter coupled, more of a miler-esque to me, as I've seen, as he has a slew of very strong races at the mile, and he was a dominant winner last time out, going 8.5 furlongs, but he does fit the bill here. Last time out, there wasn't, I would say, the strongest of races. He is in his best form. Now, the runner-up, which he kind of stalked that moderate pace, he made the right move. I will say it was a very well-timed, well-executed ride by Rafael Bejarano, who climbs aboard him again. But he kind of took contact in the lane. He was bumped at the drive with the pace setter, and then he just drove clear. Incredibly impressive. But my hesitancy with him is the fact that that wasn't the strongest of fields. And I will say, though, the biggest enticing factor to him is his tactical speed and the way that he really can make his own trip and always seems to answer to the call, as he's 2 for 3 here at Oaklawn Park. But the number 8 Classic Legacy was a part of a bit of some of that drama in his last start against some familiar foes as he seeks to get the better of Fort Sam this time around. He was in for $50,000. Now he's in for the $30,000 tag, first off the claim for Brad Cox. He looked fantastic, and he was disqualified, though, in his last start, as in the lane, he was kind of trying to get to the outside, and then Francisco Arrieta pivoted to the inside and kind of cut horses off by doing so. So when I was talking with Jorge Brigo, who is the assistant to Brad Cox, he said, I told Jose to get this horse out and not draw him into the inside, kind of draw out those habits. So I find he's going to find the right trip, and he looks formidable in this spot, as he'll get a nice pace to run at in this one, Lafitte.
A trip key in these races, good size field, mile and a mile. I start at the 16th pole, they end at the 16th pole, and the colt you like figures to be well situated throughout Favorite Day.
Yeah, Favorite Day. I mean, he really hasn't done anything wrong. In his first start, he had trouble, he hit the rail, and he went off favored that day. So that shows that he was training in a fashion that had opened people's eyes, that they were impressed with him in the morning. Came back, won very nicely over, I thought, a real solid field sprinting, and then he stretched out. And for a horse to go from 6 to a mile and a 16th and a 10 to 22 and 4 pace and hang around for second, I think that really points him out here, and he's turning back a 16th of a mile.
As for Expect the Best, as this crowd looks on here, always the bigger crowds, afternoons like this, a marquee event, Apple Blossom Saturday, with still a couple of races left. See handicappers' selections. Expect the Best. You're both neither going with the choice here for Rafael Bejarano, who is really in a groove right now.
Rafi's been riding extremely well the whole meet, just quietly going about his business, and that's the way I like my riders, Lafitte. I don't like with all the histrionics and they, kind of bringing the wrong kind of attention to themselves. I want them to show up and be professionals and do their work, and Rafael Bejarano embodies that.
Been doing just that last few days, and this meet aboard the favorite here. Expect the Best at 2-1. Matt Dinnerman with the call, 11th of 12 from Oaklawn, live on FS2.
Classic Legacy. Still waiting for Midnight West to take his turn. Go Zib. Bourbon Society post 9. Camp Evans coming up, 2 back. Go-Go Boss with Lane Luzzy. And It's in My Blood, Amir Mendoza to the outside. Here's It's in My Blood. We're ready to go. Looks like they're adjusting Favorite Day in the gate on the rail. Now we're ready. And they're off. Slow break from Camp Evans. No problems from Go-Go Boss, who strides in front with Midnight West, who sent hard to get out there. He's got the lead. Go-Go Boss will be second early on. Expect the Best third in a little bit of a tight spot. Has to tap on the brakes going into the turn. Bourbon Society has passed him out of harm's way on the outside. Favorite Day, in the meantime, is right on the heels of the leader, while Keen, Favorite Day, inside. Camp Evans, after braking slowly, has made up significant ground. He's level 5th now. Expect the Best just passed him as I say that. Camp Evans back in the 6th position with It's in My Blood, the gray horse. Then Classic Legacy, Creative Minister, and Happy Strike drops to the back. He's last, 10 lengths off the pace. Down the back stretch, the pace being set by Midnight West. He's got the lead, strides a length and a half clear of Bourbon Society, who's running in second, nice and relaxed in that spot. Favorite Day third. Expect the Best between horses. It's in My Blood, who's 3 wide. 2.5 more to Go-Go Boss. Has lost significant ground. He's with Camp Evans. Happy Strike is trying to pass horses. He was last a moment ago, and now he's 6th. 6 off the pace on the outside going into the turn. In the meantime, Creative Minister has lost position. Classic Legacy being asked to pick up the pace, and Go-Go Boss gets shuffled to the back. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Rounding the turn, Midnight West still on the lead. 3/4 of a length ahead here. Bourbon Society all in. Expect the Best right there battling 3 wide as they come off the turn, and Classic Legacy's getting rolling on the inside. Classic Legacy's got horse. He's going to dive to the rail. Furlong to go. Classic Legacy trying to move forward. Expect the Best. Bourbon Society have overtaken Midnight West. It's Bourbon Society. Expect the Best. Bourbon Society. Bourbon Society just got it. Bourbon Society. Expect the Best. Nose behind in second. Then Happy Strike and Classic Legacy fourth.
Razor sharp, make it 3 straight. Bourbon Society in a driving finish holds off the favorite. Expect the Best in the 11th at Oaklawn.
Real nice effort by Bourbon Society. A little bit of a departure from his normal style where he's gone gate to wire in his last 2 starts. He rated a bit just off the pace set by the 2 Midnight West. Always looked comfortable, and he was able to hold off Expect the Best, who gave that one final lunge at the wire, kind of made it a little bit desperately close. But the trip, the ride, and the form that Bourbon Society in gets him home.
Or how effective he's been in Hot Springs. 1 for 17 before his first ever race here at Oaklawn Park, and now a perfect 3 for 3 at Oaklawn. Bourbon Society challenged here late. Expect the Best, and Bourbon Society has just enough to hold on.
Wow, that was even closer than I thought, Lafitte, because that last lunge at the 6 Expect the Best got, it looked to me like he nearly got his nose down on the line in front, and that's all that counts. It doesn't matter any place else if your nose hits the wire first.
So many exciting finishes this afternoon. Bourbon Society there over Expect the Best at 9.658. Yeah, winning didn't come easy for this guy for most of his career. 1 for 17, now having won 3 straight here.
I think sometimes horses, realize the atmosphere around them is so pleasant and positive and upbeat when they do well that they decide, hey, I kind of like getting my picture taken and all the adulation that goes with it.
I think we'll see more of Bourbon Society here at Oaklawn Park moving forward. For the meantime, they'll enjoy this one as he strikes at 8-1 in the 11th at Oaklawn Park. Similar finish to what we saw in the Count Fleet earlier today. Madhouse. Paco Lopez, challenged by Roland Big Joe, just holds on in the $500,000 Count Fleet. We'll recap. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com.
And a Dare Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
This terrific Saturday of thoroughbred racing, we welcome you back. America's Day of the Races on FS2, brought to you in part by Gainesway, power, passion, performance. Springtime in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Great weather, top-class thoroughbred racing. As we've watched all afternoon and all meet here at Oaklawn Park. With Bourbon Society moments ago, Cipriano Contreras, co-owner, trainer, Abel Cedillo, $19.60 for your would-be $2 investment.
Now 3 for 3 here at Oaklawn Park. You know, you start thinking about that horse for course moniker that we talk about.
Too bad the meet is winding down, but we're able to revisit the winner's circle one more time here. Bourbon Society, the race to the short wire, the 16th pole, and really close in the end.
Yeah, and your favorite had every chance at him. Expect the best. And watch its late lunge.
Runs out of real estate.
Man, they came together very, very late. We've seen some really, really tight finishes today, including a dead heat here at Oaklawn Park.
Rafael Bejarano would have liked for that race to have ended at the normal finish line, but not the case in this mile affair. In race number 11. Race 12, they will race to the traditional finish line. This 6-furlong dash. Not Arkansas-bred maidens as we normally close out these programs. They are maidens of the $10,000 claiming variety. And Conway at 5-2. Did you have an opinion in this one? Who graduates? Suggestions, observations, opinions?
I thought this was an extremely tough race to handicap. When you have those lower-level maiden claimer Arkansas breds, the last race of the day, we've seen some big prices come in. I do think the favorite, the 7 Conway, makes a lot of sense. I think the 10 Ripples Rocket makes some sense. And another horse, the 6-horse El Chavo from the Steve Asmussen barn, I didn't think his first race was a sprint on the dirt was bad. Then he went to turf. He's run long. I think he's getting back to what he wants to do, and that's sprint.
Apple Blossom Day nightcap in 21 minutes. And with a few moments, chance to recap the most prestigious race for sprinters here at Oaklawn every season. It's the Grade 3 Count Fleet with a $500,000 purse. We're going to walk you through this one start to finish. Paco Lopez in town to ride Madhouse. And watch, he's going to break sharp. He's going to flash that speed. And then he starts fighting Paco a little bit. Richie, what happens?
Yeah, keep an eye. You see his left rein and the way his head's turned and the way Paco's arm is pulled away from his rein. He keeps having to correct him. He puts his hands down. He wants to drift to the right. And you don't want to let horses up inside of you. You see Paco kind of gave him more rein there so he can show that speed. Roll on Big Joe, pulls up alongside of him. Now watch as he gets to the turn. He's going to change his hold right there. You see how he's subtly moving his hands? That's to try to guide his horse in. Right there again. You see he's got to correct him. When you're correcting a horse, in essence, you have to slow them down because otherwise they're going to run to the right or run away with you. But now it feels like the horse finally settled into his hands. He might be leaning slightly. You see his head carriage pointing towards the inside, but he had him under control at this point.
And after making those mistakes, I'm thinking that's going to cost him.
Well,
that's
especially
going to cost him.
Especially with Roll On Big Joe, your favorite, pulls
Breathing
up
down his
alongside
neck.
of him. Yeah.
Roll On Big Joe doesn't look like he is a win machine.
Absolutely, but it just shows you speed is always dangerous. And Madhouse kept fighting. Paco had horse left. Listen, Paco wins. Horses run for him. You know, it's not the way I was taught to do things, but there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Marches to the beat of his own drum, but the results are there. What's that feel like underneath you in that case when a horse like a Madhouse, who is just getting that competitive, and they keep digging and digging and fighting and fighting?
Lafitte, that was my favorite way to win. Have a horse hook you, get by you, and then come back and out-battle them. It made you feel like you had such a hand in the victory, that you weren't just a passenger, you had to be a pilot. And Paco, he contributed greatly to this win.
It's funny you mentioned that. One of my old man's favorite all-time wins is the 85 Santa Anita Derby with Skywalker, and this was the race which vast account had about a half length, 3/4 of a length on him, and watching Skywalker dig back in and come back on the inside. It's funny because jockeys discuss those types of horses, how proud they are of those horses they ride and what those moments mean to them.
Yeah, they're in battle with you. And when they don't shy from the battle, right, they pin their ears and say, I'm with you. We're going to ride right into the breach and we're going to get it done. No better feeling. And that's when a rider and a horse meld, when you become more of one being as opposed to two beings trying to accomplish something. That's when it's perfect.
Exciting edition of the Count Fleet on this sensational Saturday of Thoroughbred Racing at Oaklawn Park, and we have one left, the 12th and final, in about 18 minutes. And earlier today, posthumously, the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, honored in the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame.
Secret Oath is suddenly 3 lengths in front. Optionality could do absolutely nothing about it. 3 back to Princess Pauline. Secret Oath inside the final 16th, and she is running up the score. Secret Oath is now 7 in front. Optionality is second. Secret Oath to win the Martha Washington.
What a good filly. Secret Oath in the Martha Washington to the head of the class. Trained by Dwayne Lucas, legendary Hall of Fame trainer. Passed away last year. And the work he did with so many, revolutionizing, changing the sport, the art of training thoroughbreds. Secret Oath among so many top-class thoroughbreds he trained. And last night, right here at Oaklawn, the Oaklawn Resort Casino Hotel, 68th Annual Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame induction. Louis Sella, president of Oaklawn, inducted as well. For Dwayne Lucas, as we said, can't stress the impact he had on the sport and how much he has still missed the fact that the game will never feel the same without Wayne Lucas, and in his later years, how much time he spent here at Oaklawn and how many moments like that win with Secret Oath here in Hot Springs.
Yeah, on her way to a Kentucky Oaks win. You had told me that, and I wasn't sure, so I had to relook it up. But Wayne revolutionized the game, you know, having multiple divisions. D. Wayne off the plane became a slogan all through the 80s into the 90s, where he would fly horses in, they'd win, fly them back home. You know, Jack Vanberg was probably the first trainer to ever run multiple divisions like that, but Wayne kind of took it to another level. And look at the training tree that he put out there. It's just incredible. Obviously, Todd Pletcher, a Hall of Famer, but so many more over the years that he instilled that horsemanship and the sense of how to, you know, conduct yourself with owners, how to do business.
Wayne Lucas now in the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame here at Oaklawn Park on this Apple Blossom Saturday with one left, the 12th race coming up. The Apple Blossom in the books. Earlier today, and we check in with Megan.
I think it was a formative race, Lafitte, as Claret Bure was big price, but I was kind of scratching my head why we haven't seen her at 8.5 furlongs more. She's not an overt sprinter. And Safi Joseph Jr., her conditioner, mentioned that they kind of took her on the sprint route because that's what she proved to be good at. Looks like she's just as good stretching out in distance. Now, Nitrogen, of course, to me, never traveled like the winner. Claret Bure certainly did. Now, they didn't pick it up all that quickly in that first quarter. They went quicker, though, towards the half, and 46-4, led by Blue Fire and 5G, who finished third and second to last, respectively. So Nitrogen still ran a game race. Claret Bure was obviously better than her today, and you obviously have to kind of put into perspective, okay, is Nitrogen taking the step forward, the champion? But at the end of the day, Claret Bure on her own right has really stood on and stood out as, to me, a formidable router and really blossomed. I've seen this horse in the past. She has taken a formidable step forward, as I find she has certainly cemented herself in this distaff division. And I will pose a question to you both there on the desk, Lafitte and Richie, is Nitrogen has this secret weapon, and it's called turf. I wonder if we will see her perhaps switch back to that surface throughout the remainder of 2026.
With her versatility, competing at the highest level on grass, that's how we first learned of Nitrogen, watching her dominate in grass races earlier in her career.
Well, she stayed in a race that rained off the turf in Saratoga, I believe the Wonder again, and she won by 19 lengths or something. So that emboldened them to try the Alabama, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies in the summertime. To me, it's on a par with the Kentucky Oaks. And she won that. So you go, well, why would we go back to turf, even though she was very successful on that? But I think it's a great question. I think Megan might be onto something. Maybe we'll see her back on the turf. And sometimes it just freshens a horse's mind. Changes scenery, change things up a little bit. And who knows, maybe that gets her confidence back, and then we'll see her back on the dirt at some stage.
But she was still second.
She ran
today.
great.
She ran well, so I don't know that you need to scrap plans when, again, as I mentioned, having that conversation with John Green, he mentioned that the plan pre-Apple Blossom, which had been the early season goal all along, was to go to Saratoga for the personal ensign, the Grade 1 Spinster at Keeneland, and eventually back to the Breeders' Cup Distaff, where she finished second last year.
Yeah, but at least you also have that as an option in your back pocket, that if a turf race comes up, that you can put her in there. And again, sometimes it's just about changing horses' minds a little bit. We never can lose sight of the fact that they're flesh and blood. They're animals. They get in ruts. They get bored. They get sour, just like people. And, a horse can't wake up in the morning and tell the trainer, hey, I woke up on the wrong side of the stall today, or I feel like doing this today. It's trial and error.
And for Clarette Murray, based on what you saw in this Apple Blossom in her last couple of races, the big Royal Delta win at Gulfstream Park, is she towards that upper echelon of top-class fillies and mares in the game?
I think she threw her hat squarely in the ring today. That was a big performance, and she beat Nitrogen on the square. There is no visible excuse you can make for Nitrogen.
So much to unpack from this Saturday of racing at Oaklawn Park. We will step aside and still have the 12th and final coming up. Horses in the paddock, riders up post-parade. We'll close the show in Hot Springs. The nightcap coming up in 9 minutes. Stay tuned.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at Oaklawn Park on this picture-perfect, it's been a perfect picture-perfect Saturday afternoon in Hot Springs. What kind of dog is that?
That's a
Anyone?
racetracker dog. That's
A what? Golden Doodle.
He's a gambler.
You're awful at name that Apple Blossom winner. I'm awful at name that breed of dog.
We got lives. We have lives. We don't sit around looking at this stuff.
Golden Doodle. Let's meet the field. Post parade, 12th and final. South Fork at 21-1.
Yeah, well, you know what? I've got the wrong past performance here. I'm sorry. Go ahead. The two. I caught
Ricochet
up.
Rick there at 17-1.
Some speed from the inside. First time here at Oaklawn Park.
Rapid Return getting bet a little bit.
Yeah, even more speed. Maybe the speed of the speed, and a horse that's dropping from maiden allowance to maiden 10.
4 is out. Viney's in. David Cabrera.
Yeah, Viney doesn't have a tremendous amount of natural speed, at least not in the last 3 starts, but does drop slightly in class.
El Chavo, followed by Conway, the favorite.
Yeah, Conway makes a lot of sense. Just been run consistently, fast enough figures to win here, making a nice impression physically on the racetrack.
Convolution, contender.
Improved from the first to second start. If there's another step forward, definitely puts this horse in the frame.
Bobo Doe, Amir Mendoza.
Last couple races just leave a lot to be desired.
Ripple's Rocket at 7-1, 5-race maiden, second in his latest.
I thought this horse was a bit interesting because I do think this horse will set up a good trip. Outside was second at 43-1 last time.
Tartarian, Ramon Vasquez, 14-race maiden.
Taking a lot of money, a lot of chances, though. That kind of scares me up. But I will tell you this, looking at this horse as he had jogged off, I really loved the physical impression he made on the racetrack.
Of which one? Of Tartarian?
Of the 11. The 7 and the 11, to me, looked the best on the racetrack.
But you're going with El Chavo and with the Asmussens to close out the show with a victory together.
I am, because I just think maybe this horse is getting to the proper level, and it's the first time this horse is getting to sprint against lower-level maidens.
To Megan trackside with eyes on rapid return and taking some action. Here, Megan.
This horse has come down significantly from the 15-1 morning line that he was originally at. And Angel Miguel Silva, excuse me, made us all regret not betting his 58-1 winner, Pyrolita, who did a very similar pivot earlier on in the meet. And that's dropping from that maiden special pivot to, of course, now in for a tag. And to me, that's a very precipitous drop in class. Now, this horse didn't do a whole lot of running last time out, and I understand why it would be a little bit hesitant, but I actually got a chance to see this horse breeze. And I was on track, and 47-4. This horse looked fantastic when I saw him on track. I asked a couple of people, who is that? And come to find out, it was a horse that's in for a $10,000 tag. So just really, to me, framed up beautifully, and I liked what I saw from this horse. And honestly, in these kinds of races, I put my iPad down, I turn my brain off, and I look at these horses. And especially with some of the bombs that you find at Oaklawn, you scratch your head. Maybe it comes into the picture better when we're able to see them in person. The number 5 Viney, I've had a thing for. Now taking the blinkers off. I love this for this horse because I think he's gotten a bit tunnel visioned with those blinkers on. Now, he was kept out in the winner's circle. He was very sharp, now dropping down to that $15,000 tag. And I anticipate he's going to be a little bit more forwardly placed. To me, he looked best in this spot. He really impressed me. And he's found some trip troubles kind of sporadic through his last few races. So he might be one that would appreciate more ground, but I'm willing to give him a shot because he's got some races through his tenured form. This is going to be his 12th try that make him competitive here, and you're fetching an incredibly fair price up there at 10-1. And your favorite, a very easy horse to find, the number 7 Conway. And last time out, he was probably too good to lose that day. Against the same level, though, I'm just hesitant. And he, to me, while it was a duel and it was at 5.5 furlongs, I find he's going to appreciate getting back to the flat 6 furlongs here. But I still am dubious of a horse that does have to answer to other horses dropping down in class, Lafitte.
Conway, trained by Ron Moquette. Top of yesterday's show, you said you were looking forward to seeing him running the Friday feature, trained by Moquette. Won impressively. What's the key today for the Ron Moquette-trained Conway to break through in his 8th career start?
Get away from the gate cleanly, set up shop close to the pace. It just feels to me like horses that have been forward today, seemingly getting a little bit the best of it.
Have we seen a similar finish in a few races where there's a horse battling in front with a challenger right at their flank, and the inside horse is just able to find enough to hold the challenger at bay?
It just seemed like they're battling them off, right? They're maybe part of that, the racetrack's kind of helping them along a little bit. You know, Ron Moquette, kind of a slow start to the meet for him, but there were a lot of seconds and thirds. Those seconds and thirds have been coming back to be winners now as we go, further into the meet. So now it's 14 wins, 15 after yesterday actually, 18 seconds, 20 thirds. It's starting to balance out again.
Finishing strong.
Yep.
Finishing strong. Conway, the favorite. Another look here at El Chavo. And with the Asmussens, for him, cutting back and trip, was in the slop to turning. You touched on earlier, the grass. The first time we will see him sprint 6 furlongs on fast ground.
Well, I'm just hoping for the Goldilocks effect here with the 6 El Chavo at 6-1, right? Ran first time out 7/8 in a much tougher spot at Ellis Park. Showed some speed and tired at a big price. Then twice on turf. They were okay efforts, kind of even efforts. And then last time gets back to dirt, but a mile and a 16th in the slop for maiden 30. Now sprinting, fast track, maiden 10. Is it that Goldilocks effect where everything is just right?
We'll find out if this is the key. So much of that with horses that they might have a certain amount of ability, but all the tinkering that has to go on with a trainer, conversations with an owner or a racing manager, or even for a rider, trying to figure out earlier on in the career, what is it? What is it going to take for this horse to maximize their potential?
Well, that's it. And one thing about the 6 El Chavo, he's owned and trained by Steve Asmussen, right? So he doesn't have to answer to anybody but himself. And Steve is the all-time winningest trainer in North American history for a reason. Obviously a top-class horseman, but he's a great manager, and he understands where his horses need to be spotted to win. He sets horses up to succeed, not fail.
Oh, by the way, leading owner as well here at Oaklawn Park as well, and not a first time he will have captured an owning title here at in Hot Springs.
No, and listen, last year he won this meeting with 41 wins. He's well over 50 wins now this meet, and we still have 2 full weeks to go.
Has a live one here in El Chavo. See if he's ready to break through in his 5th career start. He was outside the favorite Conway at 2-1. One final time on this Apple Blossom Saturday. Matt Ditterman with the call. The nightcap, race 12, live from Oaklawn on FS2.
El Chavo post position 6, then Tartarian. Tartarian goes it. El Chavo working with him. He's into the gate. Conway. Outside post, South Fork. We're ready to go in the finale on Apple Blossom Day. And Laroff. Good beginning for all. From post 7, Conway is prominent. Rapid Return is rapid and quickest of the bunch early. Strides 2 ahead now, 2.5. Conway running in second with Ripples Rocket and Ricochet Rick, who's down on the inside. Viney is next with Tartarian. Convolution between that pair. Then comes South Fork, third last. El Chavo has 1 runner beat today. That's Bobo Doe. Approaching the far turn, Rapid Return is speedy. Steps on the gas, the accelerator. He's gone 5 ahead with about 3 furlongs to go. Into the turn he goes. Ripples Rocket in chase mode second. Conway's come under a ride now. Tartarian is joining him. Ricochet Rick is next. 9 lengths behind in a strung out group. Convolution has lost ground with Viney. Then South Fork, Bobo Doe, and El Chavo as they hit the quarter pole. Rapid Return, Joe Belmer have a quarter mile more to get and a 6-length lead coming off the turn. Tartarian continuing to make up ground in second with Ripples Rocket. 3/16 to go after that fast pace. Rapid Return is starting to get tired here, but he's still 4 ahead. In second, Tartarian giving game chase with Ripples Rocket, and Bobo Doe's coming from 4 out of it. 16 to go. Rapid Return is desperate, and here comes Tartarian. Even Bobo Doe from well out of it flying. Photo finish. Very tight in the nightcap here. Bobo Doe and Amir Mendoza, Tartarian, and Ramon Vasquez hit the line together with Ripples Rocket and Viney, 3rd and 4th.
Fireworks in the stretch of this 12th and final at Oaklawn Park. Bobo Doe, Tartarian hitting the wire simultaneously.
Another tight photo finish here at Oaklawn. It looked like the outside runner, Bobo Doe, at a huge price. Might have got that last bob. This featured a scorchingly fast pace, Lafitte, for the level of horses. Rapid Return, 21-2 the first quarter.
And safely kept out there.
God, he showed good speed, but he started getting very, very tired late. Here comes the 11, Tartarian, and then the 9 with the last run, and you guys try to call it. Whose head's up and down?
9, 11, 10, 3. 30-1, I promise you. 30-1, Bobo Doe. Tartarian right there. Exciting. Exciting 12th and final here at Oaklawn Park.
Mira Mendoza's made steady progress, has really started to improve. I like what I'm seeing from this young apprentice rider. He will be your leading apprentice here at Oaklawn Park, and gets a 5-pound break in the weights. Lafitte, you win by a nose, run down the 11 Tartarian. Got to think that 5 pounds played a little factor.
Maybe. Separated by millimeters in the end. I imagine races like this just fun for riders, whether it's a $10,000 maiden claimer like this or a race with a bigger purse, the stakes. This looks like a lot. Jockeys, I watch them after these races. These are the ones with their reaction, how fired up they get after being involved in those type of stretch duels.
When you win a photo finish, you feel like king of the world. You can beat a photo finish, you spend the whole night second guessing everything you did because
you lose by this much. You have to think there's a million. Yeah.
What
Smallest of adjustments, it would have made a difference.
Right, just to make up a few inches, and it, you know, that's a jockey's lot in life. You have to be able to turn the page, learn from what you perceive as mistakes, but turn the page. You got to have pretty thick skin.
Fun race to watch as Bobo Doe graduates in his 10th career start at a massive price here, 9-11-10-3 in the 12th and final Apple Blossom Day at Oaklawn Park. Of course, the big news we received yesterday, and the fact that Journalism Preakness winner is headed this way to tackle the colt that beat him twice last year, the reigning horse of the year, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes winner, Travers winner, Sovereignty, head-to-head Journalism Sovereignty in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Can't wait. I'm excited as a fan, and I'm just as excited as someone covering it.
So a couple years ago, we saw Mystic Dan and Sierra Leone, 1-2 finishers in a Derby. They met in a race